Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, and welcome back to Croc, Legend of the Gobbos. I'm Kevin Dietrich.
And this is Nocturne Flamme.
Yeah, so good to see you again. So good that you're feeling better, because, yeah, we didn't do this game last month because she wasn't feeling well, but I said, yeah, you get yourself better. I'll finish Super Mario Sunshine. That actually helped out, because I was able to get through some of the hardest parts of that game. But still, like, we still have Croc going. She's playing it fully, doing Blind Run, running it on Sega Saturn. It's also on PlayStation and PC, and still no word as far as more on the HD version they're going to be making. But we're back in the desert zone, going underground for level 3-3. So, yeah, we're looking forward to another great night for the show. Got great stuff going on, more with Croc, great food and drink going on, and I think we're ready to go. If you want to take it away.
Yep. All right.
So let's get our go through. Yeah, with the hot summer heat going on, like, yeah, we're in the desert zones, they indicated. And in this case, yeah, we got lava coming up specifically as well. And this is blind in her case, but also blind in my case, because I haven't seen this far into the game either. I mentioned a couple months ago, when we started this, I have it on PlayStation, it's broken, I cannot play it. So in this case, we're on Saturn for her case. Alright, so with that, yeah, just sit back, relax, hope you enjoyed the show tonight. Nocturne, you as well, thank you for leading us, thank you for joining us in the new Super Bowl Game Saturday studio.
Of course.
That way. And feel free to just go into anything you're thinking about what you're seeing, anything else gaming. We'll have a great night.
Just making sure I time things right for these platforms.
Smart move. Yeah, Croc's looking over there saying, like, yeah, what was going on over there. They just said, paying attention to the pattern, which I ain't paid to do based on what you're showing. It's kind of like how the Sonic the Hedgehog games go. Actually, the manual, the very first one, says sometimes it's like it might be helpful to stand and watch how platforms move, and once you do, then you can make your plan going. So actually, in this case, it's definitely worth doing that. And there's one of our Gobbo friends. Yeah, we're still on the hunt for them and to stop Baron Dante and the Dantinis who kidnapped them. With that button pressed.
I think I saw the particle effects from a platform materializing above this spot.
Yeah, I think I saw something too. And given some of the levels in here saying, hey, you gotta go backwards in the room to see what's going on, probably worth checking.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure I position myself right.
Yep.
Because I'm gonna need... I don't think I'm going to really have enough time to turn around without the, shoot.
Actually, question, when you die, does that... you have to hit the button again?
Yes.
Okay.
Whoops.
There you go, that was great skill to be able to land on that just in the nick of time. But I guess the Gobbo... no, the Gobbo says collect until you get game over.
Yeah. And yeah, I definitely saw particle effects.
Yeah, the question, I guess, is where it's going to be. Because, yeah, neither one of us know, so that is what's making this one an interesting one. Wait, what was that noise? You heard Croc, right? You want to...
yeah, I think there might have been a ledge that he tried to grab onto.
Oh, okay. I guess we were running off?
Well, when I jumped, the platform that I was on had just started to go down. So
okay.
He probably just wasn't quite high enough.
I'll also look back on that to see if there's picture position here when I edit, just to see what happened there.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the platform he tried to grab onto.
Yeah, I didn't either.
But he behaved as if he had bumped into a platform.
Okay, and knowing the feel of this game as you do, from all the play you've done of it, I think that kind of makes sense. There you go.
Oh,
it's above there?
The platform is above him.
But it looked like you grabbed onto it.
No, he head bonked, actually. I think that was a head bonk.
Okay, that makes sense, because it did look like it appeared right here. The first when you said, hey, it appeared on the other side, I thought, well, wait, you saw it through the wall, but... Maybe that's it.
Okay. Oh,
Okay, yeah, it is there. You're right.
and now I'm out of gems. Unfortunately, I can't look up.
Yeah, it's almost one of those things. Maybe I should before. Oh, there it is, right there. 'Cause I was gonna say before we get to the end of this game, I should probably get the PlayStation version just to compare it. Because on the PlayStation, you can use the analog controller, and it does have right analog stick camera movement, from what I understand. Saturn doesn't because there's no dual analog like this. And I'm pretty sure this game does not work with the dual sticks for Virtual On. I think we've mentioned that in the past part, and I think I said I checked and no, it doesn't. Fine, even the Mighty Mr. Driller, which works with every Dreamcast accessory except for like 4, that's one of the 4 it doesn't work with. And fine, it's both the Saturn variants of that and the actual Dreamcast version of that was in Japan. So, yeah, in that case, that would feasibly get the way to get dual analog on this on Saturn, but there's no possibility for which you have to run buttons.
Alright.
Oh! Okay, because my thought there is that, hey, you know, if it was something that you delayed yourself enough with the fact you're doing the pound, that the platform would feasibly come up while you were still waiting for it, but yeah, it might not happen if you're just standing there that way. Yeah, it looks like there's just gems up there.
I think it's a colored gem, though.
Oh, right.
Right,
good point.
Yeah, I think it's really a colored gem that's just disguised.
Would make sense. Oh, right, which has happened in this game for you, right?
Yeah.
Good point. In fact, right there, yeah, as you saw right there, the
Yeah.
appearance of that went. There you go, got it. Okay,
Ding.
perfect. Yeah, good call. So there you go, because the whole deal, just to go back to this, since it's been about a month or 2 months since we played this last, you want to collect all of the colored gems and also all the Gobbos on stage, and the normal gems are basically rings from Sonic. When you get hit, you lose them all, and if you get hit without them, you're dead. Yeah, but good call saying, well, fine, they usually don't put a button here. This game is designed well enough in the sense that if you're going to have something like that, there's usually something important to collect.
Yeah, like, they wouldn't put a single gem out of reach with a puzzle to reach it if it wasn't a colored gem.
Feasibly not, and given the people who made this at Argonaut, that makes sense, because as far as the games of theirs that I played, sometimes it's a question of like which ones are really good and which ones aren't, but there always is that sense that regardless of what that was, you got the sense they did have a good understanding as far as aspects of game design, even with something like this. It's a question of, hey, how are the controls working? Which is the case that they would always think something like that through. Mm-hmm. At least with the stuff of Argonauts, which I know we went over this part 1, but I don't know. I think you said this might be the only game that they've developed that you played. Am I right about that? Perhaps.
Quite possibly.
Okay, because I'm gonna go back and see what else they. Oh, wait, Star Fox. Fine, forgot about Star Fox. Both of the Star Fox games, Super Nintendo. So you played the. Wait, you played 2?
I have.
Okay, so yeah, find the Star Fox games, and then this. And actually, the only other 2 games of theirs I played were Scooby-Doo Mystery, which we're playing in October, and Carve, which is on Xbox, which is a jet ski racing game that they shipped for $20 when it first came out. It's kind of a budget perspective, and the first case of it being online, but it's not online anymore because the OG Xbox does not have its online available anymore. But I don't know if it sold that great in order to be the case that, you know, people play it online. And it wasn't quite as good as other jet ski racing games, but it wasn't bad. It was an interesting one, and that's... I want your Splashdown, for sure. And its sequel, Rides Gone Wild. We did show Wave Race 64 twice as it is, and I'll probably show Blue Storm next as far as Wave Race is concerned. So actually, yeah, Carve might be an interesting one to look at. I mean, it's an interesting game.
Okay, so I definitely need to get on the first platform, I think. Yeah, I need to get on the first platform, then jump onto the second platform on the second set of moving stuff.
Maybe we do not have a timer in this game, so sit back and look and watch how everything is going.
Yep. It's kind of nice like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that I choked. I choked on that one.
But fine, it is very tight. It's something that is one of those games. Sometimes I don't know if we said it with this game or not. One of those things you make a jump. We sometimes talk about leap of faith gaming in this show or in general.
Yeah.
Not so much a leap of faith, just about are you gonna make it jump case, you know?
Yeah.
Fine, it's very Tomb Raider, OG Tomb Raider as it is.
Yeah, it's easy getting out here.
Mm-hmm.
And
getting back.
And I don't think it's even going. Oh wait, I already had the key. I came out here for nothing.
Well, to show off and no, do it right this time. Like, fine. In this case, you're saying, hey, you know, I didn't do it right. I wanted to choke, or I choked specifically. You didn't want to choke. You did,
Yeah.
which is fine. But just the case that fine. I'm not in this game being me. I want to show that I can do this. And I know you can do it, no question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if I were playing through it casually, like just on my own, I would probably accept the death to get back up there.
Mm-hmm. Especially knowing that the key is held over when you die.
Yeah.
But there you go. See, there you go. Now you did it, and it feels really good when that
yeah.
happens. For this game, at least.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I ended up kind of doing that for nothing except pride, but...
But it worked. It worked, and you got it showing. Like, this is how you do it. Show how it doesn't work because it can be really hard, and expressing that, but then also expressing how do you do it right, and it feels really nice when you do it right. Mm-hmm. And there are those platforms from the like that night area in the cave zone, or the first zone of the game.
Okay, that was... Yeah, let's get these.
That's fine, but it is worth pointing out, I guess we can also explain this, is that she came in with 21 lives tonight.
Yeah, 21.
Yeah, because we went back to level 3-1 to get extra lives. Because there's that area you can go there and get 4 extra lives, and I think there's not something on that platform over there behind you? It doesn't look like there is, but it's like, no. I don't know why there's... Fine.
I wanted to look around a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so... okay.
It looks like it should be something there. Fine, I did say a few minutes ago something like, hey, they're not going to just put something there for no reason, but fine, maybe they did in that case. Oh, or it's a case where there's a button we have to go back. I don't know. Or a safe spot, but fine.
Yeah, I think it might be a safe spot.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Maybe something to line up a jump or something.
Makes sense.
Okay. This jump is like super short, and it looks like it should be longer.
Right.
Okay. And that jump that I was having trouble.
Oh, okay, it takes us over here. Alright, so fine, I guess, yeah, my apologies to Argonaut, they did put that there for a reason. I should never doubted you. We should have never doubted you. Fine, I should have never doubted you. But good job, there you go, there's the Gobbo right there. Oh, and you can basically just, let's take it back. I guess then the question is, how do you go with those fine, because I know you can climb on the boxes, but I don't know, I guess they tell you to go around the other way.
I take that platform.
Okay.
At least that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, take that platform, then go back over there, get on the moving platform, and then... Not sure what I do about the boxes.
But you're probably right, just to try and grab onto one of them. Probably the one on the top. Oh, wait a minute, it doesn't come back. So in that case, then...
Okay, I thought...
Oh, maybe is it still over there? Oh no, it comes back, never mind, okay, there's a long movement, so basically you can kind of stay and wait to see where's it gonna go. Okay. Okay, so it kind of stops right there. So perfect. All right. So basically, when it stops, you can jump right up on the top, probably pounding to the top.
I hope.
Yeah, there you
yes.
go. You hoped wisely. And there's one of the color gems. Perfect.
Okay.
At this point, fine. You can also go back that way to make it easier, assuming that the camera position is behind.
I actually think the easiest way back is to go that way.
Right. Because of the camera?
Yeah, camera doesn't want to cooperate with the moving platform. And honestly, this isn't a difficult path.
Mm-hmm.
It has two platforms that break, and I have to make a turn,
Mm-hmm.
but it's nowhere near as brutal as some of the other platforming with Croc's controls.
And also, at this point, you've done this before.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, feel free if you agree with this or not. I get the sense that there is kind of a gradual learning curve to this in terms of what the game asks you to do.
Yeah, I want to. Oop.
So far?
I want to say it might not even be so gradual. It's just we've been going through the game at a relatively slow pace, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we've necessarily been going through it slowly, exactly. Especially for first time running it, so that might be the idea too.
Yeah, that's fair. Ah, shit. Oh
Wait,
well.
we still get the color gem as well from that, do we not?
I believe so. Yeah, we
okay.
have it. Oh, right.
What?
There was
door?
the locked door over here.
Okay.
I'm sure that's the way forward because there was no other path over there.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Also, one thing we were curious to hear on the video is that because we have the Saturn actually, the closest to the mic that we've ever had. So I'd be curious if he picks up some of the sound effects of the console, the disc thing. Fine, it's not like the Dreamcast where you hear that. We're like, yeah, you're hearing that thing, no question. I do kind of like the idea of like keeping that in. Well, fine, keeping that in because of the way our show runs, but then hearing like where's it disc grind more in certain cases and not. Because if you get any PC port to that console, it's going to disc grind like nuts. And the loading's going to be awful usually.
There is definitely something above this spot right here.
Yeah, the shadow, I guess, is a good case of that.
It's too high for me to even see right now, but... Okay, what does this do?
Oh, it's clock button.
Okay.
I'm wondering this. Do you think that they put buttons on each single one of those platforms?
Absolutely. Given what I've seen so far in this game, I have no doubt that I'm going to need to race from one button to another.
Okay.
This is gonna suck.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably just for a Gobbo or a colored gem or something.
Which we'll eventually have to do anyway,
yes.
So fine, that's gonna be the idea.
So I might as well give it a few attempts right now, but not obsess over it.
Right.
I cut the jump short.
And I do like the way you said this is gonna suck. It reminds me that when we get to the Walking Dead games, particularly that Season 2, there's something, I'm not gonna give it away, that fine, Clementine, the main character in that game, has to do. You're shocked that that game is gonna make you do this, especially as a young girl. But, yes. And it is insanely harrowing watching that, but fine, as that entire game is.
Well, I accidentally stomped.
He was like, yeah, I don't want to do this, Croc saying. He's like, I'd rather take a lava bath.
Yeah. Puzzle or lava bath? Croc jumps.
Yeah. yeah, I'd rather go down and have the lava bath. Fine. Well, say one thing, unlike Mario with Mario Sunshine, where, okay, fine, with Mario Sunshine, In Corona Mountain, you hit the lava, you die instantly, unless you're able to get very specifically to go underneath the lava and feasibly swim under it with a glitch. Oh.
This is...
Okay, there's the platform there. Okay, so that's what it is, a question mark. So basically, I guess you're going over there for the button and other buttons, feasibly if there are going to be more than one, to get what's up there.
Okay, I'm gonna cut my losses.
Okay.
I'm gonna get the gems, and come back to this one when we clean up.
Okay. Which that'll happen, by the way, after the completion of the main story. I'll figure that. We'll also figure out what shows this are going to go, for how that's going to go. We'll go on that in the schedule later on.
Oh, I did just see something. There's a box up there.
Yeah, right there. It looks like there's 2 boxes.
I think there's a platform there.
Okay.
Like, potentially a second box over that one.
Which I guess is going to go to the thing with the buttons. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Croc's like, fine, I don't want to touch those buttons today.
Yeah, Croc's like, fuck this shit.
Fair enough. I'm getting that right. Well, that's what I said last week when I said, fine, I was on camera showing a brief preview of Mario Galaxy and saying, fine, I should use those wrist straps for the Switch. Like, no. Fine, because I'm far enough away from the TV, it doesn't matter, so we're going to go for a swim. So fine, we took a lava bath, and now we're taking a water bath, specifically as well. So fine, he thrives in the water. Has a crocodile and all that. Now the question is, what's going to be down here? Oh, these things!
Shit. I hate these guys.
Remember, what did they do last time to us? Well, you're killing them now, so like, fine. That's what's happening now. Yeah, then what happened the last time? Where'd the other one go?
He's right here.
Yeah, with the eyes. Like, yeah, he's looking at us funny. He needs to die. And he's actually cooperating pretty decently now. They both are right now.
Yeah, I have no idea why they aren't paying any attention to me, but I am not going to count on it to last.
I'm trying to remember if there's... Well, there's T. I'm trying to remember, are there different variations of these enemies? Because fine, they have like a spear in their hands. All the other ones did, because fine, what happened on the last part was that they're ones that shoot out missiles? I guess? Was that what they're shooting?
Like some sort of fireball, it looked like.
Or a fireball. Well, fine, they're not doing that to you either because they don't do that or because they said, fine, we don't... Fine, they need to go and buy more.
Yeah, whatever the case, that was way scarier than it was actually difficult.
It's the thing with the eyes, though. When you look at the eyes, you're like, wait a second, hold on.
Oh.
Right, so there's
End
the
of
end
the
of the
level.
level. There's with the Gobbos when you jump into
This one will be easy to get. Or...
Oh, will it? I mean, I don't know, maybe.
I think it will.
Either that or there's stuff with those boxes over there, but... Or there's that button. So fine, Croc's gonna have to hit a button somehow for this. You may just jump from here, maybe, or that button's gonna be a case of that too.
Well, it's not like there's anything below me that's gonna kill me.
That's true, yeah.
So...
Oh, there you go. So fine, there you go. Great grab. Oh.
Whoops. Eh.
Wait.
Repeatable.
Yeah, but it's also something that we can go back as far as that, so either way.
Yeah, repeatable.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. Oh, whoops. Minor thing.
I want to ask you one question, which is that, fine, now that you're in an area where you don't have to fall, does it feel better that you're in a case where you can be more cavalier with platforming like this? And so, like, fine, I can run more and be in a case of being like, fine, I know I'm not going to die specifically.
Basically, does it feel good that
Yeah.
I don't need to worry so much about...
For this, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, okay, that was cool to see.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go kill him again, kill the guy again.
Okay.
And
Back up.
oh, okay, that's not gonna work.
Actually, yeah, did we shown how to let go of ledges? Or maybe there's not a way to do that.
Okay.
So it's literally right there. So either you jump backwards and then forwards, or do they feasibly intend you to use the hang bar? I mean, fine, they put the enemy up there, so you can feasibly, I guess, do either way.
Yeah. I think what I need to do is jump from even closer to the edge to the edge of the platform that I jump off of.
Right.
It's either that or there's there's another platform that I can get to show up, probably with the button over there. But I want to give this a few more shots.
May as well do it, because fine, you're not...
Like, there's basically no risk.
Right. And even the enemy is like, wait, no, he just keeps walking around. It's one of those things when you're hanging off both ends of it, I said, is he going to try and hit you while you're hanging off? But the answer is no.
Yeah. I mean, it looked to me like I would be safe even before I attempted that by hanging from the edge.
Yeah.
I was right.
I mean, sometimes you never know, though, so it's one of those cases that, fine, I don't know if you're like this with a game sometimes, where you think that, oh, I'll be okay in one case, and then it surprises you saying, like, wait, no, I'm not going to be okay, because they're going to pull something else out that you don't expect.
Okay. I don't think that jump is possible. I think there's probably a platform that I need to get onto.
I mean, maybe.
I think there's a platform that I need to materialize. Because I'm pretty sure I jumped from the very edge of the platform.
Right.
And, I still ended up grabbing on here.
I mean, at least you did, but I mean, see, fine, we see this in 2D games a lot. I can't think of a whole lot of situations in 3D games where you have to jump right from the very edge of a platform and then you can just barely make the jump, with a couple exceptions. Fine. One that does is a game that openly says that in its tutorial, saying, hey, it's teaching you how hanging works. Like that, but... And that is MDK2. But outside of that, it's something that usually with a game like this, that's something you see in 2D platforms all the time, or 2D platformers. But 3D, not as much. I guess maybe either this is a case of that, or fine, we're probably alright, just hit the button. Let's see what's in the boxes.
Yeah. Boxes first.
Oh, the colored gem's right there. So I was like, well, maybe... Fine, probably for a gobbo in the middle of the room. So there is the way to go in there. As far as the thing with the button. So fine, the colored gem's not a problem.
Yeah, which means the thing that I skipped is probably a gobbo.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so, alright,
Yep, there's another platform. There is definitely another platform.
Okay. Although, here's the thing, I do think, maybe based on what it is, maybe the way this game controls, it might be possible to get that. I'll see if I can see anybody who's like, hey, they've done this.
Like, there might be a speedrun strat where you literally jump from the very, very edge, but
Right.
that's probably not that's definitely not the intended method.
I'll ask Gemini96, because I know he's the one, as far as who's come and chat on this one, and who's been on the show as well, who knows this game the best, I think, of anybody who's come by, from what I understand. So maybe he knows. I don't know if there's a game that he's tried doing speedrunning of. I know Earthbound and Super Mario Sunshine are two of the cases of that. But I'm not sure in the case of this one if he has it. He might know the idea. I mean, hey, he's pretty close to me as far as where I'm living now, so it's a case like, fine. I could easily walk down the street. It's like, if he's there, it's like, hey, Gemini 96, can you tell us as far as this thing in Croc? I'm like, fine, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, but I also said specifically, like, fine, if I'm playing a game and he comes by watching that, saying, like, wait, something's going on. I said Mario Sunshine. I said, when I get the finale of this, I said, if I'm, like so close away, it's like, fine, it's like, he could easily walk here and say, like, I hear the doorbell ring. He's like, wait, who's at the door? It's like, you're not doing well, let me handle it, but fine, let me handle this. But it's like, yeah, he's usually not in case of that. Alright, so here we are in, like, castle area. With, like, a moon platform on the side, but
I have no idea what... Oh. Okay.
yeah, I'm hearing that. It looks like maybe bats, but I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know we were in castle. Fine, we went underground. I guess so much so we're in a castle area. It's probably one of those pound to get over there, maybe, but I don't know. Or it's like the hidden area in 3-1 where you pound it 3 times and you go to a bonus area. Fine, we're in the gem door. I doubt that.
I can always try. No.
Alright, so I guess it's either to get over there or see if there's like something over there on the left to hit.
Okay, no, that's not possible.
Oh, ghosts. Oh, we followed him. See, I didn't even see him go. Fine, I guess we were really close. Alright, fine, I guess we gotta race the ghost to the end. Is that the thought? Okay, he goes there, but wait a second. Okay, so he goes there, we have to go the other way, I guess. I was like, alright, see, it's funny, I said, like, hey, you know, question of Halloween for this game. It's like, okay, I guess there sort of is a Halloween element to this game with the ghosts.
I repositioned too much. No. I tried to stomp to land back on the platform.
No, I get that.
Okay. Okay. Okay, bro.
You have a ceiling, it looks like, from what I'm realizing. Is that right?
It doesn't feel like that. However, I don't think I can leave this room.
You can't now. You're trying to use that to get more of a distance to get over on that breakable platform, I assume, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, you're right. Alright, there's a key for something. We'll find a way.
I'm just going to end the stage here.
Yeah, makes sense.
Might as well actually beat the stage before trying to. I mean, and I already proved that it's not that bad to get the colored gems. So.
No, yeah, you got them all as it was. Good job. So that is us going underground. We are feasibly, I guess, not going underground. I think there's gonna be the first boss area next. I think it's every 4 levels is a boss. Yeah, the daily tag of Neptuna.
So, judging by the name, probably a fish of some kind.
Pretty much.
First off, we're saving.
Fair enough. Feasibly sink ships and conjures up storms. We'll see. What's up?
No, just seeing if there's any activity in chat.
Nothing yet, because like, that's the idea as far as it. Sometimes people come by and they're like, hey, you know, we just kind of want to sit back, watch the show. Which sometimes would be a cool case of that. Fine, that's also why we do it that way. Okay, so here is a fish, but Okay, yeah, it is like Neptune. Alright, cool.
Crap, this is gonna be underwater, isn't it?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Okay, fine. You're starting underwater. Although, I don't know. I mean, that might be easier to get away from him. But I guess the question is, as far as hitting, because fine, combat on the water is definitely a different case than it's on the ground.
Come on, Croc.
The good news is they don't disappear after time. Like, that would be... Fine, that's the coins in Mario Sunshine, as an example. And I don't remember Mario 64 did that. But when we did play Mario Sunshine, sometimes the coins would disappear. It's like, yeah, you gotta quick get them.
Okay, I don't like this at all.
Why is
right
that?
out of the box. Just dark, like impenetrably dark water.
Right.
And you know those enemies underwater like to hide in the dark.
So yeah, they're kind of
Those ones that I don't like.
I was gonna say, so the equivalent of slicers from Sonic 2 for Some Call Me Johnny. Is that the idea? Like, he's like, fucking slicers! And Astrons and Star. Oh, okay, there you go. So fine. Fine, this feasibly could be a horror game if we wanted it to be. Or fine, if the Crusader 64 and I are not able to do Little Hope, fine, we can do this. It's an October game anyway, so fine, I take back what I told you off screen saying, hey, we put this off for the Halloween month. Feasibly, there is something Halloween based on this game after all. If I were doing Scooby-Doo, fine, we're doing feasibly double Argonaut that month anyway.
This would be a really good time for there to be an adjustable camera.
Or adjustable with a right analog stick.
Mm-hmm. Well, underwater you can't even use the camera button to adjust the camera up and down.
Then in that case, I probably should just get it on PlayStation. Actually, one retro game store I have around me did have a complete original black box copy. This was like $25. So maybe I should leverage that just to get a sense of... Is it... Well, here's my other question. Is it fine, you have camera control on the right analog stick in that version, but is it also like this one where you can't use underwater? It's fine, you have camera controls on buttons in this one, but you're saying, yeah, it's not working underwater. I don't know if it's a case where that doesn't work either. Or Chad, as far as it, if you know, or when we edit, do you know, if I can find the answer when I edit feasibly. I can feasibly see that.
I mistimed that badly.
Oh, you can still use the invisibility to get through. Oh, you again. He's not jumping up high enough to really hit you. In that case, we're good.
I hate this level already.
Oh, here he is. Jones looks like something out of Nights. Fine, you're right. We do have to fight in the water.
And I'm dead. Croc's underwater controls are really not... I do not like his underwater controls.
If nothing else, it does seem like maybe his hitbox is a little more forgiving. almost feel more forgiving.
The problem is I have no gems. I mean, not that you get gems in the boss room, but...
and not that you haven't beaten bosses without gems before.
Yeah, but I at least had gems on the first attempt to learn the pattern.
Right. I think the pattern so far is he does the swipe and then he kind of is scratching his head and then I think you hit him. You did do it the first time, but there you go, that's game over.
I'm gonna reload.
Oh, reload the save, got it, fair enough. Given all the lives we got, it makes sense to do that.
I mean, I had 7 or so going in.
Yeah, so may as well run it. As always, run memory card for the case of this one.
Alright.
So it is a deadly tank. I like the way the tank looks, if nothing else, because you kind of see like the outside going into like the moon there.
Yeah, like it.
And I like the purple there. It looks very pretty.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad.
It just you have to fight the controls.
Just, like underwater controls are a little bit janky.
Okay, what was that? You heard that? It sounded like he was echoing that way in a way that I don't know if he has before. Actually, to that degree, then what's your case as far as underwater controls in 3D games, generally speaking? Are there cases where you think it's done well or worse?
I would say this is one of the worst that I've experienced.
What's one of the ones that feasibly this should be like? What's better?
Mario 64.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know if I'd even say the Mario 64 swimming controls are that great.
I mean, I would like, but I mean, I see that like this is still way worse than Mario 64.
No, I got that.
That's where I'm getting that from.
Fair enough that way. It's fine. I said last week, I said controversial opinion time. The 3D Mario's never had a good swimming control system until Mario Odyssey. But it's also something that, yeah, you're right. When you look at something like this, it's like, wait, you feel like it's a struggle as far as certain things.
Yeah, yeah.
And fair enough to bring that up, because remember, they said the argument was potentially that Nintendo ripped this off for Super Mario 64, and this came out literally a year to the day on PlayStation after Super Mario 64 did, so then, fair enough, it has to compete that way, and it feels like, hey, it's off, that can be a problem. And whether it actually is better on PlayStation or not, that remains to be seen. I'll have an answer to that, since we're gonna, based on how this play has been as far as the fact that it's blind as well as that, I think at some point I'll be able to get a sense of what it's like on PlayStation.
But yeah, like, I know the Mario 64 underwater, swimming controls aren't great, but they're still better than this.
Sure. No, and it's a fair comparison to make. And actually, probably the first right case. Actually, what would you say is the best 3D swimming controls that you've experienced if you have an idea of that or something you know off the top of your head?
I don't have much experience with underwater controls in 3D games.
What about Banjo-Kazooie?
It always felt pretty similar to Mario to me.
Okay. I mean, Tooie admittedly kind of cleans things up a little bit, because in Tooie's case, you get the goldfish that you save, and you're basically able to do the foot kick and the wing paddle at the same time. So actually, that feels way better. Actually, one of the ones that I think does it really well. I think Ratchet and Clank in particular. My point of comparison as far as the Ratchet and Clank game I'm the most familiar with, Going Commando, which is the second one. That is a really good system as far as like Clank using the rocket when you're going under the water. That actually feels really good. And I'd assume that if there's water in some of the later ones, that maybe those would be even better. Maybe there's something. Oh, life over there. Okay, that's good to get feasibly.
Except I've already got 7, and it's not worth the risk of taking damage.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, looked like you almost went through the wall there.
Come on.
mean, I guess there's something to be said about this, which is that fine, his animation cycle after just a swing to give you time to hit him is longer, I guess, to account for the way the controls in the water are.
The thing is, in this boss fight, unlike the other boss fights so far, the camera's actually trying to track it.
Right.
The camera's actually trying to track in this battle, but that's completely different from every boss fight thus far.
I mean, there's some other ones that sort of were doing it as far as how it was keeping a look, but fine, it seems like this one's locking it as he doesn't attack and circling around, is that right? There you go, so that's one. I'm assuming it's real threes, but we'll see.
Like, it won't let me just swim away from him. It keeps trying to redirect me to swim directly at him.
Okay.
In other words, the camera actually trying to track him is making the fight harder.
Okay.
When underwater controls are already garbage.
Right, it's also weird. You think, like, wait, that would feasibly make it easier just on its idea, but you're right. Based on what you're saying, it seems like, no, it's not.
Yeah, it always tries to send me pointed straight at him. It's not like it's just angling toward him. It's pointing straight at him with if I don't constantly hold off to one side or the other.
Okay.
It doesn't help that the camera doesn't actually reverse when I push the reverse direction button.
Oh, it doesn't.
Yeah, the camera is completely fixated on the guy. I think I might beat him this time.
Oh, he starts shooting electricity out of you.
Really?
Well, fine, given his name, it makes sense. But the good news is this is a boss battle, so as soon as you're done with this, we don't have to come back here again.
Yeah. Yeah, since there's nothing else in the stage.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know necessarily if there's any cases where there's other battles you have to fight underwater. Fine, this doesn't make sense to fight underwater, but based on what you're saying as far as the swimming controls, I guess this is the case where I think it's really kind of coming to a head. Because before you're like, it's okay, whatever. And the last time, like, wait, those things are pot-shotting, we don't like that. Now at this point, it's like, fine, fuck these controls.
Yeah. I wish I was joking when I said Mario 64 underwater controls were better.
Not that they're bad. I mean, fine. I was saying that just in terms of other things, but fine. Compared to that, that came out a year before. This is based on what you're saying, Morris, and I get where you're coming from based on what you're describing. That's I'm glad that you're indicating that specifically.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
That said, Mario 64 underwater controls I would still say are acceptable.
Yeah, they are. I would agree with that. Well, I think it's because, fine, the other thing about Mario 64 is that you're not really doing combat on the water in that game.
Yeah, not really.
Is there really any case where you are? I don't think there is.
I don't believe so.
Fine, even like getting Unagi out of the ship in Jolly Roger Bay is just pretty much just kind of coaxing him out and then he goes. And the same with Dire Docks. So yeah, you're right, you don't... Fine, the only case... Fine, Mario Sunshine had that sort of, in the sense you're going down to do Eely-mouthed dentists. But even then, it does control better than this because of how FUD works underwater. Which actually is not too bad. And when I did that, I get to reference Dr. DeSoto. I was like, yeah, there's no other Mario Sunshine play that's going to go into that. Right, back to Neptune again.
Would be really nice to be able to plop a save state down right at the start of this fight.
HD version ideas probably when they get to that, assuming anything. We've not, by the way, heard a goddamn thing about that since it was just feasibly announced last year. Nothing at Summer Games Fest, nothing at Nintendo Direct, nothing at Winter Run Games event. Okay, you got one at least.
The arena also seems much smaller than...
Oh, did you get him? You got him. I think you got him. There you go, good job. Alright, so actually not as many attempts as I guess you thought. Fine, go away, we saved you. Wait, oh, where'd he go? Did you go... Oh, the first, did he go out of the tank? Oh no, I guess he went up the tank, so there you go.
The bird has a snorkel.
There you go. So I guess that feasibly made it all worth it, and now you don't have to do it again, so good job on Neptuna.
But yeah,
and you didn't lose a life.
Yeah, I basically BS'd invincibility frames for...
Smart idea, then.
For that last hit.
So that's how you beat Neptuna, ladies and gentlemen.
Bullshit.
I know. There you go. We'll see if there's another fight. Yeah, to do that. So yeah, feel free to take up, Sand and Freedom. Freedom in one layer. I like the Michael McDonald song, Sweet Freedom. Okay, we're going back to Lights Camel Action, by the way.
Yeah, we are going back here to farm up a few more lives.
Okay, in that case, what do you want to talk about, game-wise? This game, anything else? Want to go into some of this stuff as far as the other game announcements that are going on? Anything else you got in your mind?
How about we go into that recent Nintendo Direct?
Let's do that, because we talked about it last week, but fine, doing it with the guests, I have to, do that. And some people say, like, why do this? To which I say, fuck you, because that's why, number one. But number two, also because, hey, we're going to be showing the same game, we're not going to make it boring, but also, I like when we have guests as far as this saying, what are they looking forward to when it comes to that? Because sometimes it's something unique. So we'll go down the list on that one again. First thing announced was Mario and Luigi Brothership, which is out on November 7th, pretty soon as far as how it is, with the 6th game in the Mario and Luigi franchise. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, the Mario and Luigi humor isn't really my style most of the time, but I have heard excellent things about their gameplay. Well, especially some of the earlier ones, but I've heard that it's overall pretty solid.
Which have you played?
I haven't played any of them, but I've heard, but from what I've seen of them, the humor isn't really my style most of the time.
I would say maybe Superstar Saga, the first one, might be, because I'm going to say this. To me, after Super Mario RPG, that is my favorite of the Mario RPGs of any of them. It is on Switch Online expansion pack for that original. It is a really good game, as far as they play really well. This one is emphasizing the bond of Mario and Luigi more, a little bit. It's not Alpha Dream who's making it, because they remade Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, the third game for 3DS. It is, I think, one of the very worst-selling games of Mario of any kind. And it's also something that is shipped last week, as I said, with a game-breaking bug that it had a patch for, but since the eShop is turned off the way patches went on 3DS, you can't get it anymore, so basically the game is forever broken unless you hack it. And after that, Alpha Dream went out of business. They had to file for bankruptcy. But a lot of people who worked on those games of Alpha Dream, who made all of the Mario and Luigi's beforehand, they're involved in this one. Nintendo's not saying exactly what company is involved, because they've been stingy with that in some cases when it says, like, fine, with Princess Peach Showtime, they said, you'll wait until the game comes out to see who developed it, and then they data mined the demo, to which they found out was Good Field, the people who made Kirby's Epic Yarn, who made that. And it was the first game directed by the guy who made Mystical Ninja starring Goemon in like 27 years. But that looked great as far as what it was. Find more brothers moves as far as what you got going on with Mario and Luigi. And the first console game in the franchise, I just realized.
Yeah, actually. I mean, since the Switch is the only current console, because it's meant to be handheld and TV.
Right, because, first was Game Boy Advance. All the rest of them were DS until, the remake of the first one on 3DS, remake of the third one on 3DS.
And I failed to grab a ledge.
And then also, Dream Team, which is the fourth one, and Paper Jam, which is the one that I did not play. Paper Jam I haven't played at all. I played the other ones to a certain degree. But yeah, that's coming out on November 7th. The next one's actually a game that's coming out next week. That's Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. You seen this one?
No, actually.
It is, they styled it specifically after the Nintendo World Championships, you're familiar with this from the 90s, like the Nintendo World Championships cartridges that
I've
they did
heard
for
of
things?
them. Didn't they have, like, a little cutout with some switches and stuff?
Yes, it did. I'll have a picture of that as we go, and there was a very rare variance, insanely rare variance, as in, like, it's thousands and thousands of dollars now. Gold cartridge the Nintendo Power gave away, and I think the copies of it were given away to the people who won the tournament.
Okay, I am...
That being said, go on.
No, I'm quitting back out to the title to reload and not only gain one life, but maybe.
Fair enough. Yeah, but what this is, just to go into it, it is not a port of that. People were saying, like, is this a port of that cartridge? Which, by the way, it was like a time-sensitive case for those championships that they did in the 90s, where you played segments of Super Mario Brothers, Tetris, and Rad Racer.
Yeah.
That is not this.
Yeah, wasn't it like a 10-minute limit or something like that?
That's correct. That's correct. They give you 3 missions to do with those games, and they took the highest score amongst those. People were saying, actually, some people were disappointed about this, saying, hey, that's not what this is. It's more like NES Remix, and some of the people who made NES Remix were involved in this. They're taking samples from 13 Nintendo games, specifically all of the Mario Brothers games from NES, Kirby's Adventure, Kid Icarus, a lot of the big stuff as far as NES that you'd expect. And they're doing like these mini challenges, kind of like NES Remix, which I liked NES Remix of what I played of it. And there's a disc of that on Wii U, and there's a version on 3DS as well. That's out on July 18th, so that's next week. And there is a pre-order bonus for the US that actually does come with like a replica gold cartridge. So for all you collectors out there, something kind of goes to that. And it does have online stuff going on for like challenges and things, and local multiplayer on top of that. As far as like snippets of challenges of games is pretty cool. You do have a lot of your beloved Super Mario Bros. 3, it's worth pointing out. So in that case, yeah, showing the idea of like your mastery of that game, there's another way to show that before we get to playing the game for the show and the way we're going to. Next up is Fairy Tail 2. It's based on the anime. Are you familiar with that anime? I'm not very familiar with it.
I mean, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I've watched some of it, but I don't really remember much.
Okay, that's more than I have. Specifically, they're doing a game based on another game on it. I don't remember what kind of game it's supposed to be. It's coming out this winter, as it is. Next one is the latest from Mistwalker. The people made Last Story on Wii, and they made Lost Odyssey on Xbox 360. It is Fantasia Neo Dimension. It is actually going to be on Apple Arcade, but they also are releasing it on the Switch this holiday. It does kind of have this look as far as that kind of RPG. And remember, Mistwalker is the company of Hironobu Sakaguchi, who made Final Fantasy. So that's coming out soon. That looked pretty cool as far as what it was. Actually, yeah, if you're liking the stuff of that company, if you play Last Story or Lost Odyssey, that's stuff we probably want to keep an eye on. Next is something that actually has since come out. I just had to mention it last week.
Shoot.
And that is, as I said before, I'll say it again, Nintendo has a fetish of releasing games unfinished nowadays. Nintendo Switch Sports a couple years ago was a case of that, where it didn't have as many events as either of the games on the Wii. But they're adding, at least they're doing it this way, they're doing the Kirby Star Allies thing, where they're saying, fine, we released the game unfinished because we want to make money. Because they openly came out and said about that game too. And they said, fine, we're going to keep giving you free DLC. The free DLC that came out actually back on July 10th, so last week, was for basketball. By the way, what's your experience with the Wii Sports games? Have you played them?
Virtually nothing.
Okay. Yeah, because Wii Sports Resort, the second one, which was on Wii, that had basketball. It had three-point contests, which actually was really, really fun. And I played Switch Sports. It's a good game as far as how it is. Not that it plays badly. It's just something that seems like, I don't know, maybe it's a case that it's coming out later in the Switch's life than I think you'd expect. And there's weird things about stuff with the events like bowling. On Wii, you think, hey, you hold that B button down, you just swing that way. This one you have to release it, so it's kind of, you do have to kind of adjust how the controls are to kind of pick up. It's not as pick up and play as it was on Wii. So it's okay, but fine. If you have Switch Sports, there's free new events for you right now. Go download. So there's that. There's also Mio Memories in Orbit. I don't remember much about what this is. It's out next year. Also on the DLC front is a game I want to play. I've wanted to play this for a while. Disney Illusion Island. You've ever seen that one?
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Disney Illusion Island. What that is, it's a multiplayer platform game. Kind of in the style of the Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends games, but I know the people who made it also said they were kind of inspired by the Illusion games of Sega, and you know I love those Illusion games. I love those games to death. And fine, you even have one up on me in terms of one of the ones you played. You played, was it Legend of Illusion for the Game Gear?
It was a Game Gear game. I don't remember the title.
I think it might have been that one, because I think you're saying, like, hey, you're doing stuff with shooting soap out. I was like, wait, that,
yeah.
Not one, yeah, it is that one, because I never played that. And you'd think I would, because I love those Illusion games. Castle, Land, World, Castle Illusion 8-bit, and then Legends. And the remake of Castle Illusion, specifically. They had a new DLC for that just came out, when they did the direct for that. There's Hello Kitty Island Adventure, which I think they made a joke on South Park about, from what I understand. I think Edwack and Nikki said that at one point when we were there on the show. They put it on mobile. They're putting it on consoles, and Switch is timed exclusive when it comes out next year. Then next was Looney Tunes Wacky World of Sports, which is like a sports game with Looney Tunes. We haven't had a whole lot of Looney Tunes games recently. The last one we had was the game based on Space Jam: A New Legacy a couple years ago. It's Game Mill's doing it, and sometimes the case like, hey, the Game Mill stuff, maybe shovelware-ish, kind of, sort of, because they made the Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl games. The first one launched without voice acting. And enough people complained like me saying, okay, fine, we're putting voice acting. Then they did the second one, and they were kind of, I gotta say, it's kind of funny to think in retrospect. People were saying, like, oh, this game is gonna be so much better than Super Smash Bros. Ultimate because it has rollback netcode. And then the game came out, and people was like, no, it's not. We'd rather have Smash Brothers where it's got aspects going on, and it just, I mean, it feels okay as far as what it is. But compared to Smash Bros., it felt very sterile. They had the new one, which is better. And with the new ones on Game Pass specifically, I knew played like some of those things as far as it. They're okay, but it's also something that, fine, given the character that goes with them, it's like you want everybody involved the first time. Fine, they eventually did do it. They did release it free as far as like the voiceover stuff. It's like, why is that not there in the first place? But with Looney Tunes, they're doing that. So we'll see how that goes. That's later this fall. Hopefully it'll be decent and fine, because I like the Looney Tunes stuff. It just feels like, I think I said last week, it's been years since we had one. It was only a couple of weeks, or a couple of years, I should say. But hey, and we should start showing more stuff with Looney Tunes. I showed one of them. I showed off Looney Tunes Space Race, which is on the Dreamcast, so I quite like that game. Next up was... you're gonna go back into the key, weren't you?
I was attempting to because I ran out of time to turn.
Sure. Yeah, next up was the DLC, one of the DLCs of Among Us called New Roles. That just came out a couple weeks ago. It's not that new one as far as like fungus from another planet or something, or the Crusader 64 said, why did you call us a fungus Among Us? It's like, yeah, good points. Either way, you ever play Among Us?
I haven't played it, but I've watched streams of people playing it.
What do you think?
It
What
looks
you've seen?
fun.
What do you think of seeing it? Because I'm not that familiar with it, even as far as I haven't played it either, or even seen much of like what it is. Is it like what, kind of like a team combat game? Is that right, or what is it?
Not
How would you describe
combat
it?
exactly. It's hard for me to describe off the top of my head.
Okay. I have an edit saying like what it is as far as if we come to that later or something, because yeah, I mean I was just curious like what this is, and even the people who made it, this goes back to Summer Games Fest, because the people who made it, they actually did they started this new project. There's Outer Sloth. They said, you know what, it's kind of we were shocked this game took off as much as it did, but the fact, you know what, we realized, you know, we were lucky. This feasibly could have been something where we put our hearts and souls into this and nothing came of it, but it became a huge hit. And they even said, we're starting this Outer Sloth project. It's saying like, hey, they want to give independent developers an idea to pitch something, saying, hey, you know, you can do this, and something like, hey, we think there's a reason to bring this to market, and it's going to be something that people want to play, either by doing console versions of certain things, or just feasibly next project. The people who made Battleship Brigade, they got their next game, which is, this wasn't a Nintendo's thing. It was, Battlesuit Aces, which is kind of a mixture of, it's almost like a space, like a flight sim combat game with like a card battle game. And that was kind of the idea with Battleship Brigade, which was a mix of like a hack and slash, almost like an Odin Sphere or something like that, with like a cooking game and a puzzle game. It's actually really good. Life first pointed me out to that one when we did a show and I played it. We showed up for the puzzle showcase, actually. That was a really good one. So I guess that was kind of an interesting thing to think about with Among Us, at least. But yeah, that DLC's there. There's Farmasia, which is a new farming magic RPG case. I think it's Marvel's. The people made Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons now. We're making that. It's always one of those cases we also have like our Switch Online, or fine, our Nintendo Direct bingo card saying like, there's gonna be a farming game in there, because in cases like they've announced like 5 of these. It's like, I was into farming games before it was cool because I played Harvest Moon at the Super Nintendo. But now it's that, fine, there's this, and that's out on November 11th. I don't know what your experience as far as like farming games like Harvest Moon or like, I don't know, Stardew Valley or something like that.
I mean, it's not really my genre.
Uh-huh.
I'm not a I mean, I know plenty of people like it, but to me it tends to end up being just a whole lot of busy work.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that. I usually have to fight an uphill battle with the Crusader 64. It's like, there's at least a couple of these worth playing, specifically Harvest Moon, and like when they put Harvest Moon 64 on the Switch Online. I did show him that, although he actually did come with a good observation on that one, which is, he said, why these characters look so young? It's like, they look like they're underage, but as I looked in as far as the continuity of the game, it's like, they're in their 20s. Like, yeah, they do. I was like, okay, so they're in their 20s, but it's kind of weird. Fine, it's an anime look as far as that game. But I even said to him, I said, you know, I like that you're asking this question, because fine, maybe not having a falling on either a genre or fine, that specific game. Because fine, I haven't played many of them either. In my case, it's Harvest Moon, and it's sort of a little bit with Stardew Valley. A little bit, but not as much as other people, as we're going to go to Sand Freedom.
Yep.
So I get that idea, and I kind of like that he said that. And same, I guess, with you, as far as like what's going to be turning on to something. Because I'll tell you, when I played Harvest Moon for the first time, I didn't necessarily think that. I like the idea because, like, at that time, I was like, I didn't realize anything like this. There was Sim Farm from Maxis. Outside of that, that was really about it. But I don't know. Maybe in my case, it was something unique, and I played it. And I said, "Oh, we get the tornadoes again."
I do not like tornadoes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have weird hitboxes, and they're just not fun.
And they confusingly throw you off. Like, as I'm looking at that, also thinking, like, the Tasmanian devil spinning. But, like, fine. No, not in this case. You don't want that happening. But right there. You're right. You were off to the side, but fine, you lived. So good job as far as that.
Oh, this is more of an exploration level, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a Gobbo over there. I'll get a closer look from here. Okay. It looks like there's a fair number of platforms that'll break, but they're mostly in a straight line.
Mm-hmm. Mostly.
Yeah, that one actually isn't too bad because it's not a right angle, it's an obtuse angle.
Okay.
For the second jump.
And I'll tell you this. We'll go on the rest of the Nintendo Direct stuff when
Sure.
you get to a case of doing lives again.
Sure.
So this, I think, will be a good case. This is how we balance this.
Sure. That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. I actually want to time it so I'll be landing on the second platform when the enemy is on there, so I just need to attack as I land.
It sounds like a good plan.
And there's no other moving parts to this, so that shouldn't be too bad. Actually, the return trip should be easier than the way going out.
What's that, you think?
Mainly because I'll be approaching the enemy from a straight line instead of from an angle.
Good point.
Okay.
This looks like a 3 in a row. Except, yeah, look at that small platform shit.
Not too bad if I use the view that's as close to straight down as possible.
Sure. There you go.
I'll take it.
I was gonna say, in that case, yeah, if I just jumped over, it's like, yeah, I don't want to fight you, but good job.
Like I said, I'll take it. I will not complain about that.
Oh, good job. And you're right, in terms of how you kind of laid that out, saying, yeah, it looks like, fine, you knew what to do as far as kind of looking at it. It's like, okay, playing my method, saying this is going to be too bad, and yeah, look, it wasn't.
Now, I'm wondering where that balloon is going to take me. Because,
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like, I see no reason for the balloon to exist unless it's a trap that takes me to the tornado over there.
That, or if it's something
Or,
that's...
like, there could be something on the other side of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless it's going to take... Fine, there's a platform that's collapsing before that door over there, but I don't know if it's going to take you over that. Where it's going to... Well, we'll see. Okay, there's a key there. So actually, probably what I'm going to do, I'm going to guess, is probably takes you to the key, and you got to turn around and jump back. I guess that lifts up? Potentially? Well, I don't know. Do you think you can make the jump from here?
I'm gonna see what happens if I grab this. I almost... Well, I mean, I have the key.
There you go.
I didn't really like that jump anyway, so I think I'll just... I don't think I'm going to attempt it again.
Which one?
The, getting the key, like, the path to getting the key.
Oh.
I am not feeling that need to prove that it's not so bad.
Wait, what about the Gobbo? Actually, wait, you lose the Gobbo when you die, is that right?
No, I have him.
Okay, never mind. No, you lose when you game over.
But let's see, what does this do?
Oh, it takes you out there, so yeah, you have to use that to live. Gotcha.
Okay. That room
good
actually,
shape.
yeah, that room actually wasn't too bad.
Yeah, no, not really.
It could have been much, much worse.
Actually, a cool remix of the title screen music here, it sounds like.
The guy stomped me off.
Oh, so he can... we haven't seen that yet, so basically he can stomp you down. Oh, I see. When he just jumps, that's the idea. So basically you have to pretty much go fast, or get to see what interval he's on when he does it. Okay, fine. If he's close to you when he does it, that's when you're in trouble. Okay. Okay, that was lucky. Good job.
Okay, key is, I need to deal with this guy to get the key. Stomp. Eat stomp.
There you go. Okay, that's better than I thought. I thought you have to go through that again. As far as like climbing on to the, or doing the shimming across.
Yeah.
But in this case, no, you don't. You just take care of him that way. So.
Okay, Croc. Please turn.
Actually, so far I realize, yeah, there's none of the colored gems yet. But there's something up there. In fact, that might be one. Oh, wait, no, you got two of them.
Oh. That was the way down, and,
I think you might be able to make it from the side.
Not the way I wanted to do it, but...
You did make it, at least.
And nope.
Well, you do have the key at least, so
yeah.
you said.
I still need to go up to get over. I think.
Yeah, probably the safest way to do that.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, so far this doesn't seem too bad, honestly.
Yeah, this level really doesn't seem too bad, honestly. It seems like a bit of a breather.
Yeah, well, that's good, I guess. Fine, after you had to handle Neptuna, yeah, you deserve a break. I guess they probably assumed, like, fine, after that one, you need something nice.
Oh. Well, that worked out.
Probably, like, we'll have to hit something, or is there, like, a button here? Oh, wait, no, we need a key, probably, to get that button.
Yeah, I think I have to do something here. Okay, key up there.
Maybe colored gem up
Yeah,
there.
but that's a colored gem. Definitely need to hit that button for something.
So it seems like now, you especially, but even myself just looking at this, kind of getting on the wavelength of saying, hey, when I'm getting in a room, what do we need to do now?
Yeah, key shouldn't be too horrible.
Mm-hmm. Well, some of those
I
collapse.
don't. I mean, I don't.
Wait,
I think every single one of those collapses probably. Okay. So once I start, I have to come. I'm committed.
Okay.
But the button probably does something with getting to the center section of this. If I had to guess.
Yeah, and you do have the choice on what to do. Hi, everyone. Hi, DollyFinn. So good to see you tonight for part 3 of Croc, World of Gobbos for Saturn. Nocturne's back.
Yep, hello.
Good to see you tonight. Feel free to sit back, relax, enjoy the show. As far as Croc, if you were to go into anything else you got on Croc, 3D platforming games, or anything else before you jumped on, we went through we went underground, specifically in Desert Zone here. We fought the horror that was Neptuna, and now we're getting a little bit of a breather in Sand of Freedom. That's the next level. We're having a good time. Hope you're doing well also. There's another key.
Mm-hmm.
I never played this game. I'm unfamiliar, but glad to watch it and listen. Oh, I appreciate that for sure. We appreciate that. Definitely so. I mean, I guess there's something to be said about that. I mean, sometimes, we can go in this as well, the thought that, I guess when you watch a game you haven't played, I guess kind of maybe, I don't know how you are with this, as far as maybe, what do you feel as far as like an expansion of a Horizon, perhaps, on that maybe?
Oh, I love watching games that I haven't played. Honestly, it gives me a sense of whether I think I might even want to, whether I want to try playing it.
Sure, but I know sometimes it's also been an interesting thing, because I know you've been that way when we've done, I know when we played Streets of Rage 2, I know you went into that specifically saying it, hey, you like watching beat-em-ups as far as what they are, but the question like, which ones would you want to play? But then me then saying like, yeah, this is definitely one worth playing, but also the idea of kind of being curious to see one, especially something like this, for sure.
Okay, what did this do? Okay.
Here's another question,
the platform's moving now. It's
moving, but fine. I would say, yeah, the button didn't go away, so... Okay, good. It's not one of those things where it's going to... I didn't know it was one of those things that you're on a time limit to get on that, but then the platform will disappear. So far, not yet, at least. Yeah, it sometimes can be interesting. Fine. That's also why I'll show games, or will show games, that maybe people haven't played, or just in general stuff where we think, like, hey, it's something worth showing. Although, fine, it's one thing. I don't think there's really any limit to what to show, because honestly, I've said this before, I'll say it again. At this point in my life, I kind of take games in stride in the sense that even a game that's not very good, sometimes I get the sense that I still want to show it for the show, because in some cases I get the sense that there's something interesting to say about, or something at least interesting to show what it is, and sometimes, especially if it's something that costs some money or something, give a sense of what is this like, and especially with Croc, because I mean that's been an interesting thing, I guess, with Croc when it was around. As we said, that it kind of carved a niche out for itself. People knew it, but also people getting a sense of things they really liked, things they didn't like. And I'm trying to know you've been in the way as far as you've been playing this, saying like things about this I like, but fuck the swimming controls as an example. And given how Nocturne was for that, I get it. So fair enough to that, but also then kind of getting a sense of kind of seeing experience in time. That's the idea as well, because actually that's been the case with some of the people I know as far as some of the stuff they've been streaming. Because another Crochet Nerd 64, he's
Oh, I know what I was supposed to do with that box. I was supposed to use it as a platform.
Which one? Oh, the one you pounded over there?
Yeah, the one over there.
Okay.
I was supposed to use it as a platform first.
Okay.
Which, this game does like doing that.
That's true, yeah. Oh, nice. I was say, yeah, I was gonna say, really, wait, are you gonna be okay on that? Was it fine? You came back.
Kinda.
But definitely a good case of that. Yeah, I was saying with the Crochet Nerd 64, because he's currently playing through The Legend of Legaia, which is on PlayStation. And it's something that I hadn't seen much of that game before. I played it very briefly, but I had not played it massively. So it was interesting to kind of see how he's been running that game. And also the case of him asking, like, what should I be playing next? He said, like, Captain G-Trag, I need your vote in order to, like, go through my poll as far as what it is. I said, vote for something.
Aww.
But then I turned out, like, fine, I have a three-way tie, you have to break the tie. He's like, I created the three-way tie again. He's like, well, no, I voted for something specific. He's like, no, I have a three-way tie again, what are we gonna do? But I think he's gonna put perspectives of that when he's done with that, when he's done with Legend of Legaia as it is. And then, I also said to him specifically, I'll also probably put a link on this show. Because, yeah, he does his own show, usually more than I do, as it is, because usually during the weekends, but he does it more for some of his stuff, and also gaming as it's been. So I could easily spread that around. I think I did say, like, hey, I'll spread it around in case of that. So, yeah, I'll probably have one link this below. Unless he tells me when I talk to him next week, don't do that. He didn't say, no, don't do that when I mentioned, so I think that should be an idea of it. It was interesting kind of getting a sense of something like that, and getting a sense of, yeah, where can I get this? Because I know that sometimes in a case where I look at something like, hey, I'm curious, how do I get this thing? And actually, that is a pretty good case of something like that.
Yeah, there is a colored gem up there. It's a disguised colored gem.
Yeah, I think you can make that, I guess. I mean,
yeah, the problem is the camera does not want to get behind Croc here, except when it's in pure top-down.
Sure.
And even then, I can't get enough of a,
There you go. There you go. So those are all the color gems. There are 5 of those in the level again. And up there is, I guess, a Gobbo.
There's a key. There's a silver key up there, actually.
Okay.
He backed up instead of turning.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he doesn't like to turn anyway, as
right.
I think I've mentioned a few times.
Right, because as we said before, this game is a platform with tank controls. Especially because in that case, you have to kind of feasibly, I guess, either adjust yourself really quickly or adjust enough so you can do a 180 turn to get the other way. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, the thing, that time in particular, I landed too close to the forward edge of the platform to feel comfortable turning.
Sure, yeah.
However, he then continued to back up instead of starting to turn.
Right.
Which is not what you want in a platformer.
Right. Okay, it looks like you had actually grabbed onto that, but it was like, yeah, fine. They're feasibly doing the HD versions. I guess I'm going to assume they're going to be doing some adjustments to the controls for this.
Yeah, it had better not just be an up-res port.
I don't know if they said it's going to be. I mean, fine, because I mentioned this last week. They're redoing the Bubsy games. That's feasibly going to include Bubsy 3D. That's when they promised quality of life on that one, and feasibly they could make it better. Oh, whoa! You went right through it then.
Yeah, that was... Eesh.
Yeah, I'll have the picture of that when that happens. Because it looked like, yeah, you basically went through it.
Would have been cool if I had gotten it during the death animation.
Yeah, it would have been amazing.
Especially if it counted.
Sure.
But... I'm gonna need to...
There you go. So, alright, fine. We showed that happening that way. It's like, yeah, fine. Brought you back, and... Yeah, if you're also on a slope like that, if you can pound into it and then jump off of that, you have just enough time feasibly to get back.
At least I got the dang key.
Yeah, and dying counts to hold on to it. Just when you get a game over, it does not.
Yeah, and I tried to save it.
Okay.
Okay. Wonky camera angle check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what this does.
Alright, so from over there, you basically make the cross.
Yeah, I'm actually going to wait a little bit to see if I'm on a timer.
Yeah, I guess you're not feasibly for this.
I'm still gonna put the controller down for probably another 20 to 30 seconds.
May as well, yeah, pull out anything else you got.
I only have 2 lives left. I want to at least complete the stage.
No, I get that. And this Breaking the Play brought to you by Clearly Canadian again, which DollyFinn can relate to. Fiji waters that you have there?
Yeah, Fiji.
Fiji water, and of course Poland Spring, because they're always here on the show. I just tend to buy that brand, not those like, hey, I have an aversion to other variants of water. I happen to buy that.
I mean, honestly, I picked this one because it was because it had the flip top for easy drinking water when I'm driving.
No, sure. No, I get that. Absolutely. May as well. Good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Good for streaming, good for driving, good for everyday life. That's not their slogan, and we're not being paid by them. Yeah, I don't know if they necessarily say, like, hey, you know, we wish we weren't mentioned on this show feasibly. Fine. It's a fair use, because we can say whatever we want as far as it's non-monetized, so we say that too. But also, I guess the case of, fine. I guess it's just switch on the case of, fine, this is a totally independent show. Like, fine, I'm doing it because we have this, because I guess we want to appear, I guess, feasibly, like, feasibly relatable, but also case like, fine, whatever. I get that idea saying, like, fine, we just do this for fun, feasibly, as far as, but I think people come by as far as believing in the mission of the show and having a good time bringing what they have too, what I've noticed. Kind of how it's come by leaps and bounds.
Alright,
so let's see. We're probably near the end because we got all the colored gems specifically.
Yeah, I would be surprised if the goal isn't in this next room. Mm-hmm. Somewhere.
You said fine, there's gonna be they're gonna make us work for it, I guess, as far as fine. There's the gong right over there.
I think I am going to go straight for the gong.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what goes on with the colored gems later when we go 100% to the game, or when she does, feasibly.
I mean, there's the door.
You do have 3 lives, so you have your choice of whether you want to do that.
Yeah, 2 spares and then the 0 life.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that. I bet that's a Gobbo. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna attempt stuff.
Okay. Yeah, there is a Gobbo. The good news here, I guess, is that fine, you can use that to get back safely. Fine, it's gonna be a tough thing no matter what you do, but those look like those tiny platforms.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the gem door on this run because I've got a lot. I mean, I've got 5 Gobbos on this level, and if I die, I save none of them.
Yeah, good point. So yeah, fine. You sometimes get a sense like when you cut your losses.
Yeah.
But we'll come back for it later. We'll eventually see what's behind the door.
I'll take it.
There you go. So run over and hit the gong. Here we go. Good job.
I will take it.
Awesome.
Yeah, like when we come back to it, I'll definitely go for the gem door.
Awesome. Okay.
But I mean, I had to save the Gobbos first.
Sure. Yeah, that is the whole idea. It is Legend of the Gobbos. We do have to rescue the Gobbos, so fair enough with that.
However, we only have 2 lives left.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back here, waste the remaining lives, and I'm pretty sure we start with 3 after a game over.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess in that case you just want to go and then try and get the lives again, because you just start with 3 anyway.
Yeah, well, right now I have 2 spare lives.
I think that's how many they give you, isn't it? Or they give you...
I thought you start with 3 spare lives after.
Well, we can get a sense of that now.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like it costs much.
Yeah, not really. Because then in that case, what we've said tonight what we're doing is that she's going back to check everything as far as getting more lives to get that set as we need to. And so we go back to... that's where we have to go, right?
No, I accidentally went too far.
Lights, Cam, Action? That's what we're doing. Oh, I see. We went over to Arctic Zone again. Gotcha. Because first it, you hit so quick, we hit A on Lights, Camel Action, which is where you can farm lives pretty easily. Like, you want I see. You just want to save it.
I'm going to save here.
Okay. And do a view on the file.
Yep.
Oh, you're right.
No, actually, no. That is 2 spares. The number shown on the save file is the spares plus the 0 plus the life when you have 0 spares.
Yeah, I thought I saw that when we were playing earlier, but okay, so there you go. So you do get the element of 3 lives. So yeah, as we've been saying, that fine, for the purpose of that, since she's going through to get live set and she has this down pat completely, we wanted to talk about the stuff on the Switch, or the Nintendo Direct stuff. We talked about this last week, but I also wanted to, I asked Knox, like, hey, you want to go into some of the stuff, what you think about some of the things they announced? We can do that. So yeah, I'll pick up from where we continued before. Talk about Farmasia before, which is out in November. The next game on the list is something that is definitely something we've been in the discussions today about. It is Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. They're taking Donkey Kong Country Returns from Wii and 3DS. You play that?
Oops. Okay, that was bad. I'm blanking.
If you played
hard.
them?
I'm blanking hard.
Okay, yeah, there was one of the 2 of the Donkey Kong Country games that Retro Studios made, Metro Prime made. The first one was Wii and 3DS, and they made Tropical Freeze, which is on Switch, and Wii U as well. They're redoing it for the Switch. It's Forever Entertainment who's making it, who was involved with the remakes of The House of the Dead 2 that's coming out soon, and Panzer Dragoon 1 and 2's Vi they're still making, even though I think almost every year the show has been in existence. It's still been announced, so the case like, where is it? But they said, we're not canceling it, we're still doing it, but we haven't heard anything about it since. But yeah, Forever Entertainment, they're making this. It's going to have all the extra levels that were on the 3DS version. I guess it's feasibly going to also have the full button control method that it had on 3DS, because on Wii, I have it on the Wii. It's a really good game, but the thing about the game on the Wii is that it forces motion controls for the ground pound thing, which I don't necessarily mind, but there's not an option to turn it off, even when you're doing the Wii Remote play. There's also Wii Remote Nunchuck play as well that's more natural when you play it. I don't know if they're going to give... I think they're going to give you the option to run it that way, but also feasibly to have button control only. Or to put it another way, basically the way for that would be... I'm hoping on Switch I get to play it with the Super Nintendo controller like God intended. That is coming out on January 16th of next year. People are mad because it's $60 because, hey, is there enough here for a full $60 price? To which I say, did I have it on 3DS and has the extra levels? I'd say yes. Being able to feasibly play with the Super Nintendo controller, I'd say yes. For us being able to show it on the show that's not the Wii version, I'd also say yes. Specifically, I'm looking forward to it for that reason. All the people are like, hey, $60 too much. I'm okay as far as it. I think in that case, it seems like it might be just enough for it. And it's a good game, just they're hard, like a lot of the Donkey Kong Country games are. And 30 years of Donkey Kong Country this year because we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of that in November with the portable games in the series. I have gotten in the mail Donkey Kong Country 1 for Game Boy Advance. I've owned 3 on Game Boy Advance for a while, and I bought Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color about a week ago. I also had in the mail Donkey Kong Country 2. The post office lost my copy, so as far as if they sent it to the wrong place, I'm going to figure that and let the seller on eBay know that, sorry, the post office screwed up, they delivered it, but you have to put an insurance claim in. But point is, we're going to have all those to show for it, and the next time we come back to Donkey Kong Country fully, it will be with that Returns HD at some point. And Gemini96 also said, talking about 100%ing platforming games, he's the one who said, we're going to do Donkey Kong 64, I want 100% that. Okay, it's all yours. That'll come eventually. Next up on the list is something I know Chasm22 mentioned. He's really looking forward to these. The Dragon Quest HD 2D remakes.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested in that.
Okay, so you've seen those, because they're doing for Dragon Quest 1, Dragon Quest 2, those being out next year, and on November 14th they're doing Dragon Quest 3. What's your experience with the Dragon Quest games?
Not much. Just watching some gameplay. Like I watched a playthrough of, I think it was 11. But I've heard really good things about the gameplay overall.
Yeah, I have 11. I have it on the Switch. It's really good. Talking about great Switch ports, that's a fantastic Switch port. Basically the definitive one on the Switch as it is. And it's also on the PS4. That's a really good game. I played the first one on NES when it was Dragon Warrior, and 9 was on DS. Those are very good games as far as I know. Chasm22, he's a resident Dragon Quest expert. He loves these games. I also did a case when Akira Toriyama passed away early this year. I said, you know what, as far as our work break case, I said, I'm not ignoring this. I'm pulling that game out on Switch to show. And he was like, I'm getting kind of teary-eyed thinking, like, yeah, me too. Because he's like, yeah, he definitely had a skill, and then just looking at that game, and yeah, it's a great game. So, I've never played 3. We did get 3 here, and 2 here, and 4 here. Because initially it was like Final Fantasy in the sense that initially we didn't get them all. Because 1, 2, 3, and 4 we got on the NES. 5 and 6 were Super Famicom. We didn't get them here till later. I think they're on DS. They're really expensive on DS now, as they are. 7 is on PlayStation, which we did get here. And then 8. And then 9. And then 10's the one we still haven't gotten here. 10 was an online game that was on... It was on the Wii. And there was an offline version I think they did for Wii U. And I think they might have been doing it for Switch. I think. Captain like, where is this? Like, yeah, good point. The Dragon Quest games I've played, I've liked them. And if you've ever played Octopath Traveler, the way the graphics on this look, they look like the quality of something like that. And I've been playing those games recently because they're on Game Pass. They're really, really good. I've been liking both of those games quite a bit as a plan. So those are definitely things to look forward to. Next up is Funko Fusion. You know, the Funko Pop things. They're doing a game that's connecting kind of like the Lego games. It looks a lot like that. It is not Traveller's Tales who's making it, but it does seem like they're tying in stuff with licenses, which looks pretty interesting. I know some people are fans of those things. They're like, yeah, this is the game they're going to want to play. That's out on September 13th.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a fan of the Funko Pops.
I'm whatever on them. I mean, I don't have them myself. I mean, for the game, I mean, if it's the idea like getting a bunch of licenses together and like turning in something like the Lego games that's surprisingly good, like, I'm down with that. But I guess it's, in my case, I'll tell you, maybe my thought is like, is it the eyes?
Yeah, it's just the soulless blank stare.
Which can be funny or scary in one way, but it's also the case, like, wait a second, it looks kind of weird. I guess, fine, because it's characters you know, I guess.
I mean,
that idea, too.
It's just, In nearly every single case, it just completely defies the personality of most of the characters.
I guess so. I mean, I'm just trying to think of a case of a character where they basically would be like that and would make sense.
Characters whose face, quote unquote, is actually more of a mask or not human in nature.
So I guess like Ghostface from Scream, perhaps.
Like, I don't know. Like, I'm
just
just
thinking like an
saying
example.
hypothetically. I don't know names for what may or may not be a Funko Pop. Although as far as I know, like most things in popular culture are.
Yeah, I think this game is going to leverage a bundle. I think they have stuff like for Back to the Future. So like, okay, curious feasibly. I was like, we'll see. Who knows like what it turns out to be. It's out in September. The other thing is something that's already come out. That's the remake of Luigi's Mansion 2, Dark Moon. It's on 3DS. It is on Switch now. We're going to be using that version for the show because I still don't have the way to do capture for 3DS. And it is the easy way to go, but people are complaining, saying it's too much. $60 for that is too much, which, okay, fine, maybe, but fine. For the purpose of running for show, I'm okay with it. We do love Luigi's Mansion. We'll play the first one, and that will be the next in the line. And if you've never played Luigi's Mansion 2, you ever play that on 3DS?
I haven't played any of the Luigi's Mansions, but but I've watched a complete playthrough of one. I don't think I've ever seen any part of 2, which I heard is also the weakest of the 3.
Depends on how you talk to. Compared to 3, perhaps, as well, because then 3 is the next one after that.
I don't really... I think I have seen parts of 3, I just don't remember much about it.
Yeah, actually, we played the first one. In fact, DollyFinn wanted to see it. We actually did go 100% on that game. We had a really good time doing that. 2, actually... On 3DS, there are things that 2 does that actually are a little better, but it's also something that... See, it's funny that with that franchise, because I said this Mario Sunshine, I said the perception on that game turned over the years, which is that people initially complained about Luigi's Mansion saying, hey, we want Mario Sunshine as far as the launch is like the big Mario game. They got that, they liked it, and then over time they said, no, we don't like this really anymore specific, or it's been alienating, and it's a case that some people love it, some people don't. By the way, thank you for doing Luigi's Mansion. So DollyFinn saying, yeah, no problem. We'll add the link to the Luigi's Mansion play. I don't know if you saw our play. We had a good time playing that, for sure. I can definitely point you to that as well.
I think I did catch at least part of one segment.
Yeah, because we had a great time playing that one, no question. So, yeah, no problem, of course. And we'll do 2, no question. But the thing about 2, as I said, with Luigi's Mansion 1, that was initially the case. It was a mixed reception when it came out, but then over the years, people really liked it. And then 2 came out. And 2... addressed the problem people had initially with the first one, saying, hey, the first one was too short. Fine, the first one we beat in like 4-something hours. But still, it was very satisfying. We had a good time. But then with 2, they made it longer. They gave you more mansions to go into. But they kind of turned it into a little bit of a mission structure so that you do eventually search these smaller mansions fully in some of those missions, but it is kind of more segmented, which, given that it was on 3DS, makes sense. I think so. For that reason, the design makes sense. And actually, I really like it on 3DS. But then, I guess now that it's on Switch and people are seeing, hey, you know, the way it's blown up, and it does have dual analog control on the Switch in a way it did not on 3DS, including new 3DS. There was no method for using the Circle Pad Pro or the new 3DS for that, unlike the port of the first one that's on 3DS. That's something that I guess you notice it more. So I also get that sense of people saying, then when Luigi's Mansion 3 came out, which kind of takes the Ghostbusters direction in the sense that, fine, the full franchise does, but as far as it takes the Ghostbusters direction in the sense of, like in the first movie when they go to the hotel, their first big job. That's basically what the game is, really, and it is that big kind of sprawling environment, searching kind of all the rooms, I think, in that way, and also because they added more emphasis on the co-op, and 2 had co-op as well, but 3 kind of enhanced it a bit. It seemed like a case that people like that one more, so I get then, at this point, saying, like, yeah, 2 is maybe not as strong as the other ones, but there's things about 2 that are really, really good, and I'll definitely look forward to us getting to that game for sure. And if you ever played it, I think it's worth giving a shot, actually, to all 3 of them. They're all quite good. I mean, if you're going to go for, I guess, quality of game, I do like that first one on Gamecube, but I also think 3 might also be a pretty good place to start, specifically. And I have a couple of them, you can take a look at them for sure. Next up is the new Denpa Man. Or the new Denpa Men. This was, I think, what was this? This was like a game. Was this a game series? This is an anime or something? I remember hearing the name years ago. It's coming out on July 27th, so not too far from now. That's all I really took down, honestly, about that. Next up was Metal Slug Attack Reloaded, which is a, like a sort of strategy game based on Metal Slug, the SNK franchise, but it's not Metal Slug Tactics, which I believe is by Forever Entertainment, going back to them again. At least I think it is. If it's not, I'll have down here who's making it. But it was a mobile game. It's now on Switch. It came out a while ago. I love my Metal Slug stuff, but I'm more familiar with this shooter as opposed to a strategy game, so I'm not sure how that's going to translate. I don't know how Tactics is going to be, because that's still in development. Our experience is on Metal Slug itself. There's some good games. I'll definitely show a couple of those. Next up was Darkest Dungeon 2, which is out in, actually out on Monday. Well, Monday? Yeah, Monday. July 15th. I've heard good things about the first Darkest Dungeon. It's like a dungeon crawl game. And it's coming out soon. There's the Switch Online stuff, which they've been updating that like crazy. Because yesterday we actually got, yesterday we got 3 games. We got the Densetsu no Starfy games, all 3 of those from Game Boy Advance. First release in the US for those. And I found a crash bug on the second one, and I took footage of it. I will put it about...
I think I saved.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, here's... I had that game crash on me in this weird way for it yesterday. I'll have the footage of that about here. But that was the most recent update, and then last week they did, on NES, they did Irma Champion, Mach Rider, Cobra Triangle, Solar Jetman Golf, Mystery of Atlantis, which is from Sunsoft, it's exclusive to Japan until now. Japan got Mahjong, Gomoku Nabe Renju, and Famicom Mukashibanashi Shinoshi Onigashima, which is definitely an interesting one. It's like a text-based adventure, so it's something we have to figure the translation out. And they also did Donkey Kong Jr. Math, which was hilarious. And Gemini96 and I, he said, like, when I came on Mondays, like, Switch Online Day, he said, I want to see Donkey Kong Jr. Math. We played Donkey Kong Jr. Math. It was hilarious.
I am not happy about that death. I am reloading the save.
Okay, fair enough.
It's only one death, but it's like, seriously, that was a horrible death.
Okay. Well, fine. Feasibly some not horrible games as far as the other stuff will cheer you up. Including Game Boy Advance. They put Zelda Link to the Past with the 4 swords up there, and they put Metroid Zero Mission. You play Metroid Zero Mission?
I've heard that it's a really good game.
It is. It's worth the expansion pack cost, honestly, because it's fantastic. I would recommend that game highly. It is. Yeah, it might be the first Metroid game we do. That or Super Metroid on this program.
I would if I wasn't. I would get it if I wasn't reliant on a family plan that.
No, I get that. Where they're not running that. No, I get that. But it's definitely, it's something, if it's either that or it's fine. It's actually not cheap on Advance, like $80-something. Yeah. Actually, I think it's more now. But it's as good as reputation. It is a remake of the first Metroid game. It is actually, it is better than the original, and it also comes with the original as a comparison case. When you beat the game, it comes with it, and it is fantastic. I was so happy to see that. And they did the mature rated app for Nintendo 64 where they put on Turok Dinosaur Hunter and they put Perfect Dark on. Yeah, I thought Nintendo understood how to emulate Nintendo 64 games, but Perfect Dark. Okay, fine, I'll tell you, I'm starting to think of like a correlation when it comes to...
Really?
Oh, I'm dying. Fine, that's how I felt playing Perfect Dark on Switch Online. Because fine, correlation of Switch Online for Nintendo 64 is it seems like the better the game it is, the worse the port is. Because Perfect Dark might be the best game on the Nintendo 64, at least in the top 10, if not the best. But there's things about that emulation that are off, and I'm not very happy about that. Fine, if there was not already a better way to play it on 360 and also on the Rare Replay on the later Xbox consoles, I'd probably be more mad. But hopefully they'll patch that. But hey, it is there. It's like, I love Perfect Dark, and we'll play it for the show, but still, wish they ported it better. And then the next on the list is Phantom Brave 2, The Last Hero. Oh no, The Lost Hero. I said The Last Hero last week. That was wrong. It's The Last Hero. Have I shown you Phantom Brave from PS2? I don't remember if I have.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it's Nipponichi who made this. He made Disgaea and Phantom Brave. No, they didn't make Phantom Brave. That's true. And Makai Kingdom, which I know you played Makai Kingdom in particular.
Yeah, I never beat Makai Kingdom, but I enjoyed what I played.
Yeah, and actually I think it runs on a heavily aspect of the engine of Phantom Brave as is. Yeah, Marona, the young girl. In this case, Ash has been kidnapped. She has to go and save him. That's out next year. And then, fun. One of the announcements of the show for that was the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. Yeah, I said this before, I'll say it again. Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and 2, The Punisher, X-Men Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter. It's coming on PC, Switch, and PS4 later this year for $50. It's physical as well as digital if you want it that way. It's not on Xbox because of weird emulation things with the engine, I guess, so I understand. And Microsoft saying, hey, you can't have Xbox One game nowadays without optimizing for the new system, which because of their engine they can't. I'm going to be first in line buying that game. You better believe I'm going to be buying that game. And I also had to choose on version because I said the Gemini 96, when they announced this, I said, I have a choice of which system to get it on. I then asked him, have you ever played this game? And he said, no, I haven't. And I instantly said, I'm buying it on the Switch so I can bring it in to show you during the lunch period. And he's like, that just made the decision for you. I was like, yep, you got it. I want to show you this game. It is that good. I know you played a little bit of the Marvel vs. Capcom. You played Infinite, right?
Yeah, I played a bit of Infinite. I honestly mainly got the Infinite Collector's Edition for the statues and the for the stuff other than the game.
Right, and it's one of those things that I don't know if people like Infinite as a game compared to some of the other ones. I liked what I played of it. I mean, I've liked all the Marvel vs. Capcom games I played, which actually is 1 and 2, and I have Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 for Xbox One, which I know Leckress wanted to see, and a little bit of Infinite. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it is kind of different as far as what it is. We can definitely get to that eventually. Yeah. But, yeah, that was the other thing specifically. And I guess in that case, I don't know, we're done with lives for now.
Yeah, I think I've got 13 banked for spares.
All right, so there you go. Pin in the Switch Online. No, fine. There's Switch Online stuff, but also Nintendo Directs. I like the way this is going, and we're gonna have a leap of faith. If you ever saw Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, they say it's just a leap of faith all the fucking time, and I hate the idea that they do that because it's repetitive. And I think that movie's overrated. But it's not a bad movie, I will say that specifically. And I haven't seen Cross the Spider-Verse, the second one. And then there's like the second half of that that's coming out, I think it's next year, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know if you'd like it, honestly, because honestly, the speed of the movement of the movie goes, it might be too much, honestly, knowing some of the aspects of yourself. But there are things about there are interesting, no question. And it's not a case where they didn't put their heart and soul to that. And personally, to me, the movie that I think I wanted out of Spider-Verse is actually Spider-Man No Way Home. From a couple years ago. That movie's terrific. We gotta do stuff with Spider-Man on game. I'm gonna do that one from Dreamcast at some point. I just gotta scope that. I don't know how many parts it's gonna take. And I gotta get a sense of, what is it?
This platform is going to drop the instant I jump onto it. Look
yeah,
at those
I guess
arrows.
so.
In fact, I think I'm going to make one attempt to just jump straight over to the other small platform.
Okay, before you do, that's not like the moon down there, is it? What's that, like, you're seeing that below that platform. That looks like a rock formation or something. Unless you have to go down there. Oh no, that's part of the tower? Wait. Oh, so like clip, oh wait, no. Okay, no it didn't. Okay.
I think it's just scenery.
Okay.
It doesn't look like anything that's been terrain before.
Okay. Alright, you can jump over it at least.
I can make the jump.
See, it almost looks like it's a platform we'll hit into, and then, I don't know, then it goes down and crashes. I don't know, though, because as I said, as you said, we both...
I know. I guess I'll...
Oh.
Okay.
Secret area. Wait, is this going to be the new way to get to farm lives? I guess we'll see.
Probably, if this plays out, if this is... Oh,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
I
don't walk the lights.
I bet that takes me out of this place.
Okay.
So...
Yes, walk around.
But yeah, this is the new, this is absolutely going to be the best, lives farming place because it's right at the start of the stage.
Alright, so yeah, lights, camel action, you served your purpose very well. But fine, yeah, Leap of Faith is now the way to go. I also love, like, the cartoon sound effect with the dude going down, so that was actually cool. But it seems like it's like the broken platforms in the sense you still have enough time to jump off.
Yeah, now, in this one, it is definitely possible to die in this bonus area.
Yeah. I mean, it was certainly possible to die in the other one, too, but because there are platforms there,
well,
you feasibly had a little bit of a buffer.
But, I mean, there is a little bit of stage hazard stuff that's actively trying to kill you on that stage. On that bonus area. But since it's literally 2 platforms away from the very start of the stage, it's basically a free bonus stage.
Cool. Alright, there you go.
Okay, I'm glad that I decided to try the platform.
I just looked at that thing down there and said, okay, what was that? I didn't know what it is. I don't know if you go down there, it's like, hey, if you're stuck then or what.
I bet I'm stuck if I go back down there.
Not your shot. Whoa. Wait, this is gonna be fun riding the balloon down. Yeah, fine. Croc's having a ball doing that, no question.
Sorry if the controller's a little noisy.
Fine. No, as I said, it shows the idea that, hey, she is running the 3D control pad for, like, hey, it comes with the idea of, like, the sounds of what that analog stick goes like. Fine. Actually goes to something you and I were talking about recently. Because you were saying, hey, the idea that when it comes to the show, we tend to try and go for as original a case of releases as possible, but there's certain cases we can't for certain things. Actually, I remember there is one case where we did sort of use an emulation case. Fine, it was a reproduction case. We used that for sailing into the story, because otherwise, like, yeah, we wouldn't have been able to play that thing otherwise. But, and fine, maybe that's part of the reason why we'll do it, but also the case that, fine, sometimes we have some of the stuff. We have a deep bench of people who have things they want to show. So that's part of it, but fine. If we have to do that for certain things, we'll definitely do that for certain things.
Okay. Here, it will definitely kill me if I stay on the platform too long.
Okay. But you do have time for it. Like I said, if we have to emulate for certain things, we will do that. But as I said, it also is going to be on a case-by-case. But we'll try to get as original as we can. But sometimes maybe if it's like a cost reason, it might be something like that. Or a case that they never released it and we have to do that. I can make arcade stuff, what to pull a name out. I'll have to figure when I can do that and how. Because there's certain stuff I never got home course. And otherwise, we can't show them. I can beg all I want for a re-release on some of those things, but if we don't get them, like, fine, I'll have to do that. So I'll be fine with that. In that case, like, sure, I was like, yeah, if you see this thing around in arcades or something, put money into it, because it's really good. Or it's interesting, if nothing else.
Okay, this area is a little bit laggy. I can feel it. I mean, it's maybe not completely obvious from the video.
Well, the frame rate, I'm seeing it there, you're right.
But it's definitely a little laggy here.
I guess because of all the towers in the area. I guess, yes. And those guys are looking there, it's like, yeah, I don't like the look of those guys.
No, I'm not too concerned about them. They're going to miss me if I just keep moving forward here.
Okay.
Or I could end up completely missing the jump and plummeting into my death below.
Well, that's one way for them to not hurt you, if nothing else. Like, fine, Croc doesn't want to go over there. He's like, fine, I'll take the sweet release of going down into the abyss as opposed to potentially seeing what happens there. Fine, we'll have to see what happens. We gotta keep going. Okay, so fine, they do shoot stuff at that. Oh. But they do stop after some time. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm out of their range right now. Okay. Tiny platform, but shouldn't be too bad.
Yep, there you go.
Landed right on top of the key. I have managed, like, since I started playing this game, I've really started to get a good sense of how far Croc is going to move with the stick tilted in a direction.
Sure, and I mean, I think that comes a challenge when it comes to something like this. That's what I was doing with Mario Sunshine, the idea of understanding just how's the feel of that game from all the time I put into it.
Yeah. Like,
which is definitely something cool to say when we get to that point.
And, like, the only reason that's kind of important is because with the lack of camera controls, well, relative lack of camera controls, there's a lot of blind jumps.
Right, and you do have to understand the depth perception of this stuff a lot anyway. But even more so in a case like that.
I don't know if there was anything on the other side of the pipe. But it looks like I can go back.
We can see, yeah.
Oh.
I'll put you there at least so you're safe.
Nope, nothing hiding. But, I mean, there could have been a gem there or something.
Sure, and given the way the game is designed, it makes sense to take another look. But also that great case of, like, what if I do this? What if I look over here? And sometimes you get rewarded for that.
No, I mean, that was a coin flip at best that I think that there would have been something hidden there.
But you never know, especially if you're running this specifically. Fine, and I don't know either. Which I guess makes this interesting as far as, like, a play for a show. Saying that we're both not familiar with this game, especially now at this point. Just seeing, like, what's going to happen next. So it's kind of, in a weird way, like us being a little bit of an audience on our own show while you're playing the game specifically, but while the gameplay's over.
Crap. I jumped right in between blocks.
But also showing, if nothing else, as far as, like, the sound, like, this is what you have to do for that 3D control pad to make a jump like that. Okay, so there you go. Those are what you do in order to bust the blocks. And it seems like this is going to be way easier than the one that we had in Lights Camel Action because it's just a straight line. As far as you getting there and coming back.
I thought I saw something above. Oh, maybe I was just imagining things, but...
Well, I don't know. I mean, I get that idea. Sometimes the question of, is there something up there? You think you see something in the corner of your eye, like, wait, let me check.
Yeah, I mean, it might have just been a graphical glitch that appeared for a couple frames.
I was going to say, right there, before his tail normalized, his tail was glitching, actually, right there.
Yeah. I am going to start with the farthest one.
Okay.
Let's see, there is, in fact, a platform below me, right?
Yes, there is.
Yes.
There's on each of these.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there were platforms below every box.
Right.
Because it wouldn't be impossible for there to be one platform short, but it otherwise looks complete.
Sure, yeah. Okay, now you do that, you usually run off to the other edge.
Okay, come on, Croc.
Oh, you went through the platform. Okay, nice recovery.
That worked, kind of. Actually, maybe I should break the first box first.
Yeah, so you can feasibly get away back here.
Yeah.
Alright, there's a Gobbo.
Because this is still a fairly easy jump.
Okay.
Whoops! Ah! I fell in between the platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to do all that over again. Boo. And it's lagging.
I said, I don't know necessarily how frame rate is on PlayStation against it. Or against this one. I get the sense it's sort of better, but I don't know if that's always the case. It's fine, we said it's...
I didn't have this lag the first time through this section.
And that's weird, there's fewer objects in here because we haven't hit the button yet. Or maybe it's something about how the loading is, that it hasn't fully loaded everything, so it stutters a bit for it.
I don't know.
In this case, I guess I probably should just get the PlayStation version again to fix my broken copy A and B, so we can get a sense of what's the difference. Oh, what?
I saw that little graphical glitch again that I thought was a platform above me. Both times it only happened when the button was still on screen while I was jumping to hit the button.
Okay. I guess the idea is that you can't jump from there to jump on the boxes, is that right?
Hmm?
If you jump from there, you can't jump up and grab that box above you up in front of you.
Well,
I wasn't sure if you can or can't. Oh, yeah,
that box blocks my jump up onto that platform.
No, what I'm saying is that from this one, if you turn around, I guess, fine, the jump, I think I'm getting the sense that the jump from down that platform up to this box to grab on, it's too high.
Yeah, or I think probably, and the risk I think is too great if I try to,
Make the jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, you can't make it.
Okay, well. Back to the... I mean, at least there's really easy lives at the beginning of this level. So
That's true, yeah.
I'm... I bet this is going to be my go-to level for life farming for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because I mean, going to back to the Donkey Kong Country thing, and I saw what you're saying. It seems like there's another area up there when you hit the button. That Game Boy Color game is really hard to the point where I'm getting game overs constantly, so it's one of those things that farming lives in that is feasibly something you're going to want to do, but it's also something that actually is hard to do, because in that case you have to feasibly go back a lot in order to kind of get lives on really easy levels. And then the Game Boy Advance version is the totally opposite direction, where they give you more lives hidden around areas, like 10 or so out of jungle hijinks, which is more than it is in any other version. So it's kind of sometimes an interesting thing that, like, oh yeah, there you go, you got it.
You know what?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, it looked like you jumped like right out of in air on that last one there.
Okay. It takes too long to get up there, turn around, and try to jump back over. Okay. This isn't really a very hard level, though, so...
No, so it's not too bad.
So it's one that I feel like I'm pretty safe experimenting with.
I would say either it seems like the difficulty of this game is inconsistent, or you've been getting better, because it seems like some of the levels we had earlier in this world were harder.
Yeah.
Or you're so used to some of the stuff that's going on now, it's like, yeah, this is nothing. Comparatively. But I think you're right. I think they are easier in terms of some of the things they're asking to be here. Even something like this.
Like, there is no question that this is an easier segment than, say, 3-2.
Right.
Than pretty much the entirety of 3-2.
Right.
Just need the camera. to settle in.
I'm trying to remember, you weren't able to run across these.
I was, but it felt kind of janky.
Okay, more or less than jumping like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it more or less than jumping like that?
Jumping is less janky.
Okay.
What I do know is that if I break that box, the rest of this will be a lot easier than trying to get back through.
Although you also did show how to get back through without breaking it, so good job showing that.
Yeah, although that was extremely janky. Getting back through, I mean. And so is the camera control right here.
Right, no question. So is this game to a certain extent.
Okay, I still have one gem. Okay, it was easier to get back over by jumping. Okay, ledge grab for the win.
Yeah, it's good you have that. Thank God this game has a case of that. Even though it's got problems with itself, no question. In that case, I'd also be curious about the second one, as far as how does it handle aspects of the controls. But from what I understood, I think it's a little enhanced from this, but not completely. I know there's some cases where I've heard people say that it's kind of sort of similar. I also asked Edwack, because he said like he used to play this, but he said, it's been so long since I played it last, I don't honestly have remembrance of it. And I don't have Croc 2 yet, so I don't know myself either. Though based on what I'm seeing here, I definitely would be curious to see what is the second one like. But it was actually after that one, it was like that was kind of the end of the line as far as it's specifically. So not that it didn't do well, but it's also something I think kind of, I guess, died off with the PlayStation, it seems like.
Okay, you know, I'm just gonna deal with the jank. Because I at least know that,
you can make it across then.
Yeah.
It does seem feasibly nerve-wracking when you see him kind of, you know, you're walking across the platforms and then he's like, yeah, are you going to fall? Because it looks like, yeah, he's in the fall state.
And the one all the way at the end there, the second box in the line that I broke, the camera really doesn't like getting into the right position for returning on that last one.
So that seems like that's the hard one.
The camera was much more cooperative on the third box that I broke, the last one that I did.
Sure, no, I get that. Makes sense.
So we will continue doing this, and I would be surprised if there isn't another collectible hidden in one of these remaining two boxes.
It would make the most sense.
In fact, I bet it's in this one right here.
Probably.
The one that I'm on. It's probably a gem.
Alright, we'll see.
Or
not, okay. But it's more of those, so feasibly if you're able to get through the level with hanging on to those, you'll get more towards your next life.
I'm actually a little disappointed that there wasn't another collectible.
Yeah, so basically just the Gobbo.
Which, of course, is just a collectible.
Sure.
Poor Gobbos.
Yeah, we will save them, though, so that's the idea, because fine. As we showed at the beginning of the game, the story continuity is that, yeah, Croc was raised by them, and it's like, yeah, I'm not going to let them be kidnapped. Alright, so out we are again.
was actually a much easier jump than it looked like it was going to be.
Oh yeah, no question.
These diagonal boxes could easily knock you off if you're not paying attention.
Sure, I don't know if we've seen that yet, as far as them positioned this way.
No, we haven't, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Okay, what did that do?
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't seem to be on a timer, so...
No, that platform was there already, wasn't it?
I thought it was. Maybe it wasn't.
Okay.
Well, this is gonna suck.
Ooh.
Okay, that looks like it needs to be a full-length jump. Full-length jump onto a tiny-ass platform.
Sure.
Going this route, even with the button pressed, I'm going this route for the boxes. Also, why is the button gone?
I was gonna say, because usually doesn't the button come back when you get a death?
Yeah, buttons usually come back.
Unless there was something special that happened with the one. I don't know. Oh, there was a color gem there.
So I do need a full-length jump for that, but I need to immediately release the stick at the end.
Okay. I don't know if the button. No, I don't think the button was for that. Because I don't think we've had a case where pressing the button makes the color gem appear against a regular gem. It usually just is kind of like that when you find them, when they're hidden behind it.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
We can just reverse. Ha!
Yeah, kill
I
that thing,
jumped
yeah.
over. I jumped over the projectile and screwed him over.
There you go, good job. And she did jump, by the way, as far as that, but that's what happens when you get into a game like this. Like, oh, and then you jump as far as actually her actually in the room, on top of making Croc do it. The idea that, hey, you're so into it, you basically do what the game character's doing. Alright, so... more log
Wonderful.
platforms.
More moving platforms that disappear at the end.
And then the mummy's back.
And there's a bunch of boxes to break too. I'm
Alright.
I'm actually, you know, this probably isn't as bad as it looks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you basically just have to go get to the part in the middle.
What? Or I could fail to jump. That's another possibility. And I mean that with a laugh.
I wasn't sure, like, hey, was it a case that they ate your jump or... Oh, okay. Fine, okay, I don't know if you're supposed to do it that way.
There's nothing to drop onto underneath it, so that was
Wait,
just...
is there? Are you sure about
At least
that?
I'm fairly certain.
We'll see, because there's something popping into existence over there.
Yeah, it's...
Well, we'll see when we get over there.
I think it's just the side of that landmass over there.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're on again. Well, I guess, fine, take it all the way, see if you can find a way through. Just to see, I guess. Fine, you're showing the idea that, hey, you can just make that enough to grab underneath, and the question of if there's anything underneath it, which, I don't know, as I said, you're probably right, it doesn't look like it, but yeah, I guess we'll see how to do this. Like, you're not supposed to do this, I guess. So I'm glad you caught that specifically, so yeah, you're right, there's nothing here.
Yeah, there's nothing to do.
That would have been interesting if you came off of that and you grabbed on the ledge and climbed up.
Gobbo.
Gobbo.
Okay, I'm going to kill this guy. Oh, really? I tried to... I pushed to stop.
Oh no, I get that. Oh, we have a lot of sheep stuff going on, and something there. The Crusader 64. So good to see you tonight for Croc. Those are the Gobbos. Nocturne's here with me. So good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hope your stream's been doing well. I'm also feasibly, I guess, going to reach out as far as getting a sense of if you want me to put stuff with the what is it?
I did not mean to fall there.
Yeah, the poll thing is like, what's your next game going to be as far as after you finish Legend of the Guy? So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go to Memories on Croc if you played this. Playing on Saturn, but it's also PlayStation and PC. And they're HDing this eventually, we don't know when. But so good to see you tonight, and hope you've been doing alright, and having a nice night as well. A nice weekend so far. Okay, so, yeah.
I got way too close to the edge to be comfortable making any adjustments.
No, I get that. The tank controls on PlayStation put me off on this one, honestly. And fine, Nocturne had her element. We were doing Neptuna, the boss of, or mid-boss of Desert Zone here. So yeah, that's the idea. It's too hard to control for me as far as the no, I get that. Of what very little I played of this, and it was with PlayStation I played it, but my copy's so broken it's not usable anymore. That's the idea. It is a tank control. It is a case that kind of adjusting for that. Actually, what we've been doing, what she's been doing, has been running, farming lives in areas, including this level, which is actually a really good place to do it. So, I get that. If you want to go aspects as far as those tank controls, now that you've been playing it for 3 parts and I'm not going to feel free to go into that. As, yeah, stomp on the zombie, or no, the mummy.
Yep.
There's kind of a horror game now, it seems like, fine, for, feasibly multiple reasons. But yeah, it is definitely a high learning curve, for what I've seen, but fine, Nocturne's a better arbiter for that than I am.
Come on.
I do love the music, though. We definitely think it's good stuff.
I think this is probably the last room before the goal.
I would think so, yeah, at this point. Because you've been going a while on this one. Very nice catch.
Yeah, it would have been horrible if I fell.
Yeah, because Crusader 64, right before you jumped on, we found out if you jump onto the side of those, I guess it's in this version, maybe on PlayStation as well, you can feasibly go underneath it to do like the shimmying. But in that case, there's nothing to drop down to, so basically it's like you basically fall. And now we're pushing boxes. But there's a life over there, so actually that can probably help out if we can get to that.
Okay. I'm just taking a short breather.
Yeah, might as well.
That last room, I mean, it wasn't as bad as it looked, but it was also hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was hard without feeling unfair.
No, I get that. I mean, yeah, I'm thinking of Wapizel Tactics when Priya says, that took a lot out of me. Of course, that's Jeffrey Hale voicing her. I was crocheting more Moogle body parts on stream last night. Maybe want to start playing Final Fantasy IX again, so that's been an extent of my nights. Okay, yeah, you're talking to someone who's a huge fan of Final Fantasy IX with us right now, as far as that.
Okay, I'm...
Yeah, we can't take the life now. So, like, okay, fine. Or...
I mean, I could still get it, hypothetically, if I timed a jump really well.
Okay.
But I'm not going to bother.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the lives at the beginning of this level, and, especially with the combination of the lives at the beginning of this level and the fact that, that I'm pretty sure I'm right next to the end of the stage.
Fair enough.
Screw that enemy.
Okay, do you want to go into what Crusader 64 is saying? Because he's talking about Final Fantasy IX. You started going back to that. We haven't played it for the show yet, but I know you're a big one of Final Fantasy IX.
Yeah.
And I bought it on PlayStation specifically, so like, fine, we're playing on this when we play it.
Yeah, well, first off, on that subject, of version, original PlayStation or bust, because
Yeah.
the HD graphics destroy it.
And she looked with a worse version, which is on Xbox One compared to on Switch. He has it on Switch. I think it runs slightly better, and it feasibly looks a little better, but yeah, PlayStation 1, fine. I bought it on Amazon like a couple months ago, like $30. But yeah, it's good stuff, and I know you like Final Fantasy 9. And it's good, very good at what I played.
But I genuinely think that the HD graphics destroy its look.
Which is weird because 8, it didn't do that. 8, I think that HD version, they did it right. It seems like that one seems like it was fine, even in terms of how the way it looked. It seemed like it kind of went really nicely to it. So in that case, that was a weird one, that 8 was the one that went better for the look. But as far as the game itself, yeah, the game itself is awesome, but fine. I've said the controversial, maybe not so much opinion that on the Switch, Plumbers Don't Wear Ties is a better game than Final Fantasy 9, but that's only on the basis of porting. In terms of a game, of course Final Fantasy 9 is a better game. But that being said, it is something that, yeah, it's good stuff, and, yeah. Went back to Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, by the way, today, because we wanted to check something for that before we did show. It's like, yeah, it's like, I need to go to Junon. He keeps saying, like, yeah, where are you at? I was like, I haven't been playing this in months. Like, I'm under Junon. I was like, yeah, I haven't gone in yet. It's like, fine, we're sort of going there, so at least there's that idea.
I do not like that.
Oh, that, okay. Oh, okay, wait, oh, it's like a spike ball or something. Oh, okay.
I am not happy.
Okay, we're gonna
Like, I have 2 lives, including the life at 0 lives. To get through the rest of this.
We'll see.
I might...
well, there is the goal right there. You're seeing it.
Yes, yes.
That's gonna make it even worse if, like, yeah, you get to that point. Actually, Crochanier64, I want to say this. How about this? I know you had your thing as far as the, what was it, the poll of yours. I said I'll put a link to that specifically in link list when I edit this if you're okay with that or you want me to get that tie to be broken. Sorry I didn't break it. But in that case, I guess after you do that, it's like fine to do Final Fantasy 9 or add Final Fantasy 9 to that poll and then see, like, hey, does that change things? Do people want Final Fantasy 9? I'm playing the PS5 version specifically as far as running the port that way. I don't mind the graphical updates, honestly. I guess it's a personal preference. Yeah, I mean, and from what I've understood, I do get the sense it's apparently better received or better put on PS4/PS5 a little bit. But I mean, maybe it's one of those things like this, is that on PlayStation that game looked really, really good as it was. It's beautiful. And maybe it's one of those things that, I don't know, what is it with you as far as it... Fine, after you make this jump across the spike balls... You know about the survey, by the way, the tie's been broken. Okay, I don't know, do you want to announce what the winner was? As far as what it was? As far as what your next game's going to be? And then we can go into that thing after she makes the herring jump by the mace balls. Which also look, by the way, like they blend in.
Yeah. I'm actually going to put the controller down until we're done with this part of the conversation.
Okay, not yet. So he says, like, as far as fine, I'll announce it that way. Okay, so you want to go on the Final Fantasy 9 thing. Once you finish Legend of the Gaia, we'll do that. Gotcha. Okay. So you're holding off to that way. I mean, I guess then what as far as Final Fantasy 9 on PlayStation in terms of just what's that look like? Because, I mean, for the time it looked awesome, and it still does, you know?
My biggest problem with the HD version of FF9 is that they did way more HD stuff. In fact, I don't think they really touched the environments or backgrounds much at all.
Right.
They HD'd the characters' faces and somewhat on their bodies, and it clashes, in my opinion, quite badly with the environments.
So I guess what would be the thought, that they kind of HD'd the environments more on top of that?
No, I think they should have just cleaned up the graphics a little bit and not actually HD'd it. Okay.
One thing, I'll say this, one thing I'm curious about, since I did buy the Xbox One version, I want to see running that on Series X if maybe it looks a little better. I don't know if it's necessarily going to, but just to get a sense, and because I said, Final Fantasy VIII, that's a weird one, because I do think that one looked pretty graceful as far as how it is, specifically as far as what they did, but I get that idea as far as the way the backgrounds are, because that is, from what I understand, I believe that, we'll get to that when we get to this game as far as me digging into that.
Yeah.
But I believe there's stuff they did specifically as far as how do they design the graphics, how do they handle stuff with the backgrounds, because I know it's I know Final Fantasy VII is pre-rendered the way like Resident Evil is. I don't know with 9 if they did the same thing, like they enhanced what that was. I think 8 also kind of did it too.
I think to an extent FF9 also uses pre-rendered environments, but I don't think it's in the same way as 7 did it.
Or 8, feasibly. I've seen a little bit of 8. I haven't played 8 massively either.
But it's weird. Like it often feels like it's pre-rendered, but but there are cases where the camera angle changes to something else in the same space, but I suppose it could technically be a different background and environment.
Sure, I mean, in that case, I'd like to dig into that, see that there probably is going to be an answer for that, I would think, with a game that's been this storied and this, fine, all of those, physically, 7, 8, 9 as far as PlayStation. I think there's probably an answer as far as what they did and how that's looking to get that atmosphere that it creates.
Yeah.
Which is interesting when you think about that. I guess we're ready for the Maces again now.
Yeah, I think I want to give this a shot.
Okay, but sometimes that's the idea. It's like sitting back, resting, and getting a sense of, let's get our composure ready for something difficult. I did that with Poison River, and I somehow did that in one run in Mario Sunshine. And same with Pachinko. And there, you did that in one shot now, and I guess, are you going in the door or are we going to hit the gong?
I don't have all the gems.
Oh, you don't have all the gems. Perfect, so we're hitting the gong. I was saying, yeah, I didn't want to say, like, oh, we're going to hit the gong and you fall off. Good job. So, yeah, you did that one first, right, too. Perfect. Awesome. Sometimes that's the idea. Just sit back, take a breath, and then execute it really nicely. There you go. And talking about one of your favorite Final Fantasy games helps, too.
Yeah, well, actually, it was more that I knew I wouldn't be able to do that if I was talking too much I was talking about other stuff while doing it.
No, I get that.
So,
for sure.
So it was easiest for me to just put the controller down, have a chat, and
be set.
And then, then pick it back up and do it.
But I think there's nothing else that also puts you in a good mindset that was like talking about something like that and it's like, okay, now we got this, here's where we go. We don't have to necessarily think about this case like I'm not happy looking at these things, but then you come through, boom, doing the first try, and life's a beach, and then you die. So there you go. So I guess, but we are going back to Leap of Faith, I guess, to get lives. So I thought there's a very early case that's running lives in Leap of Faith, which is the level we just finished, but also we're saving.
Yeah, no. I'm going to drop a save real quick.
Also, what we've been doing is since she's been going through areas for life grinding that we've been through, I've also been taking this opportunity to talk about the Nintendo Direct stuff. We talked about it a little last week, but I wanted to get her takes on some of these things. And I'll talk the limited run announcements which I didn't talk to, but where we stopped off talking Super Mario Party Jamboree that is out on October 17th. They're going more in the direction of kind of the Mario Parties of yore by Hudson Soft, as NDCube is still doing these. It seems like there are bigger boards going on. There is online, finally, for this franchise. Fine, there's online for this that actually seems like there's more substantial than even Super Mario Party, the first one. I think they're taking some of the ideas they got from Party Superstars, which is quite good. So I'm looking forward to that. Fine, Crochet Nerd 64, your bread and butter, aside from stuff with RPGs, The Legend of Zelda. Because we got the announcement of The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which is out on September 26th. What do you think of that?
Wait, sorry, what?
The Zelda game that's coming out in 2 months.
Yeah,
what do you think of that? You saw that, right? As far as the unveil?
I didn't catch that part of the Direct.
Okay.
I heard about it, but I didn't actually get to watch it.
I already pre-ordered, so the Crusader 64 said, I get it, and it's out like on a little over 2 months. Yeah, it's Grezzo who made the Link's Awakening port. It is the same graphic style. When they showed the trailer, I looked and I said, are they doing a remake of Oracle of Seasons and Ages, perhaps? No, they're not, but then they realized Link's kidnapped. It is the second, technically, time that Link has been kidnapped in a Zelda game, but it's the first time Nintendo's willing to acknowledge that this actually happened. Because the Zelda games he says don't exist and Nintendo says don't exist, like the CDI ones. Legend of Zelda 1 of Gamelon, Link was kidnapped and Zelda had to save him too, but in the case of this one, Nintendo's making it. It's Grezzo who's developing it, I'm pretty sure. It has the same graphic style as Link's Awakening, probably running on aspects of that same engine. And it's kind of more puzzle-based in the sense that you're basically using your wisdom powers It'll keep me busy also until Square announces the Final Fantasy IX remake, right? Because that's been like the worst kept secret, saying they're remaking this thing, and we were seeing like they're gonna announce this at one of the Summer Games things, but no, they didn't. Fine, that's gonna be the next thing. Is like, fine, HD version not doing it feasibly or is doing it. Then the case of fine remaking that, and the question of what do they do with that? Apparently, it's gonna be from what the perspectives this have been. More of a middle-level remake of it compared to Final Fantasy VII's remake and Rebirth and whatever the next one's going to be called.
Yeah, honestly,
I don't know how that's going to go.
I don't think 9 needs anything on the level that 7 got, and I say that as a bigger 9 fan than a 7 fan.
But even 7's remake, you say, fine, at least the first part of it, that it's one of your favorites still. And I really liked it. It's honestly the only one I've beaten this day, but I do want to change that for sure. Actually, what do you think? Fine, until they get to this, feasibly Square. Fine, us talking about this show means it's probably going to be announced next week. I don't know. Hopefully. And then I'll put in the edit here saying, oh shit, they actually did announce it. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, what would you think you'd like to see for like a remake of that? Or what would you necessarily do?
I would honestly leave the battle system mostly the same.
Okay.
But make the environments more interactive.
Okay, so more interactivity in environments. And Crusaders, before saying this, it wasn't going to be as high budget, they said, as the Final Fantasy VII remake, which is true. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess the question of, yeah, I mean, it's the case of, hey, it's a really good game, what would you have to do with it? And fine, with 7, it's a big enough deal. They said, fine, you know what, let's do something with this.
What? Oh, whoops.
Oh,
okay, the thing actually disappears. Well, now we know what happens.
Okay. Actually, his answer is, need some TLC. Specifically, they're going to do this update with quality of life. I guess stuff, as you mentioned, maybe going on more in the backgrounds. I guess would be quality of life? Would that be something with the jumping rope game? Which already has lag as far as it on the HD versions, like, but even on the PlayStation, from what I understand, it's insanely hard to get the... How many times do you have to do that? 10,000?
Not 10... I think it... Well, actually, I don't know what trophies there might be in the PlayStation, in the PSN.
That's one of them. He says, quote, get rid of that monstrosity. Okay.
But I only really care about the items you get.
Wasn't there an item that gets when you get to maximum score for that on PlayStation?
I'm pretty sure that the biggest reward is at like 100.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Okay.
It's definitely not 4 digits.
I don't know. Maybe it's not 4 digits. I'll have an edit down here, like what it was, because I know they put an achievement trophy for that, but I'm not sure if it was. Maybe it's. I don't know if it's just getting that item. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Or Crusader 64, you might know, because then you probably got all the trophies out of this specifically, or you're working on getting all the trophies out of it. Either way, it's 1,000. Okay, so the trophy's 1,000. Gotcha. All right, and it's 100. You're thinking as far as on PlayStation for just the item that's there.
I think I kind of despise the minigame myself, so...
And she loves the game as far as it, but it's also something like, hey, that's the one part, like, fine, I guess you would agree with him saying get rid of it.
Like, I think I managed to do it once just for the sake of completion. I probably could do it again.
Right, he's saying, quote, the timing it's 1,000 jumps, the timing changes, and it's bullshit. It's like, okay, fine. But even when I tried it once, at first, like, oh, that'd be cool to do the jump rope, and I realized, wait, the timing is off. As far as, well, fine, I'll tell you what it is. It's like the jumping thing in Super Mario RPG. I can't get the timing down that, but I know people who've been able to do it, and it's a thing of beauty watching them do it. But it's also something like, I want to try and figure that, both for the remake and the original. I think the remake is the same timing window, specifically, as the original, sort of, kind of. So, I mean, yeah, good idea. It's like, hopefully, yeah, Square, hopefully you're listening. They're like, yeah, I'd be curious. Or the way I'm going to get a trophy is feasibly running a script. I get that, right? As far as how that is, it seemed really hard, even just trying it, having come to it the first time that way, in a suboptimal. And I have no shame in doing that. No, yeah, I get that. Well, it was like when him and I were doing Final Fantasy VII remake before Rebirth came out. We were doing the gym challenges as far as that, and fine. There was the one as far as doing the squats, the one with the pull-ups. It took me like an hour to do the one with the pull-ups. And then I was like, yeah, I got the one as far as the pull-ups. As far as, I think he said, like, that was actually the final boss. It's not Sephiroth. It's the guy in the gym. As far as I'm trying to remember who that is. But anyway, fair enough to that. Okay, so then next up, as far as the other stuff, there's Just Dance 2025. That's October. I think there's something on that set list that seemed interesting as far as the songs. Fine. I've also been buying stuff for Dance Central 3 because they're getting rid of Jules. Okay, thank you. Jules can burn in hell for that, by the way. Yeah. I did get it specifically, but it's also like, he said like, this trophy's insanely hard. It's like, fine. I said, let me get it as far as running the PC. Him and his sit-ups. Okay, the sit-ups were... I'm trying to work... No. Fine. Oh. Well, fine. No, because the squats, and then it's the pull-ups. I don't know. Is Rebirth the sit-ups? He says that he's in Rebirth as well. I haven't gotten far enough as far as in Rebirth to see where he is. So it's be one of those, I would think. But either way, so fine, Jules, that's the guy. I can keep hearing him say in my dreams, like, okay, let's have some fun. I was like, okay, fine, fair enough. Yeah, Rebirth has the sit-ups. Okay, I've not gotten the sit-ups. I think he said it's worse. I don't know if that's the case. We'll see as far as that. Actually, yeah, as far as what else I got on Square in these announcements here. Find one thing of Square. Yeah, this is not Square, though. Lego Horizon Adventures. They're doing a game based on the Horizon series of Sony's of Lego that is also coming on Switch for some reason, even though it's a Sony franchise. I don't know why. Seemed kind of interesting. I never played the Horizon games. I hear like Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. They're really pretty good, but I just never played them. And then they're taking Stray. I don't know if you played that on PS5. I think they ported that to the Xbox systems too. Switch is getting it this holiday. Then they're doing a weird mixture of like a cozy Animal Crossing-ish game and then a cooking game like a Cooking Mama a little bit. It's in the vein of Lord of the Rings, or actually based on Lord of the Rings. That's Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game. That's the name of it. For some of these things, like, wait, what? This seems weird. Thinking about it more, it seems like maybe it's more of a good fit for that series than I would have thought. Although I guess it is weird, like, hey, the setup of that. And they're leaning more into the cooking, so it's not like even an Animal Crossing or something like that, where it's like, hey, that sort of did stuff with it, but this one's like, yeah, it looks better than you'd think based on what it is. It's coming out this holiday. And then one I know a lot of people are excited about, Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, which is the re-release of Ace Attorney Investigations from... Those were on DS, I believe. And then Ace Attorney Investigations 2 Prosecutor's Gambit. It's out on September 6th. It is physically released on everything outside of the US. In the US, it's Switch only. But it's pretty interesting. You ever played any of those Phoenix Wright games, by the way?
I played part of the first one, but it was one that I borrowed from someone.
I like what I played as far as them. I know we got to do them. I know. Actually, I think we were in a show. Somebody asked in chat about that. I know Edwack and Nikki want to do that. Yeah. They're absolutely buying that there one, and
I mean, I love the characters, but I just wasn't that engaged by the gameplay. I
mean, it's kind of gets the idea of like putting stuff together with things.
Like it was before I really quite got what the concept of a visual novel is, and while I would say it's a little more involved than a visual novel, it leans more visual novel than actual video game.
Well, that, and I guess it's kind of, I guess, an adventure game, almost like a point-and-click adventure game a little bit, to a certain extent, in the sense you're kind of, and I know the Ace Attorney Investigation, you might like those more because they kind of lean more into the idea that you're in a environment, kind of just looking around, finding clues. I mean, you do have, I believe, some of the same stuff when you're working on cases, but I also believe that they do kind of, you go out in the field a little more. I know with Phoenix Wright itself, you tend to do that every so often. I mean, fine, it's not like, fine, I say the mature rated version of Phoenix Wright, that being L.A. Noire, which for a lot of content reasons, that's a tough one to show on this program. I like to show it as we're at Life's at Beach, and there's a gobble right in the cave, and then we'll come back to this stuff as we discuss later.
Yep.
Basically, as I said, downtime for life grinding. We talk about the other stuff. For this, we take a look at what's going on with Life's at Beach.
Yep. I figured 20 lives should be plenty.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I'm not seeing Beach. I feel like I was lied to. We need to see Beach now. Or I think of the old special Garfield in Paradise, where it's like, they go to the seaside motel on a vacation saying like, by the way, which way is it to a beach? A what beach? Beach. You know, sand with water near it. This is the seaside hotel, right? And they're like in the middle of, a city, but it's like the guy there doesn't know what's going on.
Okay. Okay, game. I'm gonna get all of these first.
Okay. Alright, there's one as far as the red gem.
That's what I suspected. Okay. Okay, so one colored gem. I like scouting that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. It seems like there's kind of an appeal of this game in some ways. I guess because it has this kind of perspective itself, you can kind of just look around saying, like, what do I want to do in this room? I mean, as I said, this plays like Tomb Raider in terms of controls of the tank aspects, but I think in some ways it kind of seems like it's structured the same way, in that you're kind of looking at a room and seeing, okay, what do I want to do here, 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 and here? And fine, even as the backpack, kind of like the Lara Croft thing as well, sort of. I guess they feasibly were taking notes, I guess, because fine, Core, who developed Tomb Raider, also was out of the UK along with Argonaut. So maybe they're like, hey, you know, what do we do with this as well?
Gobbo. You know what?
Yeah, run the goop pits. Yeah, just run away from the bullets or whatever they are.
Whatever kind of projectile, essentially.
Yeah, we can say to the Gobbos, like, yeah, don't worry, we're coming by for you. You're gonna be set now. Actually, wait a second. Question.
Yeah?
Is it for the Gobbo cage, or is it for that door with the P on it? Or maybe there's two of these.
I'm not sure, which is why I'm going across to the other unlocked door.
Okay, fair enough. At first I noticed this. Like, wait a second, they're both gold locks.
Okay. Game, let me turn the camera around, please. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Oh, so it's kind of in a circle? Wait, there's a button there. Oh, so now the camera's going up. Alright, so that's interesting. So I'm gonna assume there's something up there, but I've never seen it shift that way.
Neither have I.
Did you hit it? Oh. Okay, you saw there, right?
Yeah,
when you had none, you were able to kind of bounce up for some reason. But you got one on the way down.
I don't particularly like this area.
I guess because of the... Fine, it's the same...
The halls are too narrow for the camera to...
Right.
To rotate normally.
That's what I was going to say, because I guess the sense is that it's like... Fine, it's like Super Mario 64 this way. It's like Sonic 06 this way, in that the camera gets stuck on the walls. And so this is all walls. It's something that, yeah, trying to adjust that is a pain. So nothing else, we're also proving the idea, like, hey, why this is kind of a divisive one in terms of how the controls are and trying to adjust to that. There you go. At least you did get back that way.
There also doesn't seem to be a sound effect when that button gets pushed.
Okay, yeah, that's weird. Don't know why. Oh, okay, this sort of is, but it is kind of quieter than some of the other times you've heard them. I don't think it's just because, hey, we're in an area where we have the organ music going on. Yeah, you're getting really good at being able to avoid sliding down like that. Oh, wait, hold on.
I don't
push that? Okay, no, he's just doing the push animation.
I was seeing if I could clip, and because this does feel like the type of game where it might be possible to get some interesting clips.
Sure, no, I get that. wait a second. You don't suppose this is on...
I don't suppose what?
That the button is on... Because, okay, so what the button does from what I'm seeing is that platform over there by the boxes, it starts moving, then it comes back.
Yeah, but I can't figure out how to actually get onto that platform.
Okay, so, let's see something here. It's okay. Here's what I'm wondering, and that is, okay, so you hit that and it moves, but I'm trying to guess this. Can you grab that from the breaking platforms there?
I've been trying to,
Okay.
but since...
It looks like you might be able to, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like maybe you can. Or maybe you have to come back with... No. There's nothing else to climb up. Okay, this isn't... Okay, fine. There's not a case where you have to climb onto the walls and, like the, the circles on the walls here. I don't see anything like
there's
that.
nothing to climb. Or I don't think there is? Question mark?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, but I'm also thinking, like, I don't see anything that would be that. It's fine. They were darker to see as far as... Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Okay, fine. They become more red here, but I don't know.
I think that's supposed to represent shadow.
I guess so. Yeah, feasibly. Fine, or just since the other area is the door.
It's the same texture, just darker, where the climbable walls are a different texture.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go. And that's... Oh wait, that's actually an enemy. Okay, never mind. We're good. Okay, I didn't jump, but I still got what I needed.
Perfect, okay. Okay, so there you go. That's how to do it. Okay, so... wait a second. It is a gold key on the gobble cage as well as the other one?
The lock is gold, but I think it's probably the silver key that unlocks it. Because the gold keys seem to be the ones for doors.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, like, yeah, if you had to pick to use one of those first, you feasibly could be in a case you couldn't get through, but yeah, okay, you can. So, alright, there you go. So that's how you do it. Alright, back in the dark, but we can see more. You want to explain also a little bit about that in terms of what we did?
So, we messed with the TV settings, so it's actually possible to see in here without the light. It's still a lot easier to see with the light, but, unfortunately, this will not translate to being able to see it better on stream, but, I can see things so much better right now than I could last time.
Yo, you can sort of see. Just seeing right over there, it's okay. Because fine, I want to follow up with something. Now we have more of a crowd here. I want to follow up with something that we talked about at the beginning of tonight's show, and that is, we talked about this last time. We said, hey, we had a level that went dark like this, and you had to hit the light bulb in order to light the way. I looked against it on PlayStation, because fine, we did this last time. We looked at this, and it was like, yeah, it was dark, we could sort of see something, but not completely. We played with the brightness so we could see it a little more as far as this. There's also that question we said, hey, given that the PlayStation version, partially because of its extra 3D horsepower, looks better than this game does, we weren't sure, I posed this, you posed this, saying, what does it look like on that version? And it turned out, I looked into this. Actually, from what I saw, and maybe it's also a case that, I don't know, maybe they didn't show it brightly enough on their video or what, it looked to me as if you really couldn't see much of anything at all on the PlayStation when it was dark. Making it a little harder, but it's also something when the light goes on, you can see wider distance on PlayStation, but you can't see as far ahead. It seems like that went out quicker
that was
than...
Some of these are on very short timers, actually.
Yeah, so basically the idea is that in some ways it's darker on PlayStation and harder to see on PlayStation, which you think, given that it's a bit brighter, and also stuff with the climbable walls like that on PlayStation as well, you'd think that, well, that would translate the same way, but apparently it doesn't. So it's interesting to kind of find out. But based upon this, it's something that she can see without dark, or while in the dark a bit on this, but still something that it's better than it was when you played it a couple months ago.
Yeah.
But also something like, fine, it's decent enough, like, fine, you do want to run it this way. But you'll at least be in a case of being able to sort of kind of save yourself as you go along. Nice.
Okay, that works. These extending platforms are really not all that scary as far as platforming is concerned.
Right.
I like rotating platforms and platforms moving in a circular pattern even less. Like far less than the extending platforms.
Yeah, I mean, fine, we've seen that as it's been. Can you even make that jump from this direction? I mean, I guess you can, but I'm not sure if there's a room that's going in a circle.
I think I just got a bad start on the jump last time.
You just do a run, gotcha.
Croc, pick up the light. I'm trying to wait to pick it up until I see that the,
Yeah, I think you can just make that. There you go. Okay, yeah, you can make it. Good job. Oh, fine, you do have to make it then, so fair enough.
Okay, so I do not yet have the key for that, and I think that's what's in the cage on the other side, or it's through the door that's on the other side.
Yeah, you're seeing there, yeah, you can sort of see that platform. Actually, you can see that platform probably better in the light than anything else. It seems like, except maybe Croc himself. So in that case, of what I saw, apparently on PlayStation, good luck doing that. But on this version, yeah, I guess you can do that.
Okay, that was a Gobbo. Gems. And now we're in the blinding outdoors.
There you go. Unfortunately, he can't jab the door open, so like, hey, you know, let's at least get some natural lighting in here. But either way, we're in good shape.
Yeah. Mario, your pipes suck.
That was last week as far as Mario Sunshine, right?
But I mean, seriously, what is that?
Oh, that.
That's a
right.
pipe. That's
You're
a
right.
pipe. I don't care what it's supposed to be in Croc. That's a fucking pipe.
Fair enough. I'll also try and see if I can edit like the Mario pipe sound effect when you go in and out of it.
Yes.
In fact, I'll also feasibly do that in other cases where there's pipes and people ask for like 3 hours, what's this all about? And then in 3 hours they'll find the answer. And wait a
Whoop,
second.
I bumped the reverse button.
I was gonna say, can you even make that jump from there? Not that there's anything you'd hit, I think, from here. Or on the, on this platform.
Yeah, that's why I checked.
Okay, never mind the moves.
Oh.
Oh, you saw that, though. You got shot, but you jumped in the air as you died. So it's like, yeah, Croc ascended. Oh, nice. I think there's like a hang bar behind you, isn't there?
Well, I'm waiting to be able to... This guy isn't going to respawn.
Yeah, he's not going to respawn because you're in the respawn point, I believe. Because I think we saw that. I think you noticed that in part 1. You said, hey, if you're kind of in an area where he's going to respawn, he won't respawn. It seems like he's just not respawning at all, so I guess this whole platform is a respawn area, which I don't think we've seen that before.
I'm just worried that he's going to shoot me while I'm hanging down from the thing.
Sure. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, whoops. I somehow let go.
Okay. If I did shoot, if he missed, it was like, okay, fine.
I think I made it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Alright, the way back is definitely going to be use these to get up on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the key. Usually also the other way is if you fall, it's like, fine, just turn around. And jump back in the pipe.
Yeah, I mean, I do have 12 lives, but I kind of want to try to get back legitimately.
No, sure, but I'm saying, like, hey, if you fall, then in that case, you just turn around.
Yeah. No point in trying to do this again if I fail it, though.
Yeah, in that case, it's a cool thing that when you do die, you do hold on to items. Once you get the game over. Also, he's like, yeah, like, I'm gonna get that Croc one day, and then he's like, yeah, look up. That one had to turn around. Well, actually, he turned around really quick, honestly, I just noticed.
Yeah, all things considered, he turned around really fast. Getting back wasn't nearly so bad.
Also, by the way, I'll ask you a question now, going back as far as the pipe sound effect I'll put in. What Mario game's pipe sound effect do you want me to use?
Because I'm a sucker for Mario 3, how about Mario 3?
Mario 3, okay, we'll do that. I just wasn't sure which one, because fine, there might be different variations for it. At first I said, wait, which one? It's like when I asked Edward when we did one of the Pokemon parts, I said, hey, you know, there's a piece of music that sounds like Pewter City in this game. I said, which version of Pewter City you want in there? And he said, like, yeah, the Fire Red League Green edition. As far as the link was, anyway.
I thought I had that. Croc, don't back up. Turn. It's like half the time when I want him to back up, he turns, and when I want him to turn, he backs up.
Yeah, and that was the constant criticism of this game, even at the time, by a lot of gaming magazines saying exactly that, which is that, fine, Henry does the Mario 64 thing, which is that when you hit downwards, he takes a step forward sometimes before he walks backwards, and sometimes he does a turn. So like, wait a second, what's that about? So it's one of those things where it seems like a lot of the opinions on this game kind of are sort of similar or overlapping in certain things, and in the case of how much can you adjust, and especially when it comes to something like the control, you know, what's that adjustment going to look like?
Now, as much as I've been complaining this time,
Sure, no, I get that. Makes sense, though.
yeah, my opinion of this game hasn't really changed that much. I definitely like it.
Yeah.
It's just, there have been some rather nasty sets of terrain.
Sure. Fine, the Crochet Nerd 64 said specifically, so like, hey, the controls are the idea of what you're putting off, and that is, fine, to preface when we get to the end of the game and final thoughts, that is definitely going to be the biggest hurdle, and I think in some ways it doesn't necessarily matter what version you play, unless you play the Game Boy Color version, which is something totally different. Actually, it's not a platformer, really. Oh, okay, it is and it isn't, in the sense that it's like a top-down kind of game, but there's not, the way platforming works on it is not like this. So that's the one case where it's going to be different. That's going to be your perspective of what you're going to have to deal with if you want to play this.
I attacked before the thing reached me. Okay, respawn platform. Whoops. Whoops.
At least in one way, I would say okay, fine, you got him that time. First I would say, oh, you don't have to deal with him. It's like, you know, yes, you do.
I do frequently wish the timer on enemy respawns wasn't so fast.
It's also a question again, Croc 2, if Croc 2 does that. I don't know. I can look into that to see, like, is it longer in Croc 2 or not? Or Chad, if you played Croc 2, do you know? Well, okay, look at that. Okay, that was cool. Yeah, you kind of were sliding off, but like, no, you're able to live.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's about 15-20 seconds for respawn, unless you're in the area of their respawn, in which case it's whenever you get out of it after like that amount of time. Alright, so through the door we go. It feels like a great case of relaxation when it's like, okay, there you go, there's the gong, and... Wait, did you get all the color gems? Or, okay, fine, maybe it's over there. Oh, you got them all, never mind.
I have them all, and, you know, with 10 lives, I think I'm comfortable going in. Though, I kind of want to see what's up there.
Yeah, alright, we'll take a look. It's a button for something. At least they're not collapsing platforms yet.
Yeah, so far.
But they're small. Gobbos somewhere.
And I cannot get the camera to look.
Yeah, I think we're gonna hit the button first, and then we'll see what's going on.
Oh, damn it. I was right there, too.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that. It's always the most frustrating thing.
There's an enemy right there.
platform somewhere. On the other side, it looks like.
Okay. I am going to jump down. Not hit the gong.
It looks like he's close enough, so I was like, wait, hold on. Unless, is it, that's the thing I'm wondering, I think you're probably thinking this too, is maybe you jump for that, he comes for you. Or not.
Pork.
There you go, awesome. Alright, so let's see what's in the door. Ghost again.
Another frickin' ghost.
And man, it's slowing down a lot.
Okay, this minigame is going to...
I don't know.
What am I supposed to call it?
It's basically racing against... I'll tell you what it is. It's a harder version of the Dompe race in Ocarina of Time. The quest is like... Although, here's the thing. I don't know if you have to beat him. Here's the idea. Fine, he's getting gems. So I don't know if that necessarily means that it necessarily matters that much.
I think the gems are mainly marking the path.
Feasibly.
Except...
I don't know if you have to beat him. It's maybe just following him.
Well, that was just I fell.
No, I get that.
Also, Sweaty Thumb is starting to lose grip on stick.
I'm not even playing and I'm feeling the same way. Okay, fine. You have the power of platform. Oh, wait. I think he's catching up with you. It's like, wait, does he have like an artificial AI to catch up with you? I don't know. You got the key.
I did get key. So my bet is that if I don't beat him to the key, he grabs the key.
Okay.
So since I did grab the key, I bet I just need to get to the cage.
I think nothing else is also just limiting how many of these gems you can get. So yeah, in that case, you probably just take your time from here if you so desire.
Yeah. I also don't like it when the game starts beating me on stuff like this.
Did you save the gobble from the ghost? There you go, good job. I think that might be everything actually on this level. Okay, so...
I mean, I had to give it a shot.
There you go. Because fine, she's gonna have to 100% this anyway. Or fine, she agreed to 100% it anyway, I should say.
Yeah.
It's fine. If you didn't want 100%, I'd say that's fine. You just have to go to Cactus Jack's ranch before we do that.
At the very least, I want to give it a real shot. I want to give a real shot at 100%ing it.
Sure.
If I end up deciding that a few things are just too hard for me to get, then that's that.
That, or if you want me to take over on some of that stuff to try my own hand at this feasibly.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see when we get to that, because it's fine. Blind until the end of the game, which is basically the end of World 5. Just to let you know. I'm gonna go back to Leap of Faith for lives.
Yeah, I'm gonna farm up. Or actually, no. On bosses, I think I might actually want to go in with just a few lives.
Yeah.
Because, in fact, maybe even go in with 0. So, well, no, I have been able to beat bosses without gems. So
that's true.
Maybe I go in with, say, 4 or 5 lives.
Yeah, you
4
have
or
like
5 spares.
You have like 7 now, so
Yeah,
that should be
so,
set. Alright, so we'll leap back to Leap of Faith later.
So I'm gonna go into Leap of Faith just to get a couple quick deaths.
Why not just go in with the lives you have, so you have them?
It gets frustrating when I can't just go in with some gems to be able to take a couple hits while learning patterns.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, actually,
Oh, you have like 5
I am in.
lives.
I'm gonna lose 1, and save on the boss level.
Okay.
But I think this will be best for me.
Okay.
Also, like, I guess kind of resource management. Like, here I actually don't want a lot of lives.
Okay.
Whereas on the regular levels, I want tons of them, so I can afford to take chances.
And I guess also because the boss levels are shorter, and the only thing that are in them usually, as far as items, are gems and lives.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's been a single collectible other than the basic gems.
There hasn't been, no. And one thing also, since this came up as far as playing on PlayStation, at least as far as what I saw as far as the first part of this, before we started on part 1, some of the areas on the way to the boss are different between Saturn and PlayStation. Okay, so let's see what's ID of Cactus Jack. Fine, there's Baron Dante again. Turning a cactus into...
A cactus and what looked like a lizard, actually.
Yeah, lizard cactus, so that would be... Yeah, I'm trying to think of something. You get vibes of Cacturne from Pokemon, but he's not a lizard. Yeah, we have been in the desert for quite a while, so then we're going to see what's next in World 4. That does mean, by the way, we have only 2 more worlds left after this one, and then there are secret worlds, I believe, are tied to when you get either all the Gobbos or... we'll have to see how that works. Because we'll show those off.
Okay. I don't need all of these, but it would be nice to... It would be nice to get through the door without getting stopped by the sloped walls.
Sure, yeah. Well, there's another life. Okay, so there's like 2 lives here. This is almost like a mini, this is like a mini case of being able to get a life set up for this.
Yeah.
So fine, you're gonna run into more lives anyway.
I'm skipping that one.
Fair enough.
Also, I'm not sure how I got through that with controlling so badly.
Also looked like one of those platforms you didn't hit. Alright, so here is Cactus Jack. He is, I guess he's using like Pin Missile or something like that, and Rapid Spin. So I'm gonna assume that when he stops with his spin attack, hit him. Alright, there you go. Oh.
And I am not going to pick up the gems for the moment.
Actually, I think some of the other bosses didn't give you gems. And also, he seems easier than some of the other bosses you faced.
So far.
Right, that's true, you're right. He's like stopping right in front of you, almost. Okay, never mind, he is easier unless there's a second form. Okay. So...
was that it?
I would say maybe Neptuna should have been the boss here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like
they switched that up
in
terms of difficulty.
Because that was, in terms of difficulty, that was a mini boss.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that was a mini boss. Neptuna.
That was the worst one. Yeah,
was a legit boss.
Fine, thematically, this makes more sense to be the boss of the desert area. But all right, there you go. So that's one way to do that one. So Cactus Jack is nothing. So the game is finally taking mercy on you. So good job. I think you seem like you're kind of just looking at her. She's kind of in a case of almost a sort of stomach shock in a way. So I thought I would be in worse shape as we're going to the Tower of Power. I love that band. Also, the person who did music on Dragon Ball Z ripped off music from them. As far as that.
We are going back to farm a few lives.
And I'm going back to the Nintendo Direct discussions then too. Not that we have a whole lot more. And I'm going to go on the limited run stuff because I promised last week we talked about them all. We didn't. The 100 Line Last Defense Army, or Academy, I should say. I don't know what this is. They announced it. It's out next year. Probably should have a better answer for what it is. If we're talking Square stuff, there's another case. Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven. I don't know if you played any of the Romancing Saga games. I haven't.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I've heard they're really good.
Yeah.
I have never played one.
I played the demo.
Any of them.
I'll say this. I played the demo of Saga Beyond Emerald, I think it was. The one that came out this year. My brain was kind of exploding trying to understand this game. It's very bizarre as far as what it is. I mean, here was a free demo. I was like, let's take a look at this. But it's also one of those things that I can't necessarily doubt on people saying, hey, they really like these games, or Romancing Saga itself. But yeah, it's a remake. It is out on October 24th. And then fine, the thing I inadvertently willed into seeing it, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. 7 years it was announced. I said, hey, people been waiting for that for 7 years for an announcement. They showed footage. It looks really, really good. So yeah, Samus Aran, she's back in the Metroid Prime universe case with follow-up for Metroid Prime 3 Corruption from Wii. So yeah, been fine. Outside of Metroid Prime Federation Force, which despite the idea that it's not what the fans of it wanted, wasn't that bad a game. It is the first new entry as far as that since 2007. It's coming out next year. It looks great, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what Samus has. I know you've played Metroid Prime before, have you not?
I've played. I don't know how far through it I got, but I know I could tell that I was in some later areas, but I'm not sure whether I was halfway, 2/3, 3/4.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean, right?
Yeah. They're great games. It is Retro Studios who originally made Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze, and they made this. Ex-members, actually, I learned of Iguana Entertainment, the people who made the Turok games. You go back to Turok and play that. The DNA of Metroid Prime is all over those games. Sometimes literal DNA in the sense there's blood everywhere in that game. But anyway, it looks awesome, and like, yeah, I can't wait for that. And it is Nintendo, I guess, is going out with a bang when it comes to Switch specifically, because yeah, that is out next year. Cannot wait for that. All right, and next up, the limited run stuff. There's actually a lot of these things that went around, including stuff I know might be of interest to you. But I know, I'll start with one thing that might be interesting, because I don't know if you've ever played this originally. Do you know Star Wars Dark Forces?
I don't believe I have.
Okay, yeah, it was on the PC in the 90s. They then ported it to PlayStation, where it was very rough port. They did a new version of it recently that is digital as far as it on all the consoles and on PC. It's by Night Dive Studios, so you know it's done really well. Night Dive is kind of miracle workers when it comes to redoing games, old games, including the Turok games, actually. Putting them in a new context. And doing a great job with them. There's a physical version of that out now as far as pre-order. It's basically kind of like Doom with Star Wars. Not as violent, but also something that you have this great cases like the MIDI chip music and some of those early Star Wars PC games. Our experiences are with some of those early ones like TIE Fighter and X-Wing and things like that.
I don't have any experience with PC Star Wars.
Those are cases I'd love to see re-releases of those, because those are really, really good. As far as, like, the flight simulator stuff. And actually, fine, I know you played Rogue Squadron. I know the people who made Rogue Squadron said they paid attention to X-Wing and TIE Fighter in particular, in terms of saying, hey, what can we do as far as, like, the Star Wars flight thing. Those games are awesome, and Dark Forces is pretty good, too, and it started the adventures of Kyle-Katarn, who we then would later see in Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, and then Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, and then Jedi Knight 3 Jedi Academy. So, like, then it's kind of spun off on its own. Kind of being first-person shooter, and then kind of going third-person when you get your lightsaber. But yeah, that is their physical version up of that right now. Also, Valis the Phantasm Collection. These are games in the Valis franchise, specifically Valis the Phantasm Soldier, Valis 2, and Valis 3. These are games that go back to the Super Nintendo days. I think I played one of these. I think I played Super Valis. I believe that is on the Switch Online for Super Nintendo, I think. They're kind of side-scrolling hack-and-slash games. It's kind of like, I showed you El Viento at one point by Wolf Team. They're kind of like that, a little bit. Of what I played of the first one, it was pretty cool. So seeing a return to that is definitely something nice. Then they had Rain World. I believe this is an independent game that they're getting a physical version of that later this year. This summer, by the way, is for Valis Phantasm Collection 3. They're bringing back the Fighting Force games. Are you familiar with Fighting Force?
No.
Okay. Beat 'em up, 3D beat 'em up that Eidos made. They initially tried to position it to Sega to say, we want this to be the fourth Streets of Rage game. We can do this for 3D. Sega didn't want it, so they said, okay, we're turning this into our own game. It did well enough, they then made a sequel, Fighting Force 2, which is on PlayStation and Dreamcast. That kind of put the stop to it, because people said, hey, this game is not that great, and you want to talk about going through a level for a long time. That's a game where you go through levels that are like over an hour long, and there's no checkpoints. If you die, you have to start the whole damn thing over again.
Oof.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect timing, right. I get that. So fine.
That was not deliberate.
I know. We'll just pretend it was, but fine, because we play on this show, I swear to God. But anyway, they're redoing these. They're promising quality of life updates, so feasibly with checkpoints in that game as far as Fighting Force 2. I've never played either one of those. I was kind of curious, but fine. See what they're going to do, because I think this is another one of those Carbon Engine games. We're taking that to emphasize, enhance some of the stuff. There's also Renane, or Renane, I believe it's called. I think that's an independent game. I don't remember what it is. They're physicaling it later this year. There's a doing physical on Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, the Switch version, because it's physical on everything else. But the Switch version is by Panic Button. Talk about other masters of porting. We talked about that yesterday, you and I. We talked about Virtuos with their ports of Spyro Reignite Trilogy, Starlink Battle for Atlas, and of course the Switch port of Nier Automata, which is pretty impressive, even against the Xbox One and PS4 editions and PC version as well. They are physicaling that later this year, along with the Cosmic Fantasy Collection. That is like a classic game compilation of sorts that's going to stuff. I'm trying to remember what it is. Also, we talked about the Summer Games Fest when it came to those with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind. They're doing one for G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe Wrath of Cobra. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen a G.I. Joe game. I might be wrong in this. I'll have an edit down if I'm wrong about this, but I think the last G.I. Joe game I remember was on NES. So it's been a while. Maybe not. The point is, it's been a while, and it seems like it's kind of another retro throwback to that. Curious to see that, and we've seen that happen with Power Rangers coming up by Digital Eclipse, and we have stuff like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge that happened with. So we'll see how that goes. Also, there is Assault Suit Lanos 2 Saturn Tribute. It is the sequel to a game on Sega Genesis called Target Earth. I never heard of this until they put it on Switch Online for Genesis. It's kind of a weird, mech shooting game. It's like Ranger X, which we showed a little bit for on the show. Electverse was a big one in Ranger X. We're going to do that as a full show. Not as good as Ranger X, honestly, but this is the sequel. I believe this is in Saturn in Japan, from what I understand. Also, there's Snow Brothers Wonderland. I've heard this game. I think it was on NES, the Snow Brothers games. I'm trying to remember what this is. It's almost like a cooperative platform combat game. I think there's a nice climber similarity to it, sort of, kind of. They're doing a new version called Wonderland that's out this year. Gimmick 2, which is a sequel to a game from NES that's by Sunsoft. That's coming. Penny's Big Breakaway, which is the new game from the people who made Sonic Mania. That's getting a physical version for Switch, they said, but I don't know if they're putting on other consoles. That's coming later. There's one the pre-order is on for now, which is the 20th anniversary edition of Beyond Good and Evil. Actually, the 21st anniversary is now. You ever played Beyond Good and Evil? From Ubisoft?
No.
You might find it interesting. It's... hi, Gemini96. So good to see you. I didn't notice you there. Sorry. I love Croc, one of the best platformers. All right, so here he is. So good to see you. I'm also going over the limited run stuff for a few weeks ago with Nocturne's running through and doing life grinding.
Yep.
Basically, rule is while life grinding is happening, game announcements are happening, and we're going into stuff about that. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go into memories more on Croc, on any aspect of it. Anything on the limited run stuff, the Nintendo Direct stuff. Yeah, go back to Beyond Good and Evil briefly. It's kind of this adventure game that's very much Zelda-ish, in the sense you're Jade, this photojournalist, and you're trying to cover a government cover-up. It was Michelle and Sel who made Rayman who made it. It's really, really good. It's a game that did not sell very well, but it's something that has a big cult following. There's a sequel that was announced in 2008. They've been figuring like what's going on with this thing. It is feasibly in development hell. Its lead designer unfortunately passed away last year. They have a tribute to him in this new release of Beyond Good and Evil, the first one. It's really cool. It's kind of a mixture like a Zelda case. There's a little bit of Pokemon Snap in the case you're like taking pictures of like the corruption of enemies, like a bit of stealth stuff going on. The storytelling and voice acting is really good. I have this on Gamecube. I should show it to you at some point. Maybe show it after the show. But they put the physical version out for pre-order right now, and it's up for about a month. And then next was Toxic Crusaders. Some friends of mine went to too many games this year. They actually had it set up there, I believe, as far as a new game based on the Trauma series of movies, as we're going to go to Tower Power.
Yeah, I'll let you finish up.
No, but fine. For this one, there were games based on this on NES. There was a Trauma movie, like a low-budget thing. I believe it was Lloyd Kaufman. No, yeah, the late Lloyd Kaufman was involved in this. And kind of became this big franchise. It was like a game based on NES, I believe. But it's like a modern beat-em-up, kind of like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games that's coming out later this year. And I didn't know it was even set up for the purpose of that when they were out as far as too many games this year. But yeah, there you go as far as where we're going. And next is Tower Power. Getting like a Donkey Kong 64 vibe out of this one in the sense that it's like the creepy castle near the end of that game. Let's go to Tower Power. I get to reference that band as well. But I also put What Is Hip in the link list. This is kind of like this, like, it's 70s R&B funk soul music, which I am all about. And yeah, we're in the creepy tower. So, all right, there you go. Oh, wait, hold on. Before you go, like, what was with Croc's head? It seems like it's lacking texture here for some reason. Is that just me? Okay, no, maybe not. Or maybe just brighter. I don't know, I thought I got the sense that there was more texture on his head in other areas than here. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. If you're not noticing, that's fine. That is something that I noticed. Oh.
Well, you know what? I'm going to cheese this since this is the very beginning of the level.
And we have like 31 lives, so we're feasibly not going to get a game over for a while.
Yeah.
I think you found a good system as far as how to handle this, honestly.
And because I quit out of the stage, I should... Well, before the death completed...
Right.
Yep, I still have 30 spare lives.
Right, and unlike Super Mario Sunshine, you can do that in this game, whereas in that game, you press the start button, it goes beep beep. It's like, yeah, you're not getting away from the death that you're gonna have. Sorry.
Whoops.
Which I guess is fine, in the sense that, fine, you should live with your mistake, but it's like, fine. Fine, in this case, you can literally live with your mistake, as opposed to the case that, yeah, I get to live now.
Yeah, Croc himself is going to cheat.
Yeah, that or he's gonna call out the bird friend there. It's almost like Beat from the Mega Man games.
Yeah, except way more flight endurance.
That's true, you're right. Yeah, his Beat does run out of power eventually. Which we'll show when we do Mega Man 7 again, and he's a Mega Man, what, 6?
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I will take that. Or
wait, hold on, what happened there?
There's a wall.
Oh, that was a wall?
Yeah, it was a very dark colored wall, but it was there. I saw it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look back on the video on that one specifically just to see what's going on. It's fine, I didn't notice it. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Beat. What game in the series did you first appear in?
I think Beat first appeared in 5.
Mega Man 5. Okay.
But despite being a Mega Man fan, I'm not nearly as knowledgeable about the classic series as I am most of the other parts of the franchise.
Sure, and honestly, in my case, I don't remember when. Actually, even as far as myself, I have them all in collections. I played all of them at one point or another, but it's also something that I guess the ones I played the most have been. Actually, I think the first 3, and then 7, and then 8, and then 9, 10, and sort of with 11. And then we're gonna get more stuff with Mega Man going on, and she's also gonna be involved for. We'll go back to Mega Man 7. Actually, I'll sort of indicate this. I'm starting a segment next year to celebrate 5 years of the show, which is going to be Super Old Game Saturday Second Chance. We're going to come back to a game we've already done for a new look, either with new tech or because maybe we had an audio problem when we did it before or something. I think Mega Man 7 might be a good case of that. But other stuff as well. In fact, I'm tempted even to go back to, because I know we're going to do Mega Man X and Maverick Hunter X at some point. I know you don't have much familiarity with X2. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel we could do X2 again, and you want to be in on that one when I do it.
Yeah, I would say it's more that I have of the X series, I have the least familiarity with 2, but I have played it and beaten it before.
Oh, you have?
Okay. I just have, all in all, I have fairly little experience with it, but it's not non-existent.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure as far as that specifically what degree that you'd beaten it or not. Yeah. But again, we did have a good time when we did Mega Man X2 specifically. I can't believe that was like.
I am not sure how I stuck that.
Well, there you go. Your natural reflexes and skills off of playing this. So I think that's feasibly where it's going. As we're going into, I guess, the tower here. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's the cathedral with the nice, tinted glass up there. Fine. What's the term as far as that kind of? What's the term of that kind of glass again?
Stained glass.
Stained glass. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I forgot what it was, but yeah, there you go. That's it. It does look really nice. And you're getting closer because this is the second to last world outside the secret ones, from what I understand. But it looks like it feasibly could be one of the final ones. Okay, what happened?
I'm not sure.
It went there, so it's like, unless, I don't know, do you have to keep hitting that to break boxes or something? Okay. Hold on, you stomp on that, it goes down. Or maybe you hit it once and walk off, and then you have to kind of be... Hold on. So I guess as soon as you walk off, it brings the blocks back? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
And you're stuck here, so yeah, we're gonna have to figure this out. I don't know if it's the case that you hit that, you can feasibly run and be on top of those blocks when they first appear. I guess if you got though. It's fine, yeah. Gemini96 is the expert of this game in the audience. I know that for a fact, because he played this game multiple times. On PlayStation mainly, but yeah, he knows specifically. Because as soon as you walk off now, it's going to appear again, but I don't know if when it appears, when it starts disappearing, you start running, and then you have a way to get onto it.
No, as soon as I get off the button, really hard to show because of how the camera works.
Right.
But
even when the blocks are still dropping down. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Then maybe you do. Maybe you have a very brief window to do that. It's like that feasibly have to be the only way, unless there's something we're missing here. Okay. Now jump. Okay, that's weird. Unless maybe those are invisible blocks.
understand this at all.
We'll figure it out somehow.
I mean, no.
Yeah, we do need to. If we do, when you feel like we need to do this, we'll look at the guide, see like what we're doing.
Yeah, like.
I think that's the idea, but it's like, then you walked onto it, and then the platforms didn't come back. Even when I think when you jumped in the area, the platforms didn't come back. Yeah. Okay, you can push them.
I can push them?
Yep. And then when you push one of them out, the rest fall down. So I guess then you have to feasibly, I guess, create a tower of these, sort of, I guess, push out in one direction, and I guess push in, I guess, the other one to, I guess, go up in a spiral. And I guess then the buttons reset it in case you get the case they start falling. So I guess consider it a preview when we play Catherine. Because fine, Catherine's all about like the block pushing, but it's not like when you put them in an area they go edge, and then you're able to get your way through. Okay. I see. Actually, I didn't even think to do that.
Okay, I need to push that one further. Doesn't help that the camera sucks. I keep commenting on the camera, but
Fine, everybody says the camera's a problem. Even I think even Gemini 96 isn't gonna admit to that. I'll say this honestly, here it seems like the camera's less of a liability only because it's pretty much just how you're gonna position the box with anything else. Can you jump up on top of that one at the top? Okay, yes you can. There you go. And with that, then you hit that, and I guess that's going to be your way through. Alright, there you go. Yeah, now they're starting to throw like puzzle platforming into the mix, which is interesting. What do you think of that then?
yeah. I mean, I'm happy to see that, honestly.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I like that kind of challenge.
Although, admittingly, it isn't very clear versus how we do this.
Yeah, I just wish it had been more obvious that you could push those blocks. Like, a lot of pushable blocks in the past have had arrows on them.
That's a good point, yeah. So that makes total sense.
Just see. Nope, there's nothing over in that direction.
You could get the really great harpsichord music here.
Why couldn't the camera go in the other direction?
Oh, there you go. You're on. Oh, if I were on, but
I let go. I wasn't sure what I wasn't sure what was going on,
No, I get
so
that.
because camera was camera.
Well, honestly, in that case, it wasn't so much the camera, which is the case that fine, you saw that, and in the case of fine, adjusting your run to grab on.
Lag.
Man, this is why you're bringing 26 lives here.
And now I bonked.
Also, I think you found the smart way to kind of run this as far as getting lives going.
Yep. This is as fast as I can go right now. Like,
you almost made it.
like, it was lagging. Like, that was not the game. That was not Croc simply not moving fast. It was lag.
Basically, you mean the frame rate's dropping? Is that what you mean? You're saying you're spot lag on your case.
No, like game lag. Like, he's not, like...
So it's a frame rate thing?
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
I just want to clarify that.
The frame rate is the frame rate is slowing down, but the enemy movement isn't.
Which is weird, because usually you'd think everything would slow down in that case.
Yeah. And I have the control stick pushed all the way forward.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, clearly this is possible. But
you just fall behind him as soon as he goes. I see what you mean. It seems like, yeah, he's kind of going a bit slow, but I think he might just make this. Yeah, okay, you made it.
I thought that I thought that they were trying to fake me out on the position of the platform.
Yeah, I thought you were right below it, so that's my fault of saying, like, wait, I thought that was what it was.
No, I thought that they were trying to fake me out on the position of the platform by not positioning it at the very end of the grade. Oh. Okay. I'm starting to get legitimately frustrated now.
More or less than Neptuna.
Well, right now I feel like the game is actually unfair because of how the enemy movement is not matching the enemy movement. It seems to be remaining the same while the frame rate is dropping.
So I guess we're getting you on the record saying that Neptune is more fair than this?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. I wasn't sure.
I was clipped by the enemy.
Right.
And I bonked again. I actually dislike this stage more than 3-2.
Because of this?
Yes. Oh, it lagged to the point that it cut my jump distance short there.
Okay, oh yeah, you're right, I guess so. I don't know, Gemini96, you played this on PlayStation. Does that happen on PlayStation? See, I don't know if it does. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. just made it.
Oh, wait. I timed that horribly.
Mm-hmm.
At least I confirmed that the platform is in fact at the end of the grate.
Awesome.
To the edge of this thing. Like, see how his animation speeds up after?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh! I had stopped pushing forward, and then he fell.
So basically you kept going after the jump?
Yeah. I mean, I really want to like what this level is doing, but then it throws crap like frame like blah, blah, blah. But then it throws crap like this that's not related to the actual stage difficulty.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it looks like, yeah, his feet were through the platform. Yeah, you're right, 'cause yeah, this is definitely slowing down a lot here.
Yeah, there is so much slowdown in that room. Like, not severe slowdown,
but how are you saying it's not severe given that? I would say it is.
What I mean is, what I mean is it's only slightly slower. Like, it's not like it's moving at, like, a handful of frames per second.
Okay, no, I get that.
It's...
Yeah, the end seemed like it was getting close to that.
But it's,
But it's enough to inhibit your movement on top of that, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
I could see that, especially at the end when you're making that jump.
if I stop that, I go into the pit.
Right.
I don't think I can make the jump between the gears if I go back down.
What if you run over the box and jump over there?
That's what I'm thinking. I was just getting a better view of what was below.
Okay.
So, let's see.
It seems like that's maybe more what the box is designed here for, not to miss it be broken.
Yeah, in this particular room, I think I agree that the boxes are meant, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's eventually a platform that spawns under there.
Right, because you've seen that so many times before, so it makes sense to think that, oh yeah, we'll be able to get that. Alright, we'll find out when we get to going for cleanup on this thing, no question.
like how this area is very vertical.
Yeah. Maybe the most vertical we've seen in this
Yeah.
game so far. I'll find aside from the tower section we saw.
Yeah. That one is also over a bit, but there's no clear jump to be made from there.
Right.
Well, not with the not with the box anyway.
Okay. And I said, yeah, I think you could feasibly either go down to the gear to the left or feasibly make it over to that.
I'm gonna try to jump to the other grate down there.
Alrighty.
I'm pretty sure I could make it, but my angle was off.
Right.
That's what it felt like anyway.
Yeah, it seemed like I thought feasibly you were going to make it based upon how that was going. Fine, that or I guess, I don't know, do you necessarily even need to go that way to do it? I don't know, if you ride those just over to the right and then just jump off there, if you just climb up, maybe, I don't know. Or the left down there. Yeah, and Croc's not at full damage like Mario. Or Mario 3D, I should say.
Yeah.
So it's color gem, and then next... Fine, okay, right there to that gear.
It does nothing.
Alright, so now... I don't know.
Yeah.
But I would think, wait a sec. It's fine, you got that. Okay, so fine. The end of the hallway's over there at that end. Yeah, right. Okay, because that's where the door is. I thought to the right of that gear, that one you were on, it looks like maybe there's like a tower over there, but I was like, I don't know if you can get to there from where you were going.
Yeah, that's a big distance away.
Right.
The little red platform down there next to that gear.
Wait, hold on. Did it move?
No,
it wasn't there. It wasn't at that position. Wasn't it more to the right?
No, that's where it was. The position can look a little weird from a distance, I think.
Okay.
Just because of how this... Oop, and then I fall right in between. I think I might need to come back to this level with like 50 or 60 lives.
I would say if you want to off-screen grind lives, do it. I know it's boring, but I think feasibly you should put that on the shelf and do it.
Honestly, with that one level with the bonus area right at the start, life grinding is actually really, really fast.
Okay.
When I had to use 3-1, it was slow.
Yeah, it took a little longer.
Now it's fast.
Okay.
Now it's fast. Fast and reliable.
Okay.
So, okay. Okay, Croc.
That was good to see the idea that he had the 1 foot on nothing and he was still okay. So I think maybe you do have to go up there to the top of this as you did the first time. Oh, you made it back to that one at least.
Yeah, I'm trying to jump on the platform, on the plane platform right there.
Oh, that. I didn't see that. Took a leap of faith there.
Yeah, but I want to see what happens if I land on it.
Sounds like a good idea.
And I'm willing to burn the remainder of my lives to figure that out, because I don't think I'm beating this level anyway tonight.
I don't know. I mean, if you do beat it, I would think after what you went through, I think you probably would just want to beat it so you don't have to come back to this until you have to do cleanup. I mean, look, you said this is the worst part of the game by a country mile, even against the boss. You said it was the worst part of the game before that. The fact that you're now saying that you would want to do it again, I'm kind of surprised, I guess.
It's more that I'm curious about whether there's a significance to that platform.
Sure, no, I get that idea, but even in the case of saying I'm willing to go through the entire level over again. There you go.
Okay,
There you are.
does not seem to be any significance to the platform.
Which is weird. You'd think that if it's out here, why would it be out here?
Given its position in the middle of that ring, I thought it was going to be a bonus area.
Yeah, it makes sense. Unless, I don't know, do you want to try and stomp it 3 times, see if it takes us to a bonus area? I don't know. I was like, I'm just gonna guess here. Okay, never mind.
Alright. Well, I mean...
Worth finding out.
I found out.
Okay, so now we'll figure out, in that case, where to next. Honestly, this doesn't seem like that's too bad to make these jumps. Especially because it's going in a circle, so oftentimes you can feasibly jump and be alright on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see this again. Okay, so there isn't a tower over there on the edge. I thought there was. Okay, so let's see. There's that for the color gem. Is there... I don't know, can you put the camera forward as far as it's looking forward for a sec? Okay, so, alright, there's that. You think... Hold on. Because fine, there's... That... Oh, fine, because you land on both of the cogs so far. You think maybe you have to land on all 3?
All 4?
All 4, I should say.
I'm wondering if there's actually something where I actually need to break these.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there is. Okay, so there you go. So you do have to break them. Alright, so you break them to connect that in order to...
So, in that case, I'm going to jump off.
And then just bust the box.
Because this means that I actually do need to break all the boxes.
Okay, good to find that. Good to check that. But fine, you're looking at that, you're like, wait, I'm on a pit. Why would I want to do that? But then there are also cases that are fine. They're boxes too. So you think, well, alright. But so yeah, they're definitely giving more of a puzzle case right now as far as World 4.
Whoops. Okay, that time I legitimately failed the jump.
Mm-hmm. There's something to be said, so I'm glad these mishaps, specifically as far as cases where it's not been going well with like the way the game's designed, have happened, because then you can say like, when is it my fault and when is it the game's? So at least we're giving a good distinction.
Yeah.
And you're giving a great explanation as far as like why is it in each of the cases where it is or it is not.
Yeah.
And it makes sense as well.
Yeah. And on occasion, it's just I'm not used to how the game does something.
Sure, yeah.
Which still boils down to a user error, essentially.
Sure.
Okay. Now this should
Go right there.
go right here. room no longer sucks so bad.
Okay, because you're kind of...
The previous room was still terrible, though.
I would say, yeah.
But this room is okay. I know I keep calling them rooms, even when they don't have walls.
Well, they are rooms, though, because you're kind of going through a door to a next area. So that makes sense.
The one thing I really don't like about this room is that if you move forward without breaking a box, you're screwed, even though,
Nice catch.
even though, basically, you can't go backwards.
Sure, yeah.
Which, that bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
If the large cogs were close enough to each other that, that you could, still reasonably jump from one to the other, to get back to the start of that room, that would be fine. That would be fine. They're a little too far apart, which basically soft locks you unless you jump off the edge, to just let Croc die or
Right.
I did not read that right. Whoops. What's the trick for this?
Probably same deal as the other one. Run right as it's swinging away from you. I don't think on the edge you would get. I don't know. Do you think you get hit on the very edge of that? If I just do, almost do that.
I think I need to do the diagonal jump at the end to the L part of the grate.
Mm-hmm.
Next to the jelly thing.
Okay.
Oh shit. I do think this is going to be the last level for tonight.
I was going to say, if you didn't say it was, I would have said it specifically anyway. Also say this, if you do get a game moment on this level and you want to get into a case for next part, you start where you died at. By playing off screen up to that point, do it.
Whoops.
In fact, feasibly, if you don't say to do it, I would feasibly insist you do it.
I mean, that would be doable.
Okay.
Okay, stop trying to rotate the camera into the tower.
Unfortunately, it has to because it turns it that way. So you basically have to turn it manually. I know it's a problem with it, I agree, but it's also something unfortunately that's something we've noticed. I think you might have made that just running. I think you might have just made that as far as that jump.
I just really don't like the end of that.
I said the other way you're not going to get enough distance, so it looks like, but we'll see. the last colored gem.
I had a bad angle. Game over.
Alright, so yeah, in that case, that's going to be the idea of it. It was a good try, but yeah, this game is definitely heating up this way, no question.
Yeah,
But
that one level ate up all 30 lives that I ground up.
Okay, so then in that case, we'll tell you how I guess it's going to go. I guess off screen, we'll do a level grind, or she'll do a level grind. We'll play up to that point where that is off screen. We'll start there next time. Does that sound like a good idea?
And like right before going into that to get ready for next time. Well, you know, to get ready for the start of the stream. I think that's when I'll do the life grinding as well, and then we'll just leave it paused at the start of that room.
Honestly, I'd say this. I think you just go off screen before we do this. You get to 99, you basically use that, and then you play up to that before we do the show.
Alright.
Be set to that. Just as far as that, so in that case you'll be set to that as well.
And I think I might also practice that stage up to that point.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
if you want to put another save file down in your case
Yeah.
to just do that and beat it, go ahead.
Yeah, because because it's
You
not.
can keep it as it is, it's fine.
Yeah, it's
You just go back to the menu.
Yeah, because it's not technically because it's not technically blind up till that point.
Right.
So if I go up to that point in the level without going past that point,
Okay.
it's still a blind run when I get back to it.
No, yeah, sure, makes sense. Fine, in that case, that's going to be the idea as far as what it is. So, alright, there you go. Good job, Nocturne, for sure.
Yeah.
Going through all Desert Zone and into, I think it's Castle Zone, is that what they call it? Yeah, Castle Zone.
Yeah. I mean, I do really enjoy this game so far.
Actually, wait, this is the last world. I was wrong. Aside from the secret worlds, you're actually at the last world, so fine. No wonder this game is throwing the gauntlet down now.
I do really like it.
Yeah, but
however,
there's stuff that's, clearly hard to defend.
Yeah, there are things, especially in this last level, that I find kind of hard to forgive even in games of the time.
Right, no, I get that, absolutely.
So,
It's basically the case the end game on this thing is gonna be. This is your Super Mario Sunshine.
listen, I guess so.
Yeah, no, definitely so. But yeah, I get that for sure. Thank you again, Nocturne, as far as that for the purpose of tonight's show. As far as next part tentatively is on August 24th. Right now, I think that's going to be the idea as far as what we can do. We'll figure that. If it has to change feasibly, it'll change, but that's feasibly, I guess, when we're going to be doing it specifically. But if it is going to be next month, it's going to be the 24th. And I know we both talked about that off screen. But that's the idea as far as next part. Just to give a sense of this specifically, feasibly, I guess, given that, you might be able to beat this game next time. As far as going through, if you go through the rest of this world.
Yeah, I think it's realistic that I might be able to beat the game next time.
Okay, in which case then after that, then that would mean that we have the 2 extra worlds that go with this, and at that point we'll be going 100% for everything else. So as far as other parts, just to give a sense of this, because based upon this, just in case I have other elements of this delineated, because we had to skip a month last month, and that is that fine, feasibly an August show. If we can't do an August show, we'll do it. We won't, but we'll figure it. So far, I think the thought is that we can right now.
Yeah.
But if that changes, I'll let you know in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. I want to say, probably a 90% chance that the August show happens for Croc.
Yeah, okay. But if not, I'll figure something as far as coming back to it. specifically because they've been changing the schedule going on a bit. And then feasibly then we'll do it each month except October. I do also have feasible open shows for November, December, so feasibly we can get the game finished, or we can finish this by end of year, if nothing else, for the purpose of that.
Yeah, I think finishing by the end of the year would be realistic.
I think so, yeah.
Would be entirely feasible.
Right, especially because fine, after the game is beaten, no more blind. You can practice everything else, including the secret worlds.
Yeah. I think as far as the secret worlds are concerned, I don't think I'm going to count those as part of playing it blind. Makes sense. I think the blind run is just story. Main story, no, I get that. Just the main four worlds or whatever. Yeah, and in that case, she will be practicing for that specifically. Yeah. Specifically, so that's going to be the idea. Okay, so let's talk schedule. I'm changing next week's show. I was going to be going back to Game Dev Tycoon next week. I actually am going to be very busy as far as work this week, and for a couple of reasons, I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be prepared for that, but also just because I was doing some practice in this game this week. We haven't played this in about a little over a year. I said I want to get back to completing it so we complete this. I practiced as far as a little bit of time recently, but I don't know if I'm going to be ready to continue that, and I do have to kind of prepare as far as remembering what we did last. As I said, specifically as far as the past couple of weeks, I said, fine. I said this at the beginning of the year. I said, Protorova and I had started that. He's not going to be in case as far as that, and I said I've openly said it before, and she knows it now. Fine, she's known this for months, but I've openly started talking about on the show. He's banned from the program as far as being on it, and he did it to himself. The point is that game was hanging, so I was like, well, I'll finish it myself. We're going to have to finish myself anyway, even before that happens. But in that case, that's feasibly the case. So I've often said this when I said it was coming through a game. I'm not going to go through it if I get a sense I'm not going to be able to be set for it as far as the play of it, but also feasibly emotionally, because I guess it's kind of a little bit of an elephant in the room, as that I've kind of danced around it for too long, which is why I started talking about this about a month or so ago. But just the case, I said, fine. I was thinking about it actually yesterday. I said, fine. I'm going to be really busy next week as it is. I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to be set for this. I don't know if I'm emotionally prepared for that on myself personally. And I just want to make sure that when we get back to this game, I do that right. So next week's show, I'm going to pull something out. I'm not saying right now what I'm pulling out. I think I have an idea of what I'm going to pull out. I'm going to think about this specifically. It's going to be something that we'll be doing in one part. It's not going to be something that is something I'm going to need to come back to. It's not something I'm going to necessarily need a whole lot of preparation for, because it's something I've done, or I would be doing specifically. I'm thinking it's specifically, right now, it'll be a game that I think we did in the early days of the show. I think I'm going to leave that open or kind of hidden. So, next week we're going to have a show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on July 20th, like originally planned. It won't be Game Dev Tycoon. I'm actually pushing that to August, I should say. So I'm going to give it a little bit of extra time, an extra month. At that point, it also means that I will be able to feasibly finish that game in 2 parts and also be ready for being able to do that. And actually, it's also going to be buttressed by the fact that we don't need another Mario Sunshine part for next month because we finished it early, and other aspects as far as open elements for show. So next week, tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to see what we're playing. Week after that, though, that is going to be the same. That's going to be on July 27th. That's going to be play Top Gear 2 for the Super Nintendo. Like, first want to see that. I'm going to practice that game a bit more, but I'm going to be ready for that one, no question. So we have a racing action by Kemco and Gremlin Games. If you haven't played those Top Gear games, Nocturne, I'd recommend them. They're pretty fun. And it's worth pointing out, there's the Top Racer Collection, which is on all the consoles and the PC, which ports for the first 3 from Super Nintendo. We played Top Gear 1 already. And they're really fun racing games as far as it. Very kind of arcadey, but also some nice strategy as far as it. For the first one with elements of Pit Stop, and then the new one where it's almost like RC Prime in the sense you're building up your cars and your skills as you go along. It's pretty fun. As I said, we're playing it on Super Nintendo. It was also on the Sega Genesis. I think there's an Amiga CD32 version, and there's that Top Racer Collection that has it. That'll be July 27th at 7 p.m. as well. Week after that, this is sort of up in the air because I'm going to need a Friday show either for
August 2nd or 9th. Right now, I think it might be 2nd. But if that changes, I'll let you know in the next couple weeks. I'm coming back to Sonic Mania. We played it before about 2 years ago, but there's one aspect that we didn't get to, which is the Encore mode. Because we have Sonic Mania Plus running it with the Xbox One version running on Series X this time. I will be playing that part of the game to show what the Encore mode is, which is technically a sequel to a game we haven't played yet, that being Sonic Forces. And then, on top of that, I'm going to show off a playthrough of the main game with Knuckles running the Knuckles and Knuckles mode. I thought I'd feasibly be able to use the PDP Riftmaster to control it with that and be live on camera. It doesn't work with it, so unfortunately I can't. But in that case, I'll play through that. I'll also show the full ending as far as that, because you run Knuckles and Knuckles mode, and Knuckles on anything. Oh, no, you have to run it with Knuckles and then have a second Knuckles for that. A is different stages, and B, the ending when you get all of the Chaos Emeralds is a nice nod to some classic Sonic gaming, I'll say that. So that's going to be, I think that's going to be a Friday show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on August 2nd. If it's not, it'll be on August 9th. Week after that, I said I was going to do this in September. I'm pushing this ahead a month. I'm going back to Pokemon Violet version one more time. I'm going to be going back for the post-game content prior to the downloadable content. So for this one, like with Croc in this case, I'm going to look up all the stuff that I have to do as far as getting the rest of those swords that are in the ground, the ones I haven't picked up, and doing the extra battles that will go before the downloadable content would be in place. And chat, is up to you if you want to see the downloadable content. I will not play it out of my own volition, but it's going to be a case that if you come by and say, hey, I want to see it, I won't do it right away. That will not be right on the table, but then I will feasibly patch the game after all of the time that I've run it at 1.0, and I'm still running at 1.0 next time. I will then patch it and get the DLC, and I'll use as many of my gold play coins so I give as little of my money to Nintendo as possible, because, yeah, I think that's unacceptable the way they released that game. And one thing when we went to the Nintendo Direct announcements tonight that we didn't talk about is Pokemon Legends Z-A. They announced it earlier this year. We haven't heard much from it since. They didn't announce it then. Hopefully that means Game Freak is going to take this seriously and that they're going to not deliver a broken game again. As I said, they sold 25 million units on that, but what is the reputation worth? To me, it's $1.98, and that's being like $1.97 to kind. We'll see, but that's the idea.
Yeah, and well, like the original Pokemon Legends game, Legends Arceus, that one was solid right out of the gate, in my opinion.
Way better than way better than Gen 9. I mean, as far as like stability and things, people said, "Oh, it has problems with graphics and stability." It's like compared to Gen 9, no, it's way better.
And honestly, I think Arceus was the best game of Gen 8 as well.
Yeah, I can get that. It's really good. I can get that idea of it. It's something unique as far as what it was. We'll see as far as what that next one's going to be and what that's going on. Although, fine, despite everything I said as far as Gen 9, it's something that I initially put my foot down and said no on the DLC, but then I said, you know what? I'll feasibly leave it up to chat vote if they want to see it, and at that point, I can do it. And in that case, I'll also do it blindly when we get to that, but that won't be right away. Then, August 16th, that is when I think I'm going to be ready to go back to Game Dev Tycoon, and I promise I will not move it again. I just want to get that stuff set. As I said, I got to mentally prepare because I have to go watch that show again. It's not pleasant going back to the Proto Rover shows, I'm not going to lie. But we're keeping them up as a record of that, specifically. And yeah, that's the idea. But I will go through that. I think I only need 2 more parts, so I'm going to have another part in September where I was going to have the Pokemon thing at one point. Tentatively Croc on the 24th. And 31st is, I'm talking with Ed Wack with this. He might be doing Smart Ball on Super Nintendo. If we can schedule something for that, it'll be then. Actually, that will be on. That would not be on August 31st. That would be on August 30th because him and Nikki need Friday nights. So in that case, that would be that. If it's not, I will pull something on the viewer request so I can have a viewer request for August because technically I don't have one. Well, and I'll look into that specifically. Then September, I'm off the first week, so we will not have a show. Week after that, well, we'll figure as far as when we're doing Croc for September. And then I have Super Hang-On, which we're going to be playing. I'm going to use either Yakuza 0 from Xbox One to run that by playing through ahead to unlock it, or I'll run Yakuza 6, which we used to briefly show it off earlier this year. We're going to have a full look at that Sega racing game. You ever play Super Hang-On?
I don't believe I have.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a sequel to Hang On from Yu Suzuki from 1985. The sequel came out in 1987. It increases the scope across more courses you drive as it is. And more stuff going on. And it is a fun time. It's more of an arcadey racing game. We'll give it a couple of hours worth. Have a great time showing off everything in it. Because I first wanted to see that and said, we're giving a full show on that one. And then September will feasibly have the second part of Game Tycoon if I need it. I think we might, but just in case. I think it's only going to be 2 more parts before we finish that specifically. And I said last week I'm not finishing that game out of obligation, but I'm fine. I'm pushing it back because I want to make sure as far as that, but I also don't want to leave the games hanging that way, specifically. The game is good, it's just that, fine, there's that aspect that I want to be set on specific before I do it. And also because I played as far as my practice this week, and I said, you know what, I wasn't doing so hot as far as the next set of it, so I said, I want to be in a good case on that one, so I'm going to push that. And then October, I've started practicing some of the stuff we're doing in October. Right now, we got is... If we don't finish Croc in September, we're going to push that to November as far as the next part of Fuse the Beat's finale. October for the Halloween block, we're going to have Splatterhouse. I have the TurboGrafx 16 Mini over there. We're going to be playing it on that. We show off the TurboGrafx 16 Mini for the first time on this show as well. So I'll have a look over on that. When I first wanted to see Twisted Metal on the PlayStation, we're going to play Twisted Metal on the PlayStation, the very first one. The Crochet Nerd 64 is in chat tonight. Him and I have been discussions on doing the Dark Preachers Anthology, Little Hope. We did a Man of Medan last year. We had a great time for that, and we'll be on camera for that if we end up doing that. If not, I'll figure something else. And then DollyFinn also was in the case of wanting to see this for a Halloween take, a game that's by the people who made Croc right here. That is Scooby-Doo Mystery, the Super Nintendo version. That one in particular is by Argonaut. The other one on Sega Genesis is not by them and is totally different. It actually is a point-and-click game like Secret of Monkey Island or something like that. The Super Nintendo game is kind of a platforming game with mystery solving in the sense you kind of search around areas. I mean, I don't know if calling Metroid-like is exactly right, but you're kind of following a map to kind of search areas and then get all the clues you need in order to put a trap together to trap the ghosts and see who they really are behind the mask. You ever play that game? Or any game based on Scooby-Doo?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's I don't know if it's a terrific game, but there's some interesting stuff in it. Gives another look as far as Argonaut. And it is the first case on Scooby-Doo that I've got that we can show. I know DollyFinn also want to see Night of 100 Frights, which I've heard is actually really, really good. From Heavy Yarn, the people made SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. And the game Recently Incredibles, amongst other things. And November right now we have the next part, feasibly the finale of Croc, because I don't think after we beat, fine, feasibly if we beat it next time, you beat it next time. I think we might only like 2 or 3 parts, if that, for the rest of it. If we near the part, we have the December. November, we also have the Donkey Kong Country Portable Showcase for the 30th anniversary. Donkey Country 1 on Game Boy Color, and all 3 of them on Game Boy Advance. We were showing off what's different about them. I've already gotten a couple of them in my possession. I'm waiting on 2. I just got to talk to my post office for that. As far as because they delivered it, but they delivered it to the wrong place. I got to figure what's going on. But I'm looking forward to doing that. The Disney Game Showcase this year, before Thanksgiving, is going to be The Lion King. We are playing it on, feasibly, all 3 of the versions that are in the Disney Classic Games collection, because it's on the Super Nintendo, the Sega Genesis, and that one has the Game Boy version as well. So I'm thinking I might be able to justify just showing off all 3, because why not? Because unless the last couple levels are insanely hard, our cases I'm not going to be set for. You ever played the game based on Lion King?
Oh, you mean the Super Nintendo?
On anything, either one, on any of those.
I believe I've played a little bit of it. I remember actually doing pretty decently considering the game's reputation as a very difficult game.
Yeah, I know that. And from what I understand, I believe there is a story behind that saying that they did make it harder deliberately because they wanted to combat rentals. And weird enough, it's by the people who made Command & Conquer. Yeah, right around the top, right before they started making that, they were doing a lot of Disney games. This is actually one of the ones they made. And I guess you played it on what would you play it on?
I think it was Super Nintendo.
Okay, yeah, because that Disney Classic Games collection has the Super Nintendo game, it has the Genesis games, which are basically the same, more or less. And then the Game Boy game, which is kind of a cut-down version. There's also the NES version, which they don't have in there, which actually didn't come out in this country, weirdly enough. And there's other ones as well, but those are the main ones. And there's a Game Gear version, which they also didn't have in there as well. But that's going to be our Disney game show as far as that. Then November 30th, we have the Delisted Xbox Live Showcase. We're going to take a look at a bunch of games that are being delisted from Xbox 360 in only about 16 days at the time of this now. Because, yeah, July 29th, that store is shutting off. Anything that is available on 360 that you can only get on 360 is going bye-bye. So if you want to buy something, get on that quick. There's also a sale they're doing, another last-minute sale that's happening. They're dropping that on July 16th. I don't know if they're going to have that set to have it up on the date when they promised, because they had that last time they had technical problems. And there's actually a couple games that they said, oh, by the way, these are on sale, but they actually don't show their sale price. Actually, all stuff by EA. Burnout 3, Takedown, Need for Speed Undercover, and I think there was something else of theirs that was not shown correctly. Cool. So DollyFinn saying, no, absolutely. But we got a lot of stuff as far as that showcase. Stuff I know Nocturne's wanted to see, stuff I know Chat's wanted to see, stuff a lot of people in chat and have come by the show have been asked, like, hey, can we show some of these things? Like, yeah, I got demos, I got stuff I've downloaded. I got one more thing feasibly to pick up as far as something for a game that goes with that, which we will show. I'm seeing if they're going to have that on the last chance sale that they're dropping next. Because otherwise it's going to be not too much, but like, I don't want to buy it right away and then find out, oh, by the way, they cut it for the last case of it. Definitely going to be a lot of interesting stuff we're going to have for that big Thanksgiving showcase. And at some point, she also gave us an idea that I'll have an edit about here for about maybe another showcase we're going to do.
Boing. Boing.
I was going to say, yeah, the boing thing is like, fine, that's not necessarily new for like, no, he's a crocodile. I was going to say dinosaur, because remember, that's what happened, that's what Barney says in Barney's hide and seek game for the Sega Genesis when you see the Sega logo when you first turn it up. Is I'll get the Genesis fixed and we'll feasibly have more going on Genesis.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of that Barney game, it's short and handholdy, but I would also say that it's really fun. Like handholdy in that there's really no way to fail.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting that way. We did talk at some point feasibly doing a I'll have to look into this, the Sega Club, maybe a Sega Club showcase, which is basically all the games that came out of Sega Club, which I want to look at that because there was one for Game Gear that I don't have. I don't know how much it costs. And most of the ones are on the Genesis, but I don't think a lot of them are expensive. And I have, fine, that's not technically one of them. But I don't think the other ones cost as much, because fine, there's the Berenstain Bears Camping Adventure, which also had a Game Gear version. Bonkers, which also had a Game Gear game that's different. Crystal's Ponytail, which I have, which is by the people who made a game that I'm showing off in the Delisted Xbox Showcase at the end of the year. Echo Jr., which you talked before. There is one port of that only that's not on the Genesis, which is on the PS2 and the PSP. There's Richard Scarry's Busy Town, we talked about that. There's one of the Magic School Bus games, Space Exploration game, which is by the people who made Echo the Dolphin, weirdly enough. There's Sesame Street Counting Cafe. Who made this? Rydell Software Productions, who made... Okay, fine. Michael J. Rydell started this, running... Oh, he made, Okay, they made, Spy vs. Spy. Are you familiar with Spy vs. Spy?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, from Mad Magazine, they turned that into, like, PC games in the 80s. And of what I'm seeing... I'm not mentioning much as far as what else they did. I think one of the producers, as far as it worked, was the founder of Running with Scissors, the people who make the Postal games. I'm curious about that. And then the other ones, as far as, say, Club is Wacky World's Creativity Studio, which we both have. Tempo Jr., which is tied to a game from 32X. And then the other one, which somehow has a PS4 port. I never knew this. It's called Kids on Sight. It is from Digital Pictures, the people who made Night Trap. And it's basically where it's kids going to, like, a construction site, doing stuff, apparently. It's like the only Sega CD game that has this, as far as it. So, I think for some of these, I could feasibly get a sense of it. Oh, right, and they ported Math Blaster Episode 1, The Search for Spot, to the Sega Genesis, and it was on that too. Which, yeah, weirdly enough, it has more voice acting on the Genesis than it does on the Super Nintendo, which is surprising. You'd think it would be the opposite, but almost all the voice of the PC version is in that. So I think maybe we could figure something for that. And also, I guess I'll put one thing. Didn't we? I'm trying to remember. Do you remember if there was a game that we said at some point we're going to do for a show that we said makes sense to be live on camera for? Isn't there something you and I talked about?
Oh, yes.
What was it?
Mega Man, or rather, Rockman EXE 4.5 Real Operation.
Right. Okay, because I was trying to remember that because I've been on camera the past 2 weeks, fine, half last week, fully the week before that. I'll mention the idea as far as, like, we're not going to go camera on this one specifically tonight, but I also said, like, hey, I'll adjust that for certain things.
Yeah.
Well, and I knew there was a game that you and I talked about. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Yeah.
That's it, so thank you.
That said, I think it would be better to have a camera on what we're actually doing.
Right.
Because that's where the interesting stuff is.
Well, I mean, right, as far as like the way that's shown.
Yeah, using the physical chips on the chip gate and everything.
Well, in that case, feasibly, since the way we have this set up, since I have the Saturn, in this case, on the table here, it's probably the thing that we just put the GameCube on the table and we could basically adjust that camera.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I think that would feasibly work. Because I was just trying to remember, like, wait, what are we doing as far as on-screen stuff? Because I've said this before. Sometimes we've done stuff more when it's come to that. We did with Man of Medan last year. We're going to feasibly do that when we get to, I think we're doing Little Hope, the game sequel. The Crusader 64 and I are talking on that one for his Halloween contribution. Because he needs a Halloween game. He's, quote, a spooky bitch. So, like, yeah, he needs to be involved in this. It's his holiday. So I'm not going to deprive him. And then for Mario Sunshine, when I look at the overview of the practice I did and the accessory showcase, I think there's something else I said I wanted to be on for. I guess Donkey Konga, Donkey Sorcerer Donkey Konga. I'm gonna say Jungle Beats. Like that. I thought there was something else. I guess also cases where I'll be able to put it and it won't necessarily get in the way of stuff with the interface. Although honestly, for a game like this, that's probably a good thing. It works fine. That angle thing. I couldn't find anything as far as what it is, but it seems like, yeah, this game doesn't handle the angles well.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see what happens when we hear something about the HD version that they said, yeah, they're feasibly doing. Because we haven't heard much about it. We didn't hear anything about the Summer Games Fest. I mean, I would have mentioned something if we did, but alas, we did not. I was just trying to remember, there was something we said, hey, we're going to be on that made sense for a camera show for. I just wasn't sure what it was. But thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Although, as I said, there's also, even if we don't necessarily need to be on camera for something, that's fine as far as doing that for camera for certain things. I mean, fine. I did it to show that I had Mountain Dew Baja Blast for the first time in my life last week with Mario Sunshine's finale. So in that case, I said, okay, that makes sense. And other cases, so we can figure that. I find anything with accessory. Fine, Babysitting Mama. Babysitting Mama. I gotta be on camera to do that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively Toys to Life, right?
Yeah, it's one of a couple Toys to Life things I think we have access to. Well, fine. I guess anything that utilizes amiibos on Wii U and Switch goes into that, and then Starlink, which we both have the Switch version of, that also falls in the category. Yeah. And fine, it is a toy. Fine, that's definitely a Toy to Life specifically. Yeah.
Although, I would make an argument that we need to get a hold of more Starlink toy stuff.
That would be
if we're gonna do a Toys to Life showcase or
for something.
For Starlink.
Yeah, for Starlink in particular. There's other stuff. I mean, because I don't know how much some of the stuff goes for. I know some of this might be questions on licensing. They're like those Lego Dimensions games. There's some things that go to like famous movie franchises, and I don't know necessarily what that is because I know they have something for Back to the Future. I don't know what that's going to be if it's using the music from the movie. But there's other things because there is like a Sonic the Hedgehog set for that where it actually is like a fully redone story where I think they use a lot of the music from Sonic Adventure for it. And I think there's something that goes with the Powerpuff Girls for that and other things. And actually I think there's like a Midway Machines thing where I think it's like one of the only ports or modern ports of Clax. Like, wait, no, is it Clax? Maybe it is Clax, but there's something that's in that has not been ported to even the semi-more recent Midway collection, the Midway Arcade Origins. So, yeah, I mean, that's true, like, the Toys to Life thing, that's not something I really thought what that idea would be.
Yeah. I mean, a Toys to Life showcase could be a lot of fun.
Sure, yeah, we definitely tossing some ideas out.
And, like, from across different platforms, too.
Right. Which I guess would be fine. The Switch as far as Starlink, whatever console I could feasibly do for LEGO Dimensions for that.
I kind of feel like amiibos are a little too easy
depending on the
of a
game.
choice. But well, like except for maybe some more obscure, like maybe some possibly less known stuff, like say the Twilight Princess Wolf Link stuff.
Right.
With I know that there was a special mode that used that.
You find the way to get out of those hills. Yeah, the special mode that uses that Wolf Link.
Yeah.
And still, the rumor mill of is that coming to Switch or not still hasn't been said. There's the thought that they have it done and they're waiting for the right time to release it, but I don't know if that's true because they didn't. Fine, they're giving us a new Zelda in like 2 months. It's like, okay, fine, I'm not going to argue against that. But it's one of those things that, fine, how that's going to go, and because I feasibly, somebody called dibs on that, and I think the thought is we'll run on the GameCube, but if I can, actually, you know what? I think I know who I might be able to leverage on that one. I might be able to leverage Gemini 96 because I think he has the Wii U version. I think he likes the GameCube version the most. Actually, a lot of people I talk to tend to like the GameCube version most because of how the way the display is set. Oh, shit. Oh, God, there you go. You're coming back now. Whoa. We got that on camera. That could feasibly be editing fodder, you know that.
Yep.
And I'll feasibly have editing fodder for that crash on Densetsu no Starfy 2 that I got yesterday. Don't have the one from Donkey Kong Land 3 on Game Boy Color that I got earlier today.
That got a bit hairy.
I know. That was, there you go, it's that kind of thing of being able to kind of handle yourself that way and like, yeah. That was a great sight to see, no question. Okay, we're talking about the games to life thing. Fine, with Twilight Princess, I could feasibly, if he has it, I think there are people who do have it. Actually, I think Edwag has it too. I could feasibly leverage that for the purpose of trying to see if we show off that part of it. Run the game fully on the GameCube, but then run that part of it as an extra. Because fine, I'm doing that with Mario 64. I'm going to show off the DS version because I have it on Wii U.
Yeah. Or I would even say it might be worth saving the Wolf Link amiibo stuff for a hypothetical Toys to Life showcase.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, actually.
I think that might fit better there. Actually,
you know, that might be an idea for like a Thanksgiving show because. Yeah, actually, you know, that might be a really good idea. Which is saying, we pick system specifically for that, and then we get a bunch of things, and then we show off what do they do with it when it comes to the usage of either amiibo or anything feasible. So actually, that's a really good idea. Or actually, for that matter, since Switch is a case where there's amiibo, there's Starlink, and there is a Skylanders game that apparently is really expensive from what Edwack is telling me, because he's a big one on Spyro the Dragon, which is what it kind of spun off from.
Yeah.
And I think he has some of the stuff. Do you remember if that's platform specific as far as the toys?
I mean, I would bet that if the game is available on multiple systems, that the toys for that game are usable across all applicable systems for that game.
Yeah, the only thing I think of is like that base. You know, the base you put down in order to like get them in.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever saw that when you're like in stores. I always was hearing Richard Horvitz from the Angry Beavers and Invader Zim like doing the yells like, "That's Richard Horvitz! Oh my God!" It's for I think he is in one of those Skylanders games.
Yeah.
So I think it's that thing that might be console specific or for whichever console it is. But I think the toys themselves, I don't think are. No, I don't know they aren't because I know LEGO Dimensions in particular, they basically just give you the toys separate. They don't have like the console logo on the box.
Then there's also Disney Infinity.
Yeah, you played that?
I haven't. I actually haven't really talked to anyone who's played it before, but I know it exists.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was an interesting thing, and then it kind of just imploded in on itself a little bit as far as the whole idea of what these Toys to Life things are.
Yeah, I mean, it did kind of come out in the middle of a glut of Toys to Life.
I guess so, but it was also something that the idea seemed really good, and was something that I didn't hear was bad. I heard it was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's just, I think the Toys to Life market was pretty saturated at that point.
I guess so.
Between Amiibos and Skylanders and
then later on, I mean, I guess even with Starlink, because Starlink didn't do that great, but it's something that it's not something that costs tons of money. I don't know how much some of these other things cost as far as money. And actually, I think Disney Infinity somehow is backwards compatible with the Xbox 360 version. I think is backwards compatible with the later Xbox systems. I don't know how that works for like the pod for that. Feasibly, if that runs on, how they handle that or what that's like. We can learn that. That's actually a great idea. So if nothing else, we're kind of like spitballing concepts for like showcase shows. Because fine, this year we're doing stuff that's not fine. I used to just do it for genre because it fine started that idea, but then there's the stuff that was not just genre. So I said, okay, I think there's something we could do about that. So actually, that's a really good idea.
I mean, I think it's probably one that would need to be built up toward.
Sure.
Because, you know, getting all that Toys to Life stuff together.
Yeah. Well, that's me doing this year with the listed showcase.
Yeah.
That way. So, fine. Technically, that's the idea, I guess, of how I do those, because a lot of the stuff is stuff I've built up, or stuff also that Chaz asked, like, how can I get this to them, as far as, like, a little bit of a look before we do it fully for a show, for certain things. Fine. That delisted Xbox Live showcase, we're going to have tons. Stuff I know you wanted to see, stuff I know Chats wanted to see, stuff that other guests have been on the show have wanted to see, and I'm really looking forward to doing that, because there's a lot of interesting things for that, and I think that's going to be... Those are always my favorite shows to do every year, though. I really do enjoy doing those.
I mean, I know I'm pushing a little bit for a Toys to Life showcase.
That's a good idea, though.
Yeah, I mean, I figure it's something that not a lot of people have done.
Yeah, I would think not. I think that would be kind of a cool way to do it. So, like, fine. This also feasibly might be the idea of this whole thing being editing fodder, as it is, just to give a sense that...
Yeah.
Well, okay, when we get to this point, or we're getting a sense that, hey, that's going to be the next one we do, or for the edit on this, put the idea that, how do we come up with this idea? So there's a question of how does, like, the brainstorm work? Okay. So, I think, to start...
And that would probably also be a good time to preview EXE 4.5.
Right, okay, yeah, fine. The one thing I'm wondering is that, fine, technically, for some of these things, depending on the console we do, I would feasibly have to stop the stream, because I don't think I can... I don't know if I've actually checked this exactly, but switching between HDMI systems, because I guess... Well, I don't know, I mean, because I had this for sometimes what we did with Lunar. For some cases, it was showing on the video that the Elgato signal went out, but it wasn't me disconnecting the HDMI. But I still have this show recording, so maybe I can switch between... No, maybe I should just try that at one point. Pick a show, do something, say, can I swap between something with an HDMI system and put something else up there? And see if it works. Because my thought initially was like, hey, I'm going to stop the stream entirely and restart it for something like that. But if I can do that and not do a nice jump on his head,
Stop.
That might be a good idea. I might be able to say, hey, you know, I've always said, hey, you know, the idea of like switching consoles. Because we've done that before. I know that. Well, fine. You made me tail as you fell down the cliff. So that's a good case of that. So yeah, we'll look into that. I'll figure something for that for a case. So that's going to be the idea for that. And then in December we're going to have. November we're also starting Tamba for the PlayStation. About this time last year, when Trill came in, you were on the show with us when we did Mega Man Legends 2 for that. They wanted to see it. We're playing it. We're playing it on PlayStation, on the PS3 in particular. Its new version, by the way, is coming out. There was a limited run thing for it that's coming out on August 1st for most of the consoles except the Xbox systems and PC. So we're going to start that game, which is actually an ex-Capcom member who worked on that, who worked on the Magical Quest we played before. We'll take a look at that, and we're going to start that game in November, continuing to December. Then, also December, if we need one more part of Croc, we'll have one more part of Croc. If we don't, I will have the Super Mario Sunshine extra show, where I'm going to show off all the practice stuff I did over 4 months. I'll be live on camera to show all these weird controls being played with it. At that point, I'll have the CDI Spoon controller released and in my possession. If we do need another Croc part, by the way, it's worth pointing out, I will have a week with 2 shows. We'll have that on a Friday night, just showing off what it is, because that won't necessarily be super long. And then end of month, DollyFinn and Chat's going to be on the two last games we got of the year, which are going to be Tetris and Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo, which is a really good game. I first wanted to see that, and also something she's wanted to be in on. And then last show of the year, I'm starting a game that I've been wanting to get to. I've said for years I want to show this game off. It is perhaps one of the many games that means so much to me personally. Of course, I'm talking about Shenmue for the Dreamcast. You know all about that, DollyFinn.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Woohoo! So, Dolly, I've been saying, fine. DollyFinn does know. Nocturne, you know. I think everybody's come to the show knows. Shenmue is a big case for me. So we're going to be showing that off. We're running on the Dreamcast. I'm actually going to start with a little bit extra before we start the game. I'm going to show you, above anything else, this is a game that, actually, One Trail said this last year, saying that's going to be a boss stream, you do it. And I say, what we always talk about when it comes to games like this, when we play anything on the show, we want to tell a story we have. Whether it's the experience we've had, whether it's coming to a game for the first time, going blindly like with Croc. But with that one, the way I'm going to do that is I have a demo disc for Dreamcast that has the trailer of Shenmue. This is when I first saw the game. This is actually when I was pronouncing it wrong because it's spelled out Shenmue. I thought it was Shenmue as far as like putting the emphasis on the A as far as the Japanese pronunciation, but no, the E at the end is silent. As far as that trailer, I learned that from that trailer, and watching that trailer, that was when I said, oh my god, this is something I need to play. And I played it a couple months when it came out, and it's one of the, it's to me, I'll tell you this, Nocturne, as far as like the big game of 2000, you was Final Fantasy IX, me it was Shenmue. This is the case where that game did so much to kind of express to me really what games could be, what they could do, even in cases where it gets a bit divisive with aspects of that game with certain things. And I guess, I don't know, would you say necessarily with you for Final Fantasy IX, going back to it one last time, I don't know, do you get the sense that that's a game that maybe had that impact on you that way, or is there something else that was like, hey, you know, this meant so much to me, and I look back on it with such a fond memory in that way?
There have been very few games that I would say really had a major emotional impact on me. What's much more common and in my opinion something that resonates with me more than stuff that I relate to emotionally is like just a game that's overall just impressive, fun to play. I enjoy the story if there is one.
And I mean, Shenmue is that kind of game too, honestly. Fine. When I say, I guess when you say emotional, it's not necessarily that it's necessarily a game that I'm emotionally I'm emotionally invested in terms of the story because like I'm caring about what's going on with this, but not necessarily that kind of thing where it's like I'm brought to tears by this game. There's actually other games that bring me to tears much more than Shenmue does. Actually, although there's part two that is surprisingly moving in a way that I didn't expect. And that was when I came to it later, honestly, even when I first played it. But I get that idea. So something like that, where it kind of means so much to you, thinking back to it, and saying like, this is one of those games that made me a gamer. Why do I love being a gamer? It's a game like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe recently it's like stuff like the Xenoblade games or Nier Automata with you might be a case of that. Or going back further, like what's the one of the ones that did? Maybe Final Fantasy IX or something else.
You know, like nothing. Like I wouldn't say to the point of tears or anything. But I would definitely say that the Xenoblade Chronicles series. That's it. I have not played Xenoblade Chronicles X because I don't own it, and it's only on Wii U.
Right.
Actually, that's a common complaint of the fan base. There's a lot of fans who would love to play it, but they don't want to buy a Wii U just to play one game.
Although you do have a Wii U, but
Yes.
it's still the case that, hey, people have said that. I get that idea for sure.
Yeah, and it's starting to get up there a little bit.
I mean, I did see it for like $40, so it wasn't as bad as I thought. Fine, it's not Devil's Third. It's not Game & Wario. Yeah. There are a million games on the Wii U that are way more than that, but still, I get that idea. I fear that the longer they don't release this again, the more it's going to be a case that's going to go up. And fine, technically people are going to be losing out on this game to a certain extent anyway, because remember, the store is down as far as it. There was DLC for texture packs. I downloaded every single one of those for it. And
there was apparently a fairly strong online mode.
Was
like
there?
Some sort, or maybe not. I'm not completely sure exactly how the online was done. I didn't play it. I certainly didn't play it while it still had the online compatibility.
Okay.
But there's stuff that was apparently doable in the game that is gone now with the removal of online.
Right, and also when Miiverse went away, I don't know if Miiverse was part of that specifically.
Yeah, but I mean, like, gameplay-related stuff.
Well, that too, I guess, as well.
In Xenoblade X.
Okay. Maybe that's the thought as far as, like, a new take on it, perhaps. But you're saying with Xenoblade itself, that's a game that kind of had an impact on you.
Xenoblade 1, 2, 3, and all of their extra stories.
Yep.
So, Future Connected for Xenoblade 1, though that's only in the definitive edition on Switch.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in the Wii or 3DS version. Well, new 3DS, specifically.
And technically it was on the Wii U as well, but it was the porting the Wii version.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the Wii U... Xenoblade 1 on Wii U is just the Wii version, and it would, there isn't even a Wii U release, as far as I know.
And it was digital only, so yeah, you can't get it anymore.
So yeah, there's Xenoblade 1 Wii, Xenoblade 1 3DS. I have the Wii version. I do not have the 3DS version.
Mm-hmm.
I also own the definitive edition on Switch,
Which is the one I got as well. Also, by the way, DollyFinn saying good night, everyone. Thank you and great show. Well, yeah, feel free to keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going before we go. Yeah. No rush on that.
I've also then there's Xenoblade 2 and Xenoblade 2 Torna the Golden Country. Xenoblade 2 is it's a great game. If you can get past the gacha and the some of the art style related things that some people seem to have a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
It's really worth playing. Also, the one thing that I would say is completely legitimate, that is absolute garbage, is the tutorials. Some of them are even wrong.
Uh-huh. And we also found the first one that actually there's not tutorialing on the Switch version of the first one, where in the Wii there is. Which is kind of interesting, but with 2, it's even worse with certain things. Fine, okay. I'll say this. I guess Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for you is feasibly the Croc Legend of the Gobbos, and since it's a good game that you have big problems with, or the Crochet Nerd 64 always says decisions were made.
Yeah, well, the actual gameplay of Xenoblade 2 is actually amazing.
Uh-huh.
For actual gameplay related stuff, my biggest issue is the gacha system.
But it's also stuff, but it goes to that idea, and same with Croc in this way, where hey, it's a good game in terms of it, but it's also something that it's not maybe a game that's so obviously bad in terms of certain things. Just some of those design decisions bring the experience down, which I guess then goes to what we're seeing on Croc to start, but anything feasibly.
Well, I'm also noticing a lot of performance-related, a lot of smaller performance-related things, especially in these later levels.
In Croc, you mean, yes.
Yeah, in Croc.
Yeah.
Such as the slowdown and of course my repeated complaints about the camera.
Right.
Xenoblade 2 has pretty much none of that as a problem.
Sure. No, I get that.
My biggest complaint with the gameplay is the gacha system, which isn't directly related to the battle stuff at all.
Right.
But the gacha system is simultaneously a rabbit hole if you're farming for a perfect common blade, or infuriating if you're trying to get every rare blade.
Right, yeah, because the brief context, what you're saying is that given the fact that there's characters' blades that you have for this one, that's the only game in the franchise that it's basically on a luck system that you run to basically do a draw to see if you get it. And there's some really rare ones, including connections to the Xenosaga games from PlayStation 2. And to get some of those specifically, it's she's like, I had to kind of go and grind out stuff in order to feasibly get a potential chance of that. In some cases, she got lucky, but in other cases, no, she didn't. And some people saying like, well, no, we're not going to get lucky as far as getting some of these things. And hey, if you're a huge fan of something like Xenosaga, like, you are getting as far as now, like Hasn't 22, we mentioned, he's a huge one on that. It's something you're going to have to put a lot of time into that, and it's kind of luck based.
I do have a small correction to make.
What's
though.
that?
I actually got the rarest blade in the game off of some of the free cores that you get with the DLC.
Sure, but I mean, but that also, you said that's still a luck case, right?
Yes, that was still entirely luck. There are people who have played through the game multiple times, including like New Game Plus, and still have never pulled that blade.
Sure, so I mean, fine, your mileage might vary, but it's also the case that if you're lucky enough, you might get it early, but if not, you're probably getting cases where, with other things, you might not get it specifically until later, if at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite put it on this level, but it's kind of like getting a shiny Pokemon.
I mean, in terms of like the odds for that, maybe it isn't off base to say that.
And by that I mean a shiny Pokemon in without shiny charm, without any boosts. Like in modern Pokemon, it's actually fairly easy to get shinies.
Yeah, but you go back to the game that started, which was the couple on the Game Boy Color. That's the case. Like, yeah, you said like it's an 1 in 8,000 chance. I don't know if it's that bad on Xenoblade 2.
No. Like the rarest blade is approximate, like I think about 1 in 1,000.
Okay, but still a lot, and still a case that not everyone's going to see it unless you get lucky or put a lot of time in.
And that chance can get boosted. I think the best odds are somewhere around 1 in 400.
Okay.
But that's still your best possible odds with the best possible core crystals that you can get for the random pulls. It gets ridiculous.
Well, basically the idea takes something like that and it turns it into almost something luck-based, and it is telling, I guess, that I don't think X has something like that. I think that's the only game in the franchise that's like this.
Yeah, and the real kicker, the game auto-saves every time you summon a blade.
Right.
So, unless you're abusing cloud saves with Nintendo Switch Online, which of course is a paid service.
Yup.
To restore your save file to before the point that you used all those core crystals.
You basically have to go around and grind them all again.
Yeah. So, basically, unless you subscribe to a paywall.
Well, potentially, sort of, as far as that to make it easier on yourself.
Yeah.
It's not like you have to do that, but it's like, hey, if you're going to save scum, you can't do it.
That and the game only has one save slot.
That's true. Well, fine, which I think the other ones do too. But
No, Xenoblade 1 has 3 save slots.
One does.
Xenoblade 3 has 3 save slots.
This is the only one that has one.
Xenoblade 2 only has 1.
Okay.
They really didn't want people save scumming for some reason.
Okay. I guess it's telling that that's the only game in the franchise that's like that.
But, like, I cannot begin to tell you the number of times I wish I could start a new file on New Game, or, well, not a new file, but, like, New Game Plus without losing my endgame file.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that.
But there is no way to do that.
Right. No, I get that, so that makes sense, specifically as far as that. But point is that, fine, even if it's one way, fine, that did be in a case as far as her having an emotional reaction to it for one reason with that one, but then feasibly the other ways that it's intended in the sense that, hey, I got so much into the story and into the experience of it, that there you go.
No.
So I get that idea.
No. My personal favorite of the trio, though, is Xenoblade 3.
I was going to say 3. People said that to me.
3, I think, has the best balance of gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
It gets going fast with its mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't make you wait too much to get to the good stuff.
Yeah, I played 1. I liked what I played of 1. But, I mean, 3, I know, has been the favorite of a lot of people.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for as much as certain parts of the fan base think that Xenoblade 2 is the best of the series, I would not say that on a first run basis for sure.
Right, she had to play this multiple hours before she even got a sense of it. You're like, actually, you didn't even touch the damn main game until after the DLC because of that. And initially, you even said, I think you said to me specifically, like, I'm not going to even touch this initially, but then I said, well, fine. Eventually you would, because you got into the DLC so much.
Well, so Xenoblade 2 was the last one of the 3 that I actually played, but I did watch it in between. I did watch a complete playthrough in between 1 and 3. So I did at least get all the content in release order.
Sure, yeah, no, I get that.
Okay, technically Future Connected was out of order because I played it right after Xenoblade 1.
Sure.
If you're going by release order, but I'm not. I'm counting that as part of Xenoblade 1.
Right.
Then Xenoblade 3. Then I played Xenoblade 3, and I immediately fell in love with that game.
Yeah, no, but I get that idea.
It was just so much fun to play. Got going fast. Xenoblade 2 takes forever. Like, no joke. The gameplay doesn't really get up to full speed until around 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through the game.
Okay, I was gonna say better or worse than Twilight Princess or Kingdom Hearts 2, which is I was like, fine, that's the answer right there.
Now it still gets up to a decent pace before that point, but I want to say you're still about at least 40% of the way through the game before it gets to that decent pace.
Right.
And that's, in my opinion, that's unacceptable.
Well, yeah, because you're having to put so much in for that specifically. And it's worth us going into this because honestly, I don't know when we get to the Xenoblade games specifically, but I think it's probably worth going into that.
Yeah,
good night, great show as always. Thank you, Gemini96, for sure on that. If there's anything else you want to go on.
Yeah, but like the Xenoblade series are Xenoblade Chronicles is a great series. I would highly recommend it, including 2. But ignore the in-game tutorials for 2. Just find YouTube tutorials. They are way, 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 way better.
Right, and I don't know, was this one of those but this is also this case where there's no instruction manual in the box now, right? For these?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, fuck you, modern gaming, by the way, for that.
Yeah.
But anyway, especially for a game like that, could really use it.
Yeah.
But fine. That's not the only game that is a problem, but fine, especially in that case where there's a problem. I get that 100%.
Of course, with how the tutorials are, half the stuff in the instruction manual would probably be wrong too.
I don't know. I mean, that's weird, which is weird because I don't even think any of the other games of Monolith Soft are like that I'm aware of. I've heard.
Considering how bad the tutorials are in Xenoblade 2, I would not count on an instruction manual to be any better.
Yeah, I guess not. But yeah, that's still kind of weird that way. But yeah, I said that's going to be eventually case for that. But I said, yeah, there you go. So something as far as that, as I said, Shenmue is going to be that case for me, and we start that end of the year, and then we get to stuff for next year. We'll figure that specifically more stuff she might want to do, and other stuff I've been promised or promised other people. Some big stuff, including like some RPGs. Because we'll go back to RPGs, we're taking some break on that as it is, just because of other stuff we have going and how schedules running specifically, and also because the RPG I thought I could squeeze in, I couldn't, and then we pushed back Shadow Hearts Covenant, which we'll do eventually. That's Crusader 64s and Chasm 22. They're going to be involved on that when we get to it. He's going to be a next year case, I think. Yeah. No, not it is going to be a next year case. I guarantee that.
Yeah, but as for doing Xenoblade at some point on the stream, I think it would kind of be doable, but they without doing it on New Game Plus, it could be a very, very, very long run. Right,
and it said that's going to be a ways down the road. I'm not going to promise that immediately whatsoever, but point is that we'll potentially figure that. I know she said she wants to start streaming that way, the way the Crusader 64 does. Might be one of the things maybe she wants to also do that. I can also point to that as this comes the case. But we'll see, as I said, for case. Or we could show, fine, you'll see this in the edit, seeing the idea for one of the showcase shows, that actually would be a case where there would be a justification to give a preview on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she knows what I'm talking about because we'll have it in the edit, and you'll have seen it by now.
And the extra stories would actually be great for the stream.
Sure.
But I would probably say we should coordinate with that.
Yeah, there's
with
gonna be
me
massive coordination.
with like me covering the main story. Once I really get myself to the point that I'm really actually streaming stuff.
Yeah, specifically, that's going to be feasibly a case down the road.
And then we could do the extra stories on Super Old Game Saturday.
Okay, as I said, that's going to also be a case so we can figure that, because fine, I know one game I promised people, as far as our first look at Persona 3 FES, I know that game is insanely long, and we're going to have a case of that with Shadow Hearts Covenant, because I know it's like an 80-hour something game, which we're going to start doing at some point. So we'll figure that, and I said, by the way, when we do get to that, it's also going to be something for this show at least. It's going to be, we'll still have the variety going on, so you'll see the stuff for that, but you'll also see other stuff as it is, which we always do, and that's kind of the way we go. Of course, the viewer requests, they're going to keep coming, and next year, we'll also start Super Old Game Saturday Second Chance, where it's a case where we played something before, and there might be reason to come back to it, either for the case of us having a guest for it, or the case that maybe there was older tech that we used or something that would be a good reason, or show a different version, potentially. And so Mega Man 7 will be one of those, but other stuff we'll have as well. There's some cases I'm thinking about with other people. I might even ask Ed Wack as far as one of them, because I know I showed McDonald's Treasure Island Adventure, which is by Treasure for the Sega Genesis. That's a great game. He'd never heard of this. I said, for some reason, I think this game would be right up his alley. He's like, this platforming game with Ronald McDonald is really that good. Yes, it's fantastic, and there's no way in hell it's getting a re-release. Unless next week they then make one, or sorry, say we're going to make it. But that was an early case of the program. I'd like to show that again. That might be a good reason to do that. That being said, we'll figure that as we go. But yeah, I think with that, I think we're good as far as the show. Thank you so much, Nocturne, for showing our aspect of Croc for the next part, for sure. We definitely deserve a long rest as far as that. More discussion as far as extra stuff to buttress the end of the program, long schedule and all that stuff. And yeah, I think that's going to be good. So thank you again to Gemini96 and DollyFinn and Crusader64 and everybody else in Best Chat on Twitch. You, of course, make the show. Dr. and Best Guest on Twitch does as well. Yeah, one of the best guests, I should say, on Twitch as far as our show. We appreciate that anyway, for sure. So I think with that, we're going to shut the show down for the night. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I'll see you next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a game that you're not going to know until I have it. Even to the point where, fine, the schedule's going to say Croc on Twitch next week until like maybe the minute right before the show. So I'm categorized right, but 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, will you be here with it? Or I'll be here with it anyway. With that, thank you so much for watching the show. So take care. Have a great rest of your night. Keep being awesome, everybody. And see you next week.
Night all.